I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, Dream Seeds in the Light and Shadow Stone. Zhang Ming flicked the 10 yuan bill in his hand. Now, the first thing to solve should be the problem of food and clothing. I don't know how difficult it is to make money in this era. Making money can be said to be the biggest problem in human society, which runs through the life of an ordinary person from aging to illness and death. Of course, Zhang Ming came to experience life, not to suffer, and he didn't mind selling some gold as funds along the way. As for the life of the upper class surrounded by the glamorous life, the bright lights and the singing and dancing, it's not that he is too spiritual, but he is used to a simple and plain life, and subconsciously wants to reject those dirty things. What's more, the gourd lady with high moral character looked at him, and there was really no way to enjoy unlimited mating rights. How can I make money? He thought hard. At 8 o'clock in the morning, seeing a spinach restaurant opened, Zhang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. I got it, a good place to pick up money. With my perception ability, what's the difference between it and putting money in a sack? In the human alliance, each country has a certain degree of autonomy, and the laws are naturally slightly different. For example, Daksha prohibits pornography, gambling, and drugs, while Southeast does not prohibit the gambling industry. Some countries do not prohibit the pornography industry. In some places, the public security is not very good, and the fraud industry is thriving. Of course, drugs are widely banned and have no room for survival. As for why this is the case, it is really a very complicated social problem. Zhang Ming was too lazy to think about these problems. He walked in and took a look around, and suddenly a cold sweat broke out. Because all the projects are electronic, it has become an IQ tax game that relies purely on luck. He was immediately discouraged. Why have they all become electronic games? Zhang Ming originally wanted to bully ordinary players with his super high perception. But it is obvious that what he can think of, there have been masters of perception on Earth who have thought of and put it into practice. Perceiving what cards the other party has touched and calculating how many cards are left in the mind are really common skills in the era of superpowers. There are too many cheaters, and the traditional gambling industry must be reformed and all transformed into electronic ones. Electronic things, no matter how high your perception is, it is very difficult to predict in advance. Even if someone really has the super rare and invincible ability to predict the future that has never appeared before, can he still beat the dog dealer? The dog dealer changes the data in the background, and you lose if you lose, which is not much different from collecting IQ tax. It seems that this way of making money is not feasible. Zhang Ming wanted to leave with some disappointment. Sir, do you want to try some new projects? The most popular project here is actually competitive sports lottery. You can place bets before the players decide the winner. A beautiful waitress took Zhang Ming to an electronic screen, which detailed the past performance and historical records of each competitor. Because this sport is hosted by the country and involves the future and destiny, there is no possibility of match fixing. It only tests your personal vision. The interest rate fluctuates in real time and is all public. Oh? This sounds okay. It only tests your eyesight. Under the expectant gaze of the young lady, Zhang Ming studied it carefully for a long time, took out a 10 yuan bill, and said seriously, buy a lottery ticket. He pointed with his finger. I think this person can advance, so I will only buy a 10 yuan ticket. Number 12. I'll buy number 12. On the other side, brother and sister Lin Fangzheng and Lin Yuiyu excitedly found Captain Jin Cakesun, who wanted to go out to sea for duty, and told him the story of what happened last night. Captain Jin, that one is a professor from the Great Xia Kingdom. Don't lock him up, okay? Jin Cakesun was obviously startled. His eyebrows twitched twice. Is it true? Of course it's true. Did we deliver a dinner last night? The story he told is exactly the same as what was written in the newspaper. Upon hearing this news, not only Jin Cakesun, but even the soldiers next to him, took a breath of cold air, showing an excited and curious expression. The one they rescued yesterday turned out to be a great professor who might win the New Era Progress Award. The sun had just risen, bathing in the gradually scorching sun. These people who have been making a living in the sea for many years looked at each other. They deeply understood the scarcity of such great professors. Maybe a scientific research result would change the world? No, it has already changed the world. If this person continues to be locked up, It feels like their conscience has been eaten by dogs. So they hurried back one by one, wanting to pick that person up again, and then contact the consulate of the Great Xia Kingdom to let them get him back. As a result, halfway through the run, a subordinate called, "Captain Jin, the survivor we rescued yesterday is missing." He disappeared directly into the room. I wanted to send breakfast, but found that the person was missing, leaving only a letter and a light and shadow stone. What? Jin Kexun was shocked. He was afraid that something happened to the great professor and he died in their territory. It would be a big trouble at that time. We dare not touch these things for the time being. What do you think we should do? Okay, don't destroy the scene first, I'll come over now. Jin Kexun took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, trotted all the way, and walked quickly towards the place where Zhang Ming originally lived. You turn on the law enforcement recorder. Accompanied by a group of subordinates, he carefully entered the room. The room was very tidy, as if it had been specially cleaned before leaving. The computer had traces of use, and the chair was placed in its original position. There were a few more pieces of paper on the table, as well as a transparent stone light and shadow stone. Light and shadow stone is a relatively common strange object that can record information. A finger-sized piece may cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. As long as the spirit in the body is input into it, the information inside can be viewed. He left a light and shadow stone casually. It seems that he is a person of status. Jin Kexun licked his dry lips, thinking hard about various details in his mind, and smiled bitterly. Did he remember his identity and run away directly? Well, a professor from the Academy of Sciences, a small place like ours naturally cannot retain such talents. A young man asked curiously, "What professor? Are you going to find surveillance to catch him back?" Jin Kexun said, "Hey, you don't have to guess blindly. Anyway, he's a big shot, his identity information is being verified, and the results should be available soon." He glanced at the words in old Zhang's fitness diary on the white paper again, and always felt that the other party deliberately left a piece of paper, which was a bit improper. He muttered to himself, "Why leave this thing? Who still takes drugs to exercise in this age of fitness?" He turned the page and took a look. Well, what is this? A technique to break through the first level of the limit of man. It seems that there is a way, but there are too many textbooks for it. Why did he leave this thing? Jin Kexun has been stuck at this level for more than 10 years, and he knows the difficulty and complexity of it. Some things are like learning mathematics. If you know it, you know it, and if you don't know it, you don't know it. Breaking through the limit of man is even more difficult. You have to control your own body. There are so many masters in the world, and they have figured out countless techniques, but they can't learn them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many S-level and Super S-level people stuck in this bottleneck. He himself is only a Super S-level person who has reached his personal limit, and he hasn't broken through the bottleneck yet. What can he understand? Jin Kexun grinned, not knowing what to say. But soon, the desire to break through overcame reason. Forget it, he is a professor after all. Just take a look at his insights. He activated the light and shadow stone and tried to read the remaining information inside. Suddenly, the dream seed inside, like a ray of light, hit his mind. Buzz! Jin Kexun was in a trance for a while, blinked his eyes, and made an ah sound in his throat. He immediately felt an unbearable drowsiness, which came over him like a tidal wave. His eyelids seemed to be filled with lead and he couldn't open them at all. "Captain," an adjutant hurriedly supported Jin Kexun's staggering body. "I think I've been hit." "Don't touch those things first." Jin Kexun resisted the drowsiness and yawned. "You guys check the surveillance and find that person. I'll take a nap first." He struggled for a few times, but finally couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell asleep directly. Only a group of subordinates were left, looking at each other, not knowing what had happened. Lin Fengxiang and Lin Yui were anxiously waiting outside. When they heard that the great professor had disappeared, they couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that they had missed the opportunity. As a result, Captain Jin suddenly fainted, and the two stood there at a loss, a little confused. Captain Jin is the strongest here, Super S level. What happened? Then, something even more bizarre happened. At 8:30 in the morning, a black car stopped at the gate of the compound, and three tall and burly men came out. They were wearing black professional clothes, with a hint of fierceness on their faces and very obvious muscles on their arms. "I am an investigator from the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. My last name is Lang. You are Lin Fengxiang. Did you write that post on the internet?" The man in the hat, Lao Lang, took out a certificate and showed it in front of Lin Fengxiang. Please cooperate with us to investigate some things. The name of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau scared Lin Fengxiang and the surrounding coast guards. Because the predecessor of the Human Alliance is this Abnormal Investigation Bureau. As the core military force of the coalition government, the Abnormal Investigation Bureau has naturally not been abolished. It is specifically responsible for dealing with various incredible supernatural phenomena and has great power. In most cases, the local government must cooperate with the investigation of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Chapter 352 Who is he? The two siblings were stared at by such a huge monster, and they were obviously a little nervous. They couldn't help but clench their fists and stood there in a daze. Even though Lin Yuyu was a lively girl with the characteristics of a social bull, she was just a student no matter how calm she was when facing the abnormal investigators of the United Government. Excuse me, has my second brother committed any crime? We will definitely cooperate. Can you please not send him to jail? Don't be nervous, I just found some strange things and came to ask you, the bald man in the lead said lightly. First of all, the one you met yesterday, did you really meet him in the sea? Yes, the coordinates are. Lin Fengxiang reported the specific data. The bald man Lao Liang sneered, the one you met yesterday does not exist in the world, there is no such person. It is not ruled out that some poorer places have not yet registered their identities, but it is almost impossible for a super S-level strongman like this to not register his identity. Therefore, he must have completely changed his identity data in some way. There is no such person in the world. This truth is too strange. Everyone present was stunned in shock. That was facial recognition, fingerprint, and iris data. There are very few people who can completely change these three types of data. Secondly, Mr. Lin, the post you posted yesterday was very problematic. This is a top national secret, but you knew it in advance. You must bear legal responsibility. The bald man's voice became serious. Fortunately, there is no espionage crime in this era, otherwise it would not be excessive to go to jail for a few years. You should know that leaking certain key secrets will cause social chaos and market turmoil, and may even trigger a financial tsunami. Some research results should have been shared by all mankind, but in the end they were monopolized by private capital and became a carnival for a small number of people. Problems that should not have occurred have multiplied in large numbers. Can you bear this responsibility? Lin Fengxiang was frightened by what he said, his face turned pale, and he couldn't say a word. I didn't. Nowadays, there are basically no spies between countries, and the United Government controls the global military power. But in order to encourage internal competition, the patent system still exists. For such a large project as breeding mutant fish, there must be multiple teams competing together. Whoever achieves the research results first can get the exclusive patent and franchise in this area. This is a trillion-level market. Who wouldn't be jealous? In this case, commercial espionage that steals trade secrets will follow. The Human United Government encourages healthy competition, but strictly prohibits vicious competition. Otherwise, all kinds of espionage, assassination and other means will be used together, and the vicious cycle will occur. Human elite scientists may die because of infighting. Therefore, this kind of illegal and criminal behavior must be caught clean, especially for trillion-level projects, which cannot be infected. Seeing that the other party was frightened, the bald man also stopped while he was ahead, and his tone softened. Of course, since the main leaker is not you, we will not hold you responsible. The other party may really have amnesia, so he leaked the secrets, but you must cooperate with all our actions. Tell us everything you know. Lin Fengxiang nodded quickly, sweating profusely. It turned out that it was not a great professor, but a private spy. He glanced at his sister. Lin Yuyu was also in shock and couldn't say a word. She was confused. How could it be possible? How could that uncle become a commercial spy? Sir, he may have recovered his memory and ran away. A small place like ours can't stop supermasters. A coast guard next to him shouted for fear that he would be held accountable. The bald man snorted coldly. Under the dragnet, where can people escape? Mobilize your roadside surveillance. I want to see where this person ran to. In addition, their Abnormal Investigation Bureau also sent a master who is specifically responsible for finding people and tracking them. That master has the ability of sensitive smell, which is more sensitive than a dog's nose. No matter where you escape to, you can be easily caught. Of course, this is a private action and will not be informed to these people. Sir, this is what that person left behind. Captain Jin fell into coma after checking that piece of light and shadow stone. Oh, the bald man put on a pair of special gloves and carefully took the paper. He glanced at the big words in old Zhang's fitness diary, as if with a hint of a playful joke. He picked up the light and shadow stone again and put it in a plastic bag. As a battle-hardened investigator, he would not look at the contents randomly out of curiosity, which might cause amnesia. Investigator Lao Liang chose to take it back and let the colleagues who are responsible for this area complete it. The more you know, the more you don't know. He is full of awe for this world. Then, he checked Jin Cakesun, who was sleeping soundly, put his fingers on Jin Cakesun's temple, and patiently felt the flow of spirit. How is it, Commander Liang? Is there any hope for our captain? Will he lose his memory by the spy? Be quiet. Lao Liang closed his eyes. After patient observation, Jin Cakesun smiled, as if he was in an inexplicable state of frenzy. The flow of spirit was relatively smooth, and his breathing was normal, except that his heart beat a little faster. It seemed that he was sleeping? And he had a pretty good dream? Wait, a large amount of spirit gathered at the position of the lower dantian, forming a slow vortex. Why does it feel a bit like a sign of breaking through the bottleneck? This scene made the bald man a little confused. As an elite of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, he himself was a master who broke through the first level. He had experienced the corresponding scene and was familiar with the scene. He was stuck for many years at the beginning, and he was thinking about it all day long. What is the use of this light and shadow stone? He racked his brains to think about it, but he couldn't figure it out. In theory, this kind of spy-like criminal should hide himself as much as possible, and it is unlikely that these things will remain. Could it be that only half of the memory has been restored? The memory has not yet been restored? Mental disorder? Then, in the next moment, Jin Cakesun suddenly woke up from his sleep, his face showing ecstasy, and he shouted with great joy, I understand, I finally understand. It turns out that it is not as difficult as I imagined. Ha ha ha. It turns out that there is only such a small gap. I will soon be a master who breaks through the limits of human beings. He bent his arms, his biceps bulged high, and his expression was fanatical. These days, once good luck comes, it is really unstoppable. Shidong Peng, you should use this stone quickly. Damn, this thing is too powerful. It is absolutely high-end stuff, the kind that ordinary people can't afford. Wait, who are you? Why are you in my office, sitting in my seat? Jin Cakesun saw a burly bald man, and a large group of subordinates, their faces pale, looking at each other, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. It seemed that he was the only one talking to himself. Thinking of this, his big toes were clenched, and he couldn't help but get nervous. I'm an investigator from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. What did you just dream about? The bald man took out his ID and briefly described the current situation. What? Commercial espionage? No, that's impossible. Mr. Liang, I think he might be. Jin Cakesun was silent for a while, and said awkwardly, Grandmaster, and he's a spiritual Grandmaster. Mr. Liang, you'd better not offend such a Grandmaster rashly and give him the identity of a spy. He is definitely a Grandmaster, breaking through the limits of human beings, that is, the master of a certain field. If the attribute value reaches more than 1000, it is a Grandmaster. After all, there is a huge gap between 200 attributes and 1000 attributes. There are the most physical masters. After all, physical abilities are simple and easy to learn. Spiritual masters are extremely rare, because spiritual attributes are very mysterious and difficult to learn. To break through the spiritual level, you have to merge your abilities into the upper dantian, which has a certain degree of mortality. Therefore, even the Abnormal Investigation Bureau would not rashly offend a great master of the spiritual world. Maybe some kind of cooperation could be reached in the future? Impossible. The bald man raised his eyebrows. There are only a few great masters of the spiritual world in the world, and they are all professionally trained. Even folk masters have registered identities and are definitely not nameless. Could a wild one jump out of the bushes? But he helped me break through, allowing me to be there and experience the feeling of a breakthrough in my dream. Jin Cakesun's voice became louder, subconsciously wanting to believe it. He has really been stuck at this bottleneck for too long. He is over 60 years old. As a master who became famous at a young age, he has reached the limit of his physical strength at the age of 40, which means he has been stuck for 20 years. How many 20 years are there in a lifetime? Now it was like grabbing a life-saving straw, and he didn't want to give up at all. He must be at least a master, right? Otherwise, how could he help others? The bald man shook his head. That's not right. You haven't broken through yet. Maybe it's fake, just a daydream. There are so many abilities that can make people hallucinate. You must have unrealistic fantasies, Captain Jin. I understand your feelings. But breaking through the bottleneck is never an easy thing. Jin Kakesun's face turned pale and blue, and he was very nervous. He was a little hesitant. He didn't know whether he should trust his feelings or the person in front of him. Jin Kakesun finally gritted his teeth. Forget it, there is no point in talking more. While I still remember the knowledge in the dream, I will try it now. The bald man shook his head, his face serious. You'd better be careful. Although the risk of breaking through the physical level is not great, it is still possible to damage your foundation if you tinker with it, he sighed softly. In this era, there are too many people who have been stuck for too long and have become obsessed. They have to grab all kinds of inexplicable life-saving straws. It's not uncommon for an S-level expert to be defrauded of all his belongings. I know my limits. I'll stop once I feel something's wrong. Jin Kakesun came to the single room next door, drank a glass of mineral water, and ate some rice balls made of mutant rice. As a defender of a small border town who has been stuck at the S-level bottleneck for more than 10 years, he naturally has his own ambitions. He looked serious and wanted to seize this opportunity. Chapter 353 The Road to Grandmaster begins today. Jin Kakesun reproduced the path of the spirit in his dream. He was very careful and nervous. The dream was too real. It was like he had experienced a breakthrough, which made him feel anxious. If it's fake, well, it's normal. How can you break through just by dreaming? Jin Kakesun knew that his current emotional state was not suitable for a breakthrough, but there was no way. The so-called inspiration could only last for a few minutes. After a long time, he might forget that unique feeling. But soon, he found the real pulse according to the description of the dream. The flow of spirit quickly penetrated every corner of the body, forming a specific human circuit, resonating with the breathing of the lungs. Now, his internal organs, bone strength, and muscle tissue have reached the limit of the human body, and he can no longer make any progress. He must use the ability of the physical system to change this stagnation. The blood coagulation regeneration constitution is an innate ability of a West Asian named Abdu. It is also the most widely spread ability of human beings and has been circulated for more than 130 years. Now, he must transform this ability from acquired to innate. Jin Kakesun carefully started the breakthrough process according to the scene in the dream. Unexpectedly, the critical bottleneck seemed to be broken in the blink of an eye. He seemed to hear a light click sound, his whole body numb, and he felt a sense of ecstasy. His heart was roaring like a drum. At this moment, the human breathing technique underwent a qualitative change, and produced a wonderful reaction with the blood coagulation regeneration constitution. Originally it was just the most traditional and popular human breathing technique, but after the breakthrough, it was his own breathing technique after self-improvement. This is actually the biggest difficulty in breaking through, because there are no two identical leaves in the world, and everyone's physique is different. If you want to break through, you must learn to explore the best way to transform yourself and achieve your own perfect state. It is impossible to break through by completely copying the experience of other strong people. He felt a surge of power, or in other words, as if there was an extra self, a more powerful self, a self that broke through the limitations of the human body. From today on, I am the Grandmaster. The road to becoming the Grandmaster starts today. Jin Kakesun clenched his 5 powerful fingers, his heart surging, overwhelmed with joy. The ecstasy completely submerged him like a tsunami. That dream was actually real. Although his current strength has not improved much, and his physical strength after the breakthrough has increased by 5% at most, his blood coagulation regeneration constitution is already an innate ability, and his future is limitless. Jin Kakesun felt sincere gratitude to the Mr. Zhang who ran away. He even felt that Mr. Zhang might be a super top master who was passing by to experience the various aspects of life and give some benefits to the grassroots. What kind of master can perfectly describe the steps of the breakthrough? He still wants to recall it. But if he wants to describe it in words, there is really no way. What? Private spy? What a joke. A grandmaster who has mastered this ability is a treasure of mankind. Even if he doesn't know many secrets, he can judge the scarcity of this grandmaster with common sense. If there are 100,000, no, 10,000 such grandmasters in the world, the people on Earth would have been successful long ago, and there would be no stuck at all. With a light bang, Jin Kaek-soon pushed the door open, his face ruddy, as if every cell in his body was trembling. The whole breakthrough process seemed very short, but in fact it took almost 3 hours, and everyone outside was waiting anxiously. There were endless shouts of Captain Jin, "How is it? Did you succeed?" etc. Everyone wanted to know the information as soon as possible, but in fact they didn't have too high expectations. However, when they saw his face glowing, everyone in the office was stunned. "Did it really work?" "I broke through," Jin Kaek-soon announced immediately. "Old Jin, are you a master now?" Surprised voices came one after another. "Ha, just the weakest master," Jin Kaek-soon said very modestly. "There's not much change." Deputy Captain Shi Dongping was anxious and hurriedly asked, "Is the dream that helps people break through real? Or did you have accumulated a lot of experience and only broke through because of psychological comfort?" "I think it's just psychological comfort." Jin Kaek-soon picked up a knife and slashed his arm, leaving a bloody mark. However, the bloody mark recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Innate ability. Only the innate ability that appears after a breakthrough can have such a powerful effect. Then, he looked at the light and shadow stone wrapped in a plastic bag, and said very politely, "Sir, this thing is a small gift given to us by the gentleman. Everyone can get a share, an opportunity for a breakthrough. You also know how rare it is to have such a master's guidance in a small place like ours. I don't know if there is a similar method in the upper echelons that can make people have an immersive dream and break through the limits of human beings. Even if there is, we may only have this one chance in our lifetime." Jin Kaek-soon said it politely, but in fact he was still a bit tough. Although he himself had made a breakthrough, he had to fight for this opportunity for his subordinates. Your Abnormal Investigation Bureau does have great power, but it is not all-powerful. There are still departments that check and balance each other, that is the disciplinary committee. If you take it directly, what is the difference between it and corruption? The Discipline Inspection Commission can only report it and fight you to the end. A large number of people under Jin Kaek-soon were naturally jealous after hearing the news. Captain Jin actually broke through. The superiors have fought for their own interests, so they must go hard. Who doesn't want a chance to break through to the Grandmaster? Can you, the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, rob people in person? I don't want the establishment, but I have to fight for this opportunity. To become a Grandmaster, there is no place I can go? For a while, the room was noisy and lively. The bald man was also very confused. He looked at Jin Kaek-soon with a pair of eyes. This guy really broke through, just because he slept. Even he himself didn't know that there was such a breakthrough method in the world. Is that Zhang really not a commercial spy? But a Grandmaster of the spiritual system who is beyond his authority? Or is it just a coincidence? No. What if it's not a coincidence? It's impossible. If there really is such a method, the first-level strongmen would be worse than dogs, and the second-level strongmen would be everywhere. How could it be like this now? This is fucking impossible. He was sweating profusely, feeling that he had access to some high-level secrets that he couldn't normally access. "Be quiet," he shouted. "Who wants to take your things away? Who of you is about to break through? Come and try this light and shadow stone. Let me make it clear first, regardless of life or death, don't blame me if something goes wrong. And there is only one chance. If you don't have enough accumulation, don't try it recklessly. You must be someone who has been stuck for a long time. Be quiet." After he said this, the dissatisfaction of the crowd retreated a little, and they became hesitant one by one. "Shi Dongpeng, hurry up." Jin Kaek-soon laughed and said, "Brother, I am already a master now, and I have defeated you by a head. I simply don't know what you are hesitating about. If you hesitate for a few more days, I will defeat you by several heads." The burly man named Shi Dongpeng has also been in a bottleneck period for a long time, and bit his lip. After listening to Captain Jin's encouragement, he did not hesitate and stepped forward to activate the light and shadow stone. A golden light hit his mind, and suddenly, Shi Dongpeng felt drowsy. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he lay on the sofa, saying in a muffled voice, "I feel very sleepy, and I can't hold on, just like I was anesthetized." Lao Liang from the Investigation Bureau frowned, nodded, and moved out a lot of instruments, inserted them into this guy's head, and monitored brainwave data. In fact, humans do not have many means to detect mental abilities, and monitoring brain waves is a relatively economical and effective way. He turned his head and asked his companion, whispering, "Did you see it?" "I saw it. A very faint light should be a mental ability, which is related to dreaming." A slightly younger investigator wearing special glasses also whispered. I've heard of a profession called Dream Master, who can inject the dreams constructed in his own mind into the minds of other people, but under normal circumstances, the Dream Master needs to be in close contact with a dream object in order to spread the dream. It seems that I have never heard of such a situation of teleporting dreams. Of course, it is also possible that our level is not high enough and we don't know these secrets. Lao Liang was silent for a while, not knowing whether to report to his superiors. And the young investigator paused. This phenomenon of helping people break through is also unheard of. If it really exists, this guy's network of contacts is unknown, and he is too busy to handle it. Does he have to be a commercial spy? Don't be too sure, it may be a coincidence, the bald man Lao Liang said. Captain Jin has already accumulated a lot of experience, and it is possible that he will break through at any time, the young investigator said. Lao Liang, you have to make a phone call and call Lao Chen back, don't offend him. Then ask your superiors if there are such people on Earth. We'd better not act rashly. The bald man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. From the beginning, they sent a tracker named Lao Chen to catch people. Lao Chen was just an ordinary perception master. If he provokes a grand master, he might be beaten up in return. Chapter 354 Humans send an army to arrest. Lao Liang quickly started making phone calls, asking his companions not to act rashly even if they found the person. What? You lost it? Even your dog nose can lose it? Okay, I get it. You come back first, we will check the surveillance together. He went to the next room and made another call. Leader, well, it's like this, things are a little beyond our expectations. We found that it might not be a spy. I want to verify one thing. Well, it's beyond our ability. The leader on the other end of the phone couldn't help but curse. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want me to investigate it personally for any random thing? Do you know how busy I am? Wait, I seem to have heard of this matter. A breakthrough in a dream. It seems that the most cutting-edge scientific research content was leaked. The other party's tone became serious. I will help you check it out. You first find the leaker, Lao Zhang's fitness log. Lao Zhang, the senior leader, had a weird illusion. If the situation is true, the problem is big. Lao Zhang, is this true? Experiencing the feeling of breaking through the bottleneck in a dream to assist in breaking through the limit of human beings is really a super technology of civilization level, which is many times higher than fish farming. This is a technology that can be used for civilized trade. Once leaked, the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, the problem with this matter is not the lack of resources, but the imbalance. There are too many S-level masters stuck in the bottleneck. Who doesn't want a chance? These hundreds of thousands of S-level masters are the backbone of society. Once they riot, the lower classes will also riot. Old Lion couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Okay, I will wait for your news and find that person immediately. That's it for now. I will also apply to the higher authorities to send a stronger force. While a group of people were looking for surveillance, they were anxiously waiting for the second experimenter, Shi Dongpen, to wake up. No one knew how long he would sleep. It was really restless and exhausted waiting. For Lin Fangzhang and Lin Yuyu, today was like watching an extremely wonderful drama. At first, they thought Mr. Zhang was a great professor, but he turned out to be a commercial spy, and finally became a great master. In the end, it became even more outrageous, and they had no idea who Mr. Zhang was. Obviously, at this point, they had nothing to do with it. The staff of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau directly kicked them out and solemnly warned that they were not allowed to disclose what happened today to the outside world, otherwise they might be imprisoned. What? They are so fierce and urgent when they want to ask questions, and they immediately drive us away when they don't need to. What a bunch of people. Lin Yuyu was a little indignant. She wanted to continue watching the fun here and wanted to find out who Mr. Zhang was. What's the difference between being driven away halfway through reading and finding out that the author of a novel has been abandoned? Let's go home. Lin Fangzhang was also a little dazed. He went to the bathroom at the end of the corridor to wash his face with cold water. Suddenly, the papers in his pocket fell out. He glanced at old Zhang's fishing diary and suddenly felt that the name old Zhang seemed to have been seen somewhere. Thinking carefully. Isn't it the old Zhang fitness diary that those officers put into the plastic bag? Could it be that the two were written by the same person? Lin Fangzhang's mood could not help but get heated. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. He argued with his sister again. His sister was even more excited than him. She jumped on the ground, her face flushed red. Yes, that uncle dressed up as a beggar, gave us gifts, and gave gifts to these police officers, and then he just ran away. He is so playful. Giving gifts is like this. She envied such a playful person. Unfortunately, she was not strong enough and was just an object to be played. The younger sister continued, then what should we do next? Go home and raise fish according to the instructions. What do these methods say? We can't use them, Lin Fangzhang said with a wry smile. What method of raising a kingfish? We have to find this kind of fish first, and that will take a long, long time. Your second brother is too weak now, so it's impossible for me to go to the Demon Sea. Other methods of raising fish are similar, and they are subject to conditions, so I decided to make these contents public on the internet. Huh? Lin Yu was shocked and couldn't help but sneer. You are the only one with the best character, and you made such a big money-making secret public on the internet? Mom and Dad said you were a bit nerdy, but I didn't expect you really had a problem with your brain. How many people knew about the gift that uncle gave you? If you don't tell me, even the people in the Abnormal Investigation Bureau don't know. Lin Fangzhang was silent for a moment and explained, well, think about it, the world is so big, and there are countless strange things. Maybe someone will catch a kingfish today, but this kingfish will be eaten by someone tomorrow. Do you know how much of a waste that is? If I make this plan public, many people will pay attention to it. Maybe humans will invent a corresponding breeding plan earlier. What's the point of keeping it in my hands? After all, my sister is just a freshman. She has not been smoothed by reality yet. There is also a hint of literary and artistic atmosphere in her heart. She curled her lips and said, okay, since you have high moral character, it's a gift to you anyway. You can arrange it as you like, but you'd better go to the internet cafe and log in with a different account, otherwise the police will come to your door and question you for a long time. It's so annoying. I know. Gamblers end up with nothing. Zhang Ming, holding a 0 yuan bill in his hand, was lamenting his unruly and cruel life. The wheel of fate came so fiercely that it crushed him to the ground. At most, he once made 1,000 yuan with 10 yuan, which was 100 times more. So, he went out to have a good meal, lifespan +1, when he came back to make a big move, he lost his hand. Just 2 rounds, and he lost everything. As for why I lost, it could be that the guy played a fake match, or I could have made a mistake. It was just analyzing the data on the screen, not a field investigation, so it was normal to make a mistake. See, even if you are an extraordinary person, as long as you become a gambler, you will end up with nothing. Zhang Ming spread his hands and began to educate Miss Hulu righteously. I am just experiencing life, setting an example, and educating you. You must not indulge in being a female gambler, okay? I will try not to be a female gambler. You at least had a full meal, which should be considered a profit, right? It seems that it is equivalent to buying a meal for 10 yuan, not a loss, a huge profit. Zhang Ming turned around and prepared to leave, and suddenly heard someone calling him, hey, buddy, don't you want to play anymore? Give me some advice, buddy. Even if Lao Zhang lost all the last few rounds, in the eyes of other gamblers, he was considered a strange man with a very high hit rate. Following this kind of great man to bet, he even won a lot of money. So they all looked at him eagerly. I don't want to play anymore. I can't beat the doghouse that holds fake matches, Zhang Ming said, but I can tell you the information before I leave. The fee is 50 yuan per person. I will help you with some advice. It's voluntary to listen or not. 2 minutes later, Zhang Ming left with 250 yuan. He felt like a fool. After a lot of trouble, it would be better to sell the information directly. There are too many fools in the human world. Anyone can get by. Then, the sun sets and the sky gets dark. Zhang Ming guessed that his escape may have caused some commotion. Who knows, someone might want to arrest him. He touched his chin and thought to himself, I don't know if humans have developed a way to help people break through dreams. I remember Lao Wang said that there have been people with the ability to enter dreams for many years. It should work, right? You are wrong. I think this method is quite difficult. First of all, it needs to be tailored. You can use the eye of space and time to directly observe the flow of human spirit and record a lot of information. For humans, this alone requires a lot of time and energy, and the accuracy is not as good as the eye of space and time. Secondly, making dreams is not that simple. You exploited me, a poor part-time worker, to complete the tailor-made for so many people in one night. If you were to handle this information yourself, I think it would take at least half a year as it's so troublesome. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He had accidentally planted willows and willows became shades. The human government must send a large army to arrest him. Then I can only run away quickly. He deliberately put on an invisible cloak and ran wildly on the street. The ubiquitous surveillance could not see this kind of optical invisibility, unless it was combined with high-tech such as infrared and ultraviolet rays. It is just obvious that an ordinary town cannot have these high-tech detection methods. This invisibility cloak has a long story. When I just left Turtle Island, the first monster I encountered was the World Hunter, the Soul Breaker, which looked like a donkey-headed monster. I picked up Brother Hao on that ship. This invisibility cloak is the first strange item I made by hand. From today's perspective, it is actually quite rough. A pastoral dog happened to pass by and seemed to sense the unique and strange aura. Its yellow hair stood up. The yellow dog bared its teeth and barked wildly. The owner of the pastoral dog shouted in annoyance, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" and dragged the dog away. Zhang Ming couldn't help but think of Brother Hao, and said with some emotion, "You know, yellow dogs are noble dogs in the ancient times of Daksha. I always thought that this kind of pastoral dog has a high IQ and can adapt to this more wild era. But it seems that all the dogs I have raised since I was a child are dead." Chapter 355, I feel more timid when I am close to home, and I dare not ask the visitor. Then do you still want to raise a puppy? If you feed it the fruit of the tree of Eden, even a dog can live for hundreds or thousands of years. That's too extravagant, forget it. I'll survive those turtles first, and then consider other things. Attribute points are indeed worth cherishing, although he still has 130,000 years of life. But on Earth, the source of attribute points is scarce, like rice, fish, at most provide 1 or 2 attribute points, and that's it. The various monster meat stored on the moon have about 50,000 attributes, which is equivalent to the main source in the future. Human breathing can still increase 10 attributes a year. It's not to say immortality, because the effect of breathing will gradually decrease. His breathing foundation is actually quite ordinary, and it is estimated that it can increase by about 5,000. The limit of human breathing is just like this. Unless you can truly master the essence of Zhuangwu breathing, you can go further and break the extraordinary boundary. But this requires the fusion of Zhuangwu blood and the growth of a turtle shell, which is probably impossible in this lifetime. So thinking of this, Zhang Ming estimated that if he lived on the earth and lay flat, his lifespan might be about 180,000 years. As for the 3 values of physique, perception, and spirit, the physique has been refined to 15,112, and the other 2 are still stuck at around 12,000, and it is difficult to improve. I have lived too long. It seems meaningless to repeat the same thing every day. The earth is so small, and there are so few things that happen. In the end, I still have to go out and take risks. Otherwise, I may be stuck here for the rest of my life, and there is no way to break through, Zhang Ming thought to himself. It seems that everyone is Lao Wang, doing sit-ups back and forth between lying down and standing up. Things that cannot be obtained are the most beautiful. Zhang Ming, laughed at Lao Wang doing sit-ups at first, but later slowly understood and finally became Lao Wang. Suddenly, he saw 2 familiar young men passing by, mumbling something in their mouths, and quickly pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. Then you have to find a black internet cafe, upload this information, open a ladder, and find a foreign forum to post it, so as not to be found again. I know, don't think I'm a fool. I think that even if you upload it, no one will believe it. Well, it depends on fate. Anyway, we have made this news public, and how many people believe it is not our business. The 2 brothers and sisters of the Lin family actually wanted to post the little gift he gave them on the internet. This ideology and morality surprised Zhang Ming. If it were him, he didn't seem to choose to share this precious knowledge. It's really simple, hoping that all mankind will have a better worldview. Zhang Ming sighed in his heart. The diversity of the human species is like this. In the civilian class, we can often see some shining points. The higher we go, the fewer shining points there are. This can be regarded as environmental pollution to people. Of course, there are still some shining points among the upper levels of human beings, otherwise the world would have been in chaos long ago. Then, he heard that the dream seeds he left behind seemed to have caused some trouble and alarmed some big shots. He quickly swallowed his saliva. What he expected came true, and he could only run away quickly. Don't you want to leave something for the young people? It can be seen that you like them very much. They are really good, but I have already given gifts. It is their own business for them to choose to make their information public. We will meet again in the future if we are destined to. Now, I can only hurry home. The ginkgo tree planted by his sister is his home. However, is the ginkgo tree still there? Do his sister's descendants still live there? Are they down and out or doing well? Or are there some criminals? Or, just ordinary people? These are all unsolved mysteries. The closer you are to your hometown, the more timid you are. You dare not ask the people who come. With the passage of time, anything can happen. When he thought of these things, he actually felt a little confused. But no matter what, you still have to go home. Zhang Ming randomly found a truck passing by on the road, heading north, and jumped lightly, and climbed up directly. There were many cardboard boxes on the truck, and the open cargo box was filled with goods. The latest news broadcast was also played in the cab. Of course, it was the news that shocked the whole mankind. According to Xiaoho News Agency, the fish successfully cultivated this time are divided into 3 major categories in total. The truck driver was in a good mood, lit a cigarette, puffed out smoke, and muttered, "Damn, if this technology doesn't come out earlier, I might be able to become a grandmaster." The companions who accompanied him laughed and said, "Come on, you are so lazy that you are too lazy to get up and breathe the first breath of purple air every morning. How can you be a grandmaster? It's not too late for you to practice now. Why don't you work hard? It's all because of life. I drive at night every day. Who would get up and breathe the first breath of purple air in the morning?" Zhang Ming found it interesting and lay in the cargo box, pillowing his head with both hands, and took a free ride. The stars in the sky twinkled, and the feeling of the sky as the blanket and the earth as a bed reminded him of the dream he had long ago, of traveling around the country by bicycle. At that time, he had not yet graduated from university, was full of energy, had long summer and winter vacations, had a few close friends who got along well with him, and was also at the age that liked to fantasize the most. So one day, everyone agreed to have time in the future and travel around the country by bicycle together. However, having time in the future is always the most difficult thing to achieve. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways and lived their own lives. How could they remember the promises they made in the past? As time passed, the friendship of the past naturally drifted away and could never be picked up again. Even Zhang Ming himself gradually forgot about it. On the contrary, at this moment, taking a free ride, chatting with Xiaohulu, and finally having a small destination, he seemed to have picked up a lost dream. He felt a breeze of freedom, the weeds on the roadside, and the seabirds flying in the sky. It was a kind of free and leisurely beauty. He didn't even know where the big truck was going. He just followed it to the north. Even if it went in the wrong direction, he could just correct the route. What else could be more exciting than going to an unknown destination? A long time ago, my literary sister and I discussed a game called the free bus game. On a certain auspicious day, get on a bus randomly, then get off randomly, then get on a bus randomly again, and get off randomly to see where your final destination will be. At that time, I thought the inventor of this game was a psychopath. Now, I feel the fun of this game. Only free people can enjoy this kind of freedom. Well, in fact, there is only this little free time. It is impossible to be free forever. They passed several checkpoints along the way. Occasionally, some staff members would check the goods in the car impatiently. On a certain electronic screen, Zhang Ming caught a glimpse of his face. He was classified as a wanted criminal with the highest level, but he was not a wanted criminal. He was a person listed separately. I have indeed been included in the list by the human government, but it is obvious that these staff members did not find Zhang Ming, who was hiding deliberately. Finally, after 6 hours, the truck drove into a big city, with brightly lit streets, people coming and going, and bright lights blocking the stars in the sky. Zhang Ming didn't know what the name of this big city was. He jumped off the car halfway, got into the gourd, changed his clothes, and slightly adjusted his appearance, and then he felt relieved. I have to make some money to buy a mobile phone, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable to not be able to go online, but now I don't have an ID card and can't buy a phone card. Zhang Ming touched the 250 yuan in his pocket. It is really difficult to move without an ID card. Even if you get a fake ID, 250 yuan is probably not enough. However, it is impossible to work, and he doesn't want to steal batteries, nor does he want to sell gold to ruin the fun of traveling. He saw a few street singers singing there, so he just had an idea and asked Ms. Gord to help him take out a guitar instrument he made when he was bored. When I was young, I actually had a little bit of social phobia. It was really impossible for me to sing on the street. Even if an old lady glanced at me, I would be frightened and blush, but now, I am really thick-skinned enough. I don't know when I trained myself to be thick-skinned. I don't care much about what other people think of me. Human, let's watch your performance. As long as your performance is good enough, even if no one rewards you, I will reward you. Zhang Ming adjusted the strings of the guitar. He is not a professional singer, but with his extremely powerful perception and muscle control ability, it is very simple to follow the example. Moreover, during the long wandering, in order to entertain himself, he also studied music a little. Zhang Ming played the guitar and sang a song Spring. I still remember the spring many years ago, when I hadn't cut my long hair. There was no credit card, no hair, and no home with 24-hour hot water. The slightly hoarse voice, with a unique personal charm, was not hoarse, but it was not straightforward. People knew at first glance that this seemed to be a person with a story. However, people in the world are always in a hurry. Maybe a few people are willing to stop and admire for a few seconds, but it's just a few seconds. Most people just glance and pass by in a hurry. After all, they have their own lives, and the gravity from their lives is like a whip that whips a spinning top, whipping them to keep spinning. Perhaps, every era is similar. Chapter 356, could it be that person has returned to Earth? Occasionally, there were a few girls passing by, pointing and commenting on him. Uncle, you sang the song of the Renaissance Orchestra, right? You sang really well. The girls were still complaining along the way, saying that the music scene of this era is getting worse and worse, far inferior to the old era, so that everyone can only do Renaissance. But this is also normal. The most elite talents have too many ways out. Isn't an S-level master more eye-catching than a singer like you? Without talent, the music scene will naturally decline. Zhang Ming laughed and accepted the praise. It was just for his own amusement. It would be even better if someone praised him. If no one praised him, Ms. Hulu would also praise him. Shidong Pen, break through the bottleneck. Haha, this light and shadow stone is really too powerful. It's like I experienced the entire breakthrough process in my dream. After waking up, I broke through step by step. Shidong Pen, who also became a master, blushed. His long-cherished wish came true today. He was so happy that he couldn't stop talking. I can guarantee that the person who made the light and shadow stone must be a super master. This was originally a thing worth celebrating, but today, it seems a little unusual. Light and shadow stone. If one person's breakthrough can be considered a coincidence, two people breaking through the bottleneck in succession is a necessity. The information in the light and shadow stone must be effective. Lao Liang and other staff members of the Abnormal Bureau felt a chill in their hearts, and felt unreal. Two masters in one day, isn't this the same as cabbage? The bald man Lao Liang quickly called the leader to report the matter. Director, the results are out. The second person also broke through the bottleneck through dreams, but that person has not been found yet, as if he evaporated out of thin air. How is your investigation going? The director was silent for a moment. It involved the secret leakage of cutting-edge technology, and the leakage method was extremely weird. As far as he knew, to tailor a dream seed for breakthrough, first a machine was needed to scan personal data, then use AI to calculate the corresponding breakthrough method, and finally rely on a grandmaster with the ability to enter dreams. It took a year to carefully make it, and the master had to have a relatively high understanding ability. Even so, the success rate of only 10% was too high. As a result, now, 20 dream seeds suddenly appeared. It's hard to say how high the success rate is. Anyway, two people have succeeded. This matter is so weird that he can't believe it. So, he can only find a way to ask for help from a higher level leader. As a result, the higher level leader also fell silent, a mysterious man, old Zhang's fitness diary and a magical light and shadow stone. Who is this old Zhang? Is that person back to Earth? He was frightened by his own association. He couldn't make a decision on such a big thing. Then he asked for help from a higher and higher level. At this time, he had already asked for help from one of the highest levels of mankind. There was no higher level senior executive. After listening to this strange report, this person sighed and smiled bitterly. You guys, don't think of Zhang Ming when you see the surname Zhang. So many ridiculous things have happened, and you haven't learned your lesson yet. As for the leakage of dream technology, it must be investigated strictly. I will send the North Star team to arrest that person as soon as possible. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. Zhang Ming's reputation is on Earth, but he is not there. In addition, More than 100 years have passed, and time will always wash away some things. Therefore, some people who are blinded by interests have fabricated a lot of lies. There are various scams like Zhang Ming, and back, please send me money. Those who believe in Lao Zhang will have eternal life. I am a relative of Zhang Ming, I owe him a sum of money now, I will pay him back tenfold when he comes back, etc. There are too many scammers, and there are not enough fools. There are also some weird people who use the name of Lao Zhang to make weird and violent remarks, such as it is recommended to encourage young people to do less delivery and more work in factories, but this Lao Zhang is not the same Lao Zhang, he is just a Zhang. At the beginning, the government was restrained. What if it was true? But after more experience, it is ruthless to crack down on these scammers. There are even some anti-government organizations that use the banner of Zhang Ming to build confidence for their members. This is very harmful. Yes, in the era of superpowers, a coalition government with great power and absolute power has a huge amount of manpower and material resources. This also leads to the natural tendency of the coalition government to be corrupt. The coalition government is composed of one individual, just like a pyramid, to form a stable organization. In a sense, the huge grassroots workers are the main decision makers. The evil of power comes from the evil of human nature, and the evil of human nature has the natural attribute of unlimited expansion. It can be said that desire is hard to satisfy. Therefore, it must be restricted by the constraint mechanism and cannot be allowed to spread and hurt society. However, in order to integrate global forces, the coalition government must have great power. The lack of a supervision mechanism is also an unsolvable problem at present. Therefore, anti-government organizations on the earth also exist, and even to a certain extent, they play a supervisory role. It is not necessarily a bad thing for all mankind. In short, the emergence of the term Polaris team made all the insiders' eyes light up. Such a big thing, finally they don't have to take responsibility themselves. Polaris team, that's 5 grandmasters, the top combat power of human civilization. Horse singing, not very standard guitar, sparse applause around. Zhang Ming, the leader of the fraud group and the culprit, was singing happily and playing a song called Sailor. He had also taught this song to the turtles on Turtle Island. It has accompanied them through so many ups and downs and is also a very touching song. Although there were still not many audiences, Miss Hulu was really happy to listen to it. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. It's not bad to be a wandering singer occasionally. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the side. Brother, why don't you come to my bar to sing? With your level, 1,000 yuan a day is not too much? Do you want to come? Zhang Ming then discovered that there was a bar across the street. There was a glass wall between them, and many guests in the bar were looking at him. As for the original singer, he was obviously unable to sing after being disturbed by him. However, it was impossible for him to work, so Zhang Ming could only politely refuse. Boss, I will leave here tomorrow, just to experience life. If I really work, I won't be able to sing well. Work and life are completely different. The bar owner laughed. Brother, then just sing a song on the stage, so many old friends are waiting to listen. The original old singer has gone on strike. Renaissance music or the latest pop music will do. Sing any song. I will buy you a drink, a midnight snack, and make friends. This is not a problem. Zhang Ming walked in with his guitar, walked onto the stage, and found himself a little nervous in the bright and colorful environment. He realized that it was not that he didn't care about other people's eyes, but if someone cared about him, then Zhang Ming would still care about these people's eyes. This might be a little vanity. It's human nature, human nature. Most of the guests in the bar didn't care when a new singer came up. Men and women came here just to release hormones, and they didn't bother to care who the singer was. Zhang Ming didn't care too much, he just played the guitar and sang Penghu Bay. The evening breeze blows the white waves of Penghu Bay and chases the beach. His voice seemed a little hoarse, not only with professional singing skills, but also with a hint of sadness and the taste of time. This song from the old times is naturally very good in terms of material selection. Who doesn't miss their childhood? After the song was over, the bar was still lively. Men and women were doing their own things and had no interest in this new singer. Only a few beautiful girls who had no one to treat them to drink flirted with Zhang Ming. After all, his current dress gave him a sharp feeling and was quite handsome. Hey, handsome guy, where are you from? Zhang Ming laughed in his heart. It seemed that the scene in the online novels where singing a song shocked the whole audience did not exist at all. At most, he seduced some beautiful girls. However, the world should be like this. There are not so many brainless fans. The bar owner took a puff of his cigarette, called Zhang Ming to a private room, and ordered some midnight snacks. Brother, your singing skills are so good that you can be a star. Although today's stars can't make too much money because there are many masters who specialize in physical training and can perfectly control the muscles of the whole body, so there are many people who sing well, but it is difficult to sing out the emotions in the song. It seems that you are thinking about it. Have you encountered any difficulties? Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said simply, there is no difficulty. I just returned from the Sea of Demons and found that my relatives had passed away. It is inevitable that I feel confused. I am a little homesick. The boss showed a look of sudden enlightenment. So that's the case. Are you serving in the military there? It's really a training but difficult place. I went there for many years, and when I came back, I found that I didn't recognize anything. It seems that you can choose the military service now. The maximum is 10 years. I also served there when I was young. The familiar boss patted his forehead and chatted to himself. Actually, there is no obstacle in life that you can't overcome. The owner of the bar is a man with a story. He carried a gun when he was young. After retiring from the army, he started his own business. He was betrayed by his brother. The brother who grew up with him actually abducted his wife and made him a cuckold. After several ups and downs, he finally made a comeback and created his current family business. My biggest hobby in my life is looking at beautiful women. At that time, I was betrayed by my wife's brothers. I was so disheartened that I felt like the sky had fallen. I walked aimlessly on the side of the road, my brain stopped working, and turned into dry bones in a grave, like a 1,000-year-old zombie. I might as well die. Suddenly, I saw a beautiful woman passing by. She was wearing a hip skirt that was very difficult to control. She had a great figure, three-dimensional facial features, fair skin, and was holding a parasol. I stretched my neck and twisted it along with her figure. I felt like I was splashed with a basin of cold water, and suddenly I came back to thinking, jumping from one cold world to another slightly warmer world. I had decided to commit suicide, but I was still thinking about looking at beautiful women. I'm really a terrible person. I'd better not commit suicide, Zhang Ming laughed. Telling about his own misfortunes was indeed the best way to get closer. The boss was also a wonderful person. He even told me his own thoughts. So you opened this bar so you can see beautiful girls every day? The bar owner shook his head and said, the girls here are too feminine. They can't compare to the natural ones. But life is almost over. It's not bad to see beautiful girls with feminine smell every day. I opened a bar just to find some people with stories to chat with. I don't think about making a lot of money. I'm very satisfied now. I will open a restaurant after I return to my hometown, Zhang Ming said with interest. I have thought of the name. It's called Big Eater Restaurant. The name of your restaurant is very interesting. Haha, of course. I don't know how long it can be open. Maybe decades, maybe 1 or 2 years. If my restaurant opens, boss, you can use this business card to eat for free for 1 day, and I will cook for you myself. Zhang Ming touched his pocket and found that he didn't have any business cards. He could only find a piece of white paper and write a few big words. Big Eater Restaurant, Lao Zhang. The bar owner didn't think too much. It's always good to have a goal. I will definitely come if I have the chance. He took the white paper and glanced at it. The handwriting was of course good, as if he had practiced it specially. He smiled and didn't think too much. He folded the white paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Then I'll go greet other guests first. You can go to the room upstairs to rest, or go to the bar for a drink. Anyway, it's my treat today. Zhao Ruan, find him a single room. Okay, boss. The waiter named Zhao Ruan responded. Does your boss often do this? Zhang Ming asked the waiter casually. Well, he does often do this. He's a very free person. Very good. Soon, Zhang Ming came to a single room. The room was clean and tidy. It was just an ordinary, about 3-star hotel. He couldn't help but sigh that life was really wonderful. No matter where he went, he had a place to live, as if he had never slept on the streets. Is this the legendary luck? Miss Hulu, who had not spoken for a long time and was almost suffocated, slowly returned to her original state from the shape of a pendant. She leisurely looked at the various furniture in the room, and kept asking like a curious baby, what is this? What is this? What is this? Can I open it and take a look? This might be the first time that Hulu stayed in a hotel in her life, and she was so happy. Zhang Ming could only explain patiently, shampoo, for washing hair, That is a small umbrella, for contraception. I'm afraid you can't open it because I live alone in this room. If I suddenly use a small umbrella, I'm afraid it will cause some misunderstanding. Okay, I understand. Miss Hulu leaned against the window and basked in the moonlight. How are you going to repay your interesting boss? I have already repaid him, Zhang Ming said. I didn't just give him a business card, a meal for a meal, a night for a night. What's more, this boss is quite rich, owning a whole set of industries including bars, KTVs, and hotels. He is also quite satisfied. Why should I force things on him? Ms. Hulu, give me a set of clothes. I want to take a shower. Hulu searched for a long time on the board and spit out a set of clean clothes. Zhang Ming went into the bathroom, took a hot shower, and washed his dirty clothes again. Although he can make a wish and ask his personal assistant to wash his clothes, people can't be so shameless, at least not now. I always feel that this place is a little strange, and there seem to be many people living around it. Can I go to other rooms to have a look? Her perception ability is much higher than that of ordinary humans, and her mental power can continue to extend outward. Although the walls here are soundproofed, they are still just ordinary materials. She can still hear the movements not far away. Of course, just don't get caught. Go quickly and meet me downstairs later. I think you need to lower your self-perception to better adapt to the human world, because this place is full of evil and chaos. Humans are a species that can be in heat anytime and anywhere, which is quite incredible. I want to see what happened next door. Why is someone always calling daddy, sometimes calling brother, and sometimes feeling a little painful? Old Zhang nodded righteously. He was sure that Ms. Hulu knew all this knowledge but pretended to be innocent. In other words, the curious baby's problem came back and wanted to peek. Because they are playing role-playing games. You can go and see. A happy night passed quickly. After taking a shower, Zhang Ming ran to the bar to sing a few songs and have a few drinks. The main purpose is to let the curious baby Hulu fully experience the weird culture of humans. He is actually not very adaptable to this atmosphere of feasting and revelry, but it doesn't hurt to experience it occasionally. Of course, he would not touch the singing and dancing girls around him, although some of them were really pretty, with a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to drip water. But it was better to just look at them from a distance. After all, distance creates beauty, and close-up viewing is not so good. The next morning, Zhang Ming said goodbye to the bar owner and embarked on a new journey. Before leaving, the boss even forced him to give him a red envelope. I said at the beginning that the salary is 1,000 yuan a day, not more, not less. Don't be embarrassed, the extra wine sold last night will make more than this profit. Take what you deserve, then obey your order. Zhang Ming laughed. Did not hesitate to accept the red envelope, and said goodbye to the boss. He took a step and walked towards the distance. The goal, hometown. Chapter 357 Divining His Traces. In the town on the other side, Lin Fangzhang and Lin Yuyu, two siblings, were caught in a special trouble. Second brother, has anyone responded to the post you posted with great effort, Alice? Everyone says I am fanciful. There are only a few likes. I spent so much time typing, but no one believed it. Lin Fangzhang was a little helpless. In an era where traffic is paramount, an account that has just been registered and has no fans has posted some messy remarks, and naturally no one can see them. What's more, these wild ideas have long been talked about by others. What speculations are there on the internet? Among countless lies, there are one or two truths mixed in. Who would dare to believe them? The two siblings were suddenly a little indignant and complained for a long time, but they could do nothing. Forget it, we brothers and sisters will fight for catching the kingfish in this life. Either we achieve nothing, or we become rich and win the prize. Lin Yuyu was playing with his mobile phone a little bored, constantly swiping the screen. Suddenly, I saw a short video posted by a senior schoolmate in the circle of friends. I found a super interesting uncle in a small bar. He sings Renaissance songs very well, and he can play guitar and piano. I originally wanted to invite him to join the band, but he declined politely. However, we discussed the popular music of that era. It was a very interesting night. I wanted to just swipe it. After all, she was not interested in bands and didn't know how to play any instruments. Suddenly, my eyes lit up and I found something in the short video. Second brother. Second brother. I think I found that uncle. Lin Fangzhang was sitting in front of the computer desk, flipping through information on various mutant fish. He wanted to know if the kingfish had ever appeared on Earth. After listening to his sister's words, he turned around and smiled bitterly. How did you find someone who so many police officers couldn't find? Just you. Look, is the person in the video that uncle? Obviously not, they look different, how could it be possible? But look, the small gold pendant on his belt, is it the same one? I think the voice is a bit similar, huh? It seems to be a bit similar. The two zoomed in on the video and studied it for a while. Although the small gold pendant is not a super rare thing, the one in the video has an inexplicable cute feeling. Combined with the voice, it is indeed 9 out of 10. Sometimes the world seems very small and fate is very clever. There is a theory in the world called the 6-person law, which means that any two strangers can only establish a connection through 6 people at most. This is the 6-person law. Lin Fangxiang gritted his teeth. Do you want to tell those people in the Abnormal Investigation Bureau? Why tell them? Telling them will keep you locked up for a whole day. Just pretend we don't know about it. Lin Yu curled his lips. But then again, how many people can find a little information of a video in a private circle of friends? If it is not forwarded on a large scale, the Abnormal Investigation Bureau may not be able to investigate it. After all, there is too much data generated on the internet every day. How about we go to the city? Anyway, it's next door. I might as well contact that senior sister and ask where the bar is and drive me there. Lin Fangxiang hesitated again and again, but in the end, his wish to find the kingfish overwhelmed everything. He started the electric car parked in the garage. Let's go. Get in the car. With the help of fate, the Lin brothers and sisters found clues. On the other side, the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, which was busy all night, seemed to be stuck in a strange deadlock. First, the matter was a bit big. The Polaris team composed of 5 grandmasters will take over this matter. Second, the successors of the Investigation Bureau were not idle either. They questioned many people in the town overnight. Many people in the town have seen Zhang Ming, especially those gamblers in the lottery shop. They were arrested and taken to the police station and questioned over and over again. Listen to me, it's just a little money. I gave him 50 yuan to buy information. I won the last time and made a lot of money. But this sports lottery is legal. Why are you arresting me? The gamblers swore to this guy. That guy has nothing to do with me, and I don't know him. In the end, no one knew where the mysterious man went. It was as if he disappeared right under our noses. Faced with a strange result, not only Jin Cakeson and other local security personnel were a little confused, but even the abnormal investigators sent by the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, who had experienced many battles and witnessed many strange phenomena, could not figure out the specific motives of this mysterious man. This person's behavior pattern is very strange. After being rescued, he left a carefully prepared gift, which shows that he is not a particularly bad person. Of course, you can't use this light and shadow stone anymore. There are 18 opportunities to use it. You must hand it over. The bald man Lao Liang analyzed it seriously. Sir, is it true that none of them can be left? This thing is tailor-made for us, and no one else can use it. There's really no way. Lao Liang spread his hands. It's the instruction from above. Okay, let's continue working. Okay, Captain Jin comforted everyone helplessly. After all, he couldn't beat him. He took out a notebook and began to record information. Criminal psychology, especially in this era when there are more and more superpowered criminals, is a compulsory course for public security personnel. He wrote various timelines in his notebook and analyzed. This person played lottery tickets for a long time in the lottery shop early in the morning, with a very high success rate, but in the end he seemed to have lost everything. He also cheated 250 yuan from those gamblers. It can't be said that he cheated, because those gamblers took the bait voluntarily. In the end, the man seemed to have had enough fun and disappeared completely. There was no such person in the surrounding surveillance. As for his motives, it's hard to guess. It seems that he is a mental patient who lost all his money in gambling and had to cheat 250 yuan from ordinary people. Jin Cakeson always felt that this guy ran out of a lunatic asylum to experience life. Just like in an old novel more than 100 years ago, there is a character called Joe Biden, who is very powerful but has some problems with his brain, and ordinary people really can't catch him. Jin Cakeson gritted his teeth and really didn't want to get involved in this kind of shit, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was facing a behemoth like the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. An ordinary security personnel like them could only cooperate with the investigation. After being in the sea of demons for a long time, it is normal to have various mental illnesses. A young investigator from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau rubbed his eyes, which were sore and swollen after watching the surveillance all night. There is also a great possibility here that he has some kind of optical invisibility artifact. Many surveillance cameras on the street are cross-sectional and have no blind spots. It is almost impossible to completely avoid them. The only explanation is that he has a corresponding invisibility artifact, but at the beginning, we seem to have searched him and didn't find anything he was hiding, Jin Kexun said. The bald man in the lead, Lao Liang, frowned. This kind of strange thing has also appeared on Earth, the fur of the soul breaker. That thing can be naturally invisible. Even if he holds a package in his hand, as long as he covers it up a little better, you can't see the package. I see, Jin Kexun stood in order. The soul breaker, as the first world hunter encountered by the Earthlings, was blown to ashes by a nuclear bomb because it was discovered early. This incident is recorded in textbooks, and almost everyone has learned it. But few people know that every piece of soul breaker's fur has the ability to change optically. These soul breakers' furs, as the foundation of human civilization, are carefully preserved. If the other party steals the soul breaker's fur, it will be a big deal, the young investigator yawned. Lao Liang touched his chin and shook his head. Impossible. If the soul breaker's fur was stolen, a notice would have been issued long ago, but there's invisibility in this world. It's just a little troublesome to learn, but it's not an ability that can't be learned. The invisibility ability is no different from a natural criminal, and it is forbidden to be taught by the current coalition government. Everyone discussed for a while, and they all thought that if they didn't use more advanced forces, they couldn't take down this Grandmaster with suspicious motives. At this time, there was a sound of car brakes outside the yard, and 3 burly men and 2 ladies got off the bus. The famous Polaris team arrived, and a few people following behind, wearing special blue clothes from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. One of them was Lao Liang's leader. He startled everyone as soon as he spoke. We will be fully responsible for the next work. You can just assist us. Remember to keep it confidential. We must intensify the investigation of this matter. Because this person has never appeared in the global database, and he is a Grandmaster who suddenly appeared. He is also proficient in spiritual abilities and may even have stolen the highest level of secrets. We suspect that it is an extremist from the Blue Age, but it may be another situation. Ahem, you should know that Lao Zhang hunted the soul breaker and then notified humans. So he himself has a soul breaker's fur, which meets the optical stealth characteristics. As for whether Lao Zhang has spiritual abilities, we don't know. Of course, don't put everything on Lao Zhang. There was silence at the scene. Now there is a popular way to pass the buck. All the unsolved mysteries that cannot be explained are Lao Zhang's doing. Anyway, no matter what the situation is, you just need to cooperate with our work. Remember to keep the secret and don't disclose it to the outside world. Do you understand, Blue Age? Lao Zhang. Faced with these 2 strange possibilities, Lao Liang sweated profusely and felt a trace of terrifying pressure. How can I describe the human civilization? When the external pressure is small, all kinds of contradictions will naturally arise from within. Especially in places far away from the central government, all kinds of power corruption are more likely to occur. Especially in a small country 20 years ago, it can be said to have collapsed. So on that day, the mysterious organization Blue Age broke out of the ground. This organization has only taken action once in history. In one day, it can stop a child from crying at night. This is the limit of knights breaking the law with force. So, Blue Age naturally became the biggest enemy of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Of course, the reputation of Blue Age among the people is actually not bad. Although this word has become a banned word on the internet, in the minds of the people, it is not excessive for those officials to die 100 times. Some people also believe that Blue Age is actually the result of the planning of the top leaders of the coalition government. For some social phenomena that are difficult to reform, it is better to just kill people directly, uproot them, and start over. Isn't it beautiful? Anyway, no matter what, the members of Blue Era are very strong, and the Grandmaster is almost a minimum standard. The number of members of this organization is also very rare, and the abilities used are relatively unique. So far, no one knows who committed the crime. Bring the items he left behind, the blonde lady wearing blue glasses said in a hoarse voice. Within the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, no one knows the name of this lady. The code name is Fortune Teller and her name is Saya. As the name suggests, her core ability is divination. As a Grandmaster of the Psychology Department, she has mastered some mysterious psychic abilities, which can be said to be a treasure of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. The fortune teller Lady Saya carefully took out the old Zhang fitness diary with her fingers and carefully observed the handwriting in it. The handwriting is very neat, just like it was printed out from a printer. With a master's muscle control ability, it is not impossible to force the handwriting to be the same as that of a printer. He looked at the contents again. These are quite interesting, and they are a little different from the standard records in the textbook. He carefully picked up the light and shadow stone and observed it. It contained 18 small dream seeds. The fortune teller took off her blue glasses, revealing a pair of gray eyes, and pondered quietly for about 5 minutes. She said in her unique hoarse voice, "This is an ability related to dreaming, which seems to allow a specific object to enter a special dream. If other people use this light and shadow stone, these spiritual seeds will not be triggered, which is equivalent to setting a unique key. It's a very interesting ability. Do you want someone to test it here? We have already used 2 of them," Lao Liang said hurriedly. "No hurry, I will divine the identity information of this person first." She took out a stack of tarot cards and meditated, shuffled, cut, and arranged the cards very skillfully. Because human spiritual perception has been greatly improved in the supernatural era, some ancient cultural records actually fit certain supernatural rules, so these traditional cultures have been reborn. Tarot cards are naturally one of them. Holy Grail first card. Saya touched a somewhat unexpected card. Judging from the card type, the person who wrote these words and made this light and shadow stone is a woman. Moreover, the woman has great goodwill. If the other party conveys goodwill, please accept it with pleasure. The fortune teller raised her eyebrows, was silent for a moment, and said, "Are you sure that only one person was caught, not 2 people? Are you sure that the one is not a woman, but a man?" "Of course it's a man," Lao Liang said with sweat on his forehead. "After an X-ray physical examination, the primary sexual characteristics are obvious, and it is written in the medical report. They can't get the gender wrong, but I predicted that it's a woman." Looking at the information on hand, the fortune teller bit her lip. Of course, she believes in technology more. Even the gender was predicted wrong, which gave her a blow right from the start. There was a gleam of interest in her eyes. She had a premonition that this time, a big fish was caught. Top big fish. On the sidewalk by the road, there were camphor trees as big as bowls, exuding a faint fragrance. The middle school students in the square were breathing the first breath of purple air every day. Zhang Ming was also infected by the vigorous scene, so he also took the first breath of purple air, although it didn't seem to be of much use. In a bulletin board next to the square, there were posters. Sun Tadao Martial Arts School teaches a unique skill flow muscle building technique. It is simple and easy to learn, easy to get started, no qualification requirements, and the tuition fee is 5,000 per semester person. Because this technique can promote muscle development, 18 to 24 years old is the best time to learn it. Women who love beauty should learn it with caution. There is no need to learn it after the age of 30. Sun Tadao Martial Arts School, the eldest brother, Sun Yanghao, reached the official S-level standard at the age of 24. Tadao gets the forest and educates people to become talents, and the ability to increase muscle in youth. Zhang Ming couldn't help but stop and take a few more glances. Yinghu Hall, you can learn the defensive ability Golden Bell cover. The tuition fee is 8,000 per semester person. Unique defensive ability. The eldest brother, Jin Zhang, once won the 12th place in the country in the Elite Challenge. Shangde Pavilion, proficient in perception ability, sincerely invites Gold Seal level coaches to jointly develop new abilities. Salary negotiable. Phone, 1,235,678 inches. The unfamiliar term skill flow is popular in human civilization. The flow of spirit alone can derive thousands of almost endless abilities. In order to encourage private research and development, the joint government stipulates that the ability of personal research and development can be registered for patents and obtain profits. This rule greatly promoted the development enthusiasm of private masters and increased subjective initiative. After decades, various systems have long been mature, and various schools that teach skill flow have emerged. As long as you spend a little money, you can learn for a semester. For the general public, a few thousand yuan or tens of thousands of yuan is an affordable price. Investing in children, parents are naturally willing to spend money. But decades ago, it was not the case. The government, or some local forces, have monopolized the channels for learning skills. Money is attractive, and how many people can resist the temptation of a trillion-level cake? Which parent doesn't want their children to succeed? So a black interest chain came into being. The government prohibits private learning among the people. If you want to learn, you have to pay. If you want to become a talent, you can pay more money. That's not something that can be solved with a few thousand or tens of thousands. If you want to succeed, you have to pay millions to get connections. If you want to learn excellent skills, you can't get them without millions. Think about it, if these people become talents, won't they get them back more and more? Anyway, it's one generation exploiting another. Zhang Ming was stunned when he listened to the chatter of several uncles. Isn't this the reappearance of the national football team? He hurriedly asked, what happened next? The uncles who were chatting didn't feel strange when they saw strangers listening, but became more excited. He shook his head and said, young man, you haven't experienced what happened in those years. This matter has become bigger and bigger, making people's lives miserable. But the interests involved are too huge. Everyone has a piece of the pie. Who dares to touch it? Just make the common people suffer. It has been like this in all dynasties. The gentry don't bother to care about you. Someone from the top will come to investigate, and there will naturally be countermeasures below. Later, that one came. Who is that? The old man showed his yellow teeth, a little curious about where this guy came from, and he didn't even know about that matter. Young man, you really don't know? In the Blue Age, people were killed and heads rolled, the whole river was stained with blood, and countless masters died. Another young man who was listening also sweated profusely and asked, doesn't that mean that humans have lost a lot of foundation? What foundation? They are just termites, the old man said disdainfully. After a group of people died, there will always be new people to take over. The human species is just a large population, and it doesn't matter who dies. However, since then, there has been a big change. A large number of civilian forces have joined in, and with competition, the price of learning ability has been lowered. Corruption has also decreased a little. After all, that night was too horrifying. Where did the master of the Blue Age come from? Zhang Ming asked again. Speak softly. Do you want to go to the police station? The old man lowered his voice. Where else could he come from? Of course it was Liu Yi's people. After that, Liu Yi officially took over. This person is pretty good, and his methods are as tough as kin. All those who should be killed have been killed. Zhang Ming was originally very interested in listening. It turned out that there were such past events among humans. As a result, he lost interest when it came to conspiracy theories. He didn't like to guess blindly. He could just ask Lao Wang about important secrets. Instead, Ken Yui's reputation was gradually improving, which was very strange. History's a Rashomon. Different people write about history in their own eyes from different perspectives. Whether it is rigorous textual research or making use of the topic, the historian can only see one side of history, but cannot see through the whole history. You look very happy. Yes, shouldn't we be happy that the tortuous road has been explored clearly? Zhang Ming smiled. I thought of a civilization called Yanjiao. I'm really not laughing at Shimama. Except for the Yanjiao breathing technique, the other abilities of the Yanjiao people are monopolized by the powerful. If civilians want to stand out, they can only rely on their innate talents. They have never exerted the power of the masses from beginning to end. From this perspective, human beings have surpassed the Yanjiao civilization in institutional construction. A strong youth means a strong civilization. I think this is a universal truth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 I Caught You. Miss Hulu asked again, do you think the emergence of the Blue Age is a good thing or a bad thing? Zhang Ming said seriously, I can't comment. The content I see is still limited. Without enough information, it's hard to comment on good or bad, gains or losses. If humans can only rely on terror and violence to correct their course, I have to say that this race is a little pathetic. Even if the Blue Age has done some good things, what special ideas do you have? My biggest advantage is self-knowledge. I don't have a good idea, so I can only not participate. What about you? If there must be one, I think using artificial intelligence to manage humans is a more ideal solution. Zhang Ming couldn't help rolling his eyes. Okay, then I want to apply to the government for an artificial intelligence girlfriend now, so I don't need to find a wife in the future. All humans will be like me and can only self-destruct. I think we can use artificial womb technology and socialized upbringing to increase the birth rate of the group. The two began to chat habitually. The biggest advantage of Ms. Hulu is that she can talk about everything and play everything. Whether it is a serious topic or nonsense, she can always keep up the conversation. If you witness the transformation of the human world alone, you may feel lonely, but traveling with Miss Gord is indeed quite pleasant. On the bulletin board in front, there is also the latest selection notice. Gold seal, silver seal and bronze seal are also brand new professions in human civilization. As long as you pass the identity authentication, you can teach your skills. The main responsibilities of these new professions are to cultivate the next generation of talents and maintain public security in the surrounding areas. In the event of any natural disasters or man-made disasters, these people will be able to play the role of militia. This identity qualification, like the teacher's qualification certificate, requires you to take various qualification exams and pass the selection notice. As long as someone reports that you have bad character or are a criminal in your immediate family, you will be rejected. After understanding these, Zhang Ming put on the invisible cloak, jumped on a large truck again, and looked at the scenery on the roadside. This city is much more prosperous than the small coastal towns, with busy streets and endless streams of people. The appearance of the city is similar to the old times. The height of the buildings is not as high as before, and the tallest building is only about 10 floors. It's not that humans can't build tall buildings, but for safety reasons, they can only be designed this way. On the one hand, coastal cities are still dangerous. If there are natural disasters or man-made disasters, the buildings are shorter so that residents can take shelter in time. On the other hand, lower buildings will increase stability and it will be difficult for superpower criminals to cause damage. The change in the appearance of the city seems to affect the pace of life. Zhang Ming always feels that the pace of life of people in this era is not as fast as imagined. Thanks to the energy brought by the breathing technique, most people get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, do morning exercises for an hour, and then have a delicious meal leisurely, or simply stroll for 2 hours, walk the dog or something. They don't go to work until 8 o'clock. And most of the work will be off work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the supernatural era, we also have to pursue personal cultivation. If there is no one, what is the point of talking about cultivation? Of course, you can use this part of time to lie down or improve yourself, that is personal freedom. Anyway, whether it is cultivation or eating, drinking and having fun, it requires the consumption of resources. With strong consumer demand, the economy will naturally develop. It seems that someone is spying on my information. I have caught a location of the spy. On the way, Ms. Hulu suddenly said, just where I stayed yesterday, someone seemed to be using divination to investigate the things I left behind. Zhang Ming's heart moved and he immediately became interested. It seems that his series of abnormal behaviors have attracted the attention of high-end human forces. But he didn't worry too much. Come on, he didn't hide deliberately. The Earth is so small, it's normal to catch people. If you can't catch him, it means that the Earthlings are really too bad. How to spy on other people's information. Can you teach me? Is it divination or some other means? It should be divination, Hulu explained. If described in human language, it can be attributed to the theory of information immortality. Once information is generated, it will not disappear. They are stored between dimensional rifts and are permanently preserved. This is true for everyone's information, including the demons. Is information immortal? Zhang Ming nodded slightly. Miss Hulu continued in a clear voice, but the information in the dimensional rift is too vast, and it is increasing every moment. No matter how powerful the computing power is, it is impossible to traverse all this information. It is a great move to be able to peek into a small corner. What's more, the dimensional rift hides the existence that specializes in swallowing information. Even the devil cannot get close to those existences. If we use human language, their name is black hole. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows. Is this true? It's incredible that there are black holes in the idealistic universe. After the black hole absorbs this part of the information, it can no longer be peeked. Of course, the information is still immortal. As long as the black hole dies, all the swallowed information will escape again. However, the death of a black hole is really a very long thing. Its lifespan is as long as tens of billions of years, hundreds of billions of years, far exceeding the normal life cycle, so the best way to hide yourself is to throw your own information into the black hole. Of course, this is very troublesome, and information is generated every moment, and it is unrealistic to want to cover it up completely. Therefore, the ability of divination, fortune-telling, and stargazing can blur the information of the dimensional rift. For the specific method, you can ask your friends, Mr. Shimada and Mr. Baizen. You can also use the eye of time and space to forcibly spy, but with your current efficiency, it may be very low and exhaust your personal life, and you may only be able to see the appearance of the spy. Zhang Ming's eyelids twitched twice, and finally sighed. Well, there are still many things in the world that are worthy of awe. Since you find that you are being spied on, it means that humans have found out about you? They are quite capable. Through the ability of divination, they should be able to find out more about me soon. After all, I don't have the ability to block my own information. Zhang Ming felt very relieved. The faster humans caught him, the more he felt like an old father facing a successful child. Hunter of this world, welcome to your challenge. The truck rushed on the highway. Zhang Ming left the city easily and headed for an unknown direction. At the same time, the two siblings of the Lin family finally drove the electric car and found this small bar. They easily asked Zhang Ming's final destination. Are you friends of that young man? Haha, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. The enthusiastic bar owner received them and chatted with them casually. Where did he go? I know this. He said he went to Tipin City, and his family is there. He is also going to open a big Fantong restaurant. I don't think it should be too difficult to find. The boss lit a cigarette and blew out a small smoke ring. It's good to be young and have dreams. After the two siblings of the Lin family came out of the bar, they were naturally surprised that they got the key clue so quickly. But Tipin City is a little far away in Daksha country, about 2,000 kilometers, and it takes 7 or 8 hours to take the high-speed rail. Of course, population mobility between countries in this area is very convenient. As long as there is no criminal data, basically a human ID card is universally used. Are we really going to Tipancheng? Think about it carefully. He has already given us a gift in return. We can't ask for more. At this point, Lin Yuyu, who was originally a bit of a community leader, became a little nervous and began to back off. The so-called community leader only refers to ordinary people. She has never come into contact with such high-end people, so it is inevitable that she will be a little nervous. I do have some pocket money. It's not that I can't afford the train ticket. Instead, the second brother Lin Fangxiang said seriously, of course I have to go. Do you know how much time and energy it takes to figure out this academic problem? If I can find out the distribution and habits of the kingfish, I will go even if I have to be thick-skinned, and we don't save people for rewards. Since he has returned such a big gift, we have to say thank you whether we need it or not. No matter what his identity is, Lin Yuyu was a little speechless by her nerdy second brother. He might be a pillar of mankind or elite of mankind. What should you thank him for? Finally, he could only say helplessly, okay, go. Then we have to go home to get some luggage and tell our parents, right? Let's go home first. Unlike the two Lin brothers and sisters who found Zhang Ming's final destination by accident, everyone in the Abnormal Investigation Bureau was concentrating and trying their best to find clues. When they thought that they might have encountered a supercriminal from the Blue Age, they all became very alert. The fortune teller took a deep breath and explained, there are two ways now. The first is to use supercomputers to retrieve surveillance over a larger area. Even if the other party has the ability to be invisible, it is impossible for them to be invisible all the time. There will always be some clues. Of course, this requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Before there is clear evidence, we are under great pressure to mobilize these resources. The second way is that I have divined the approximate location of the other party. I think there may be two people, one man and one woman. They are constantly moving, just next door in Huangjing City. Although the result may not be completely correct, I think there is still a 70% to 80% chance. After discovering the other party, take them down in one fell swoop. The local captain Jin Cakesun shrank his neck. This group of people from above are too powerful. They can actually get the other party's location through divination and an item. People like him who commit crimes are not found out within a day in a few minutes. Thinking of this, the pride of being promoted to a master is gone. He couldn't help but ask with full respect, what if our group can't beat them? If it's really a criminal from the Blue Age, he must be a very powerful grandmaster, right? If it's Lao Zhang, aren't we just going to deliver food? That's Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang, who doesn't know how to live or die, is simply a living myth among the people. Anyway, Lao Zhang has never taken action, so it's not an exaggeration to say that his combat power is infinitely high. The fortune teller smiled and said, don't worry. If it's Lao Zhang, we will surrender immediately. In theory, He should be a person with a good temper. If not, we will definitely be able to take him down. We have a special combat team here, and everyone's abilities are complementary. Whether it's cold weapons, hot weapons, reconnaissance, or spiritual abilities, they are all proficient, and there are all kinds of strange items to match. The combat power of a single person is always limited. Even if he is a grandmaster, or a national scholar above the grandmaster, he can be taken down. Above the grandmaster, they are called national scholars, which are basically not within the scope of discussion among civilians. After all, this group of people have all broken through the 3 limits of human beings and have a huge influence. Big shots don't care about gossiping in private, but little devils are hard to deal with, and they might come to open the box at any time. Fortune teller Sia said again, we need to hand over that piece of light and shadow stone to the headquarters, and then copy the dream seed inside. If the copy is completed and no safety problems are found, the remaining 18 of you need to complete a corresponding dream to see what message he sent to you. So now please get on the plane to the headquarters and complete the corresponding dream. Okay, I understand. Jin Kekso looked back at his brothers and could only sigh. It was originally a good opportunity, but it turned out like this. Everyone has to accept the investigation of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. On the contrary, the other 18 people are eager to try, and their mood is extremely excited. If they copy it once, won't they be able to dream twice? Copying dream seeds must require a lot of manpower and material resources. Now the Abnormal Investigation Bureau allows them to try for free. These 18 people are so excited that they wish they could do it as many times as possible to increase the chance of success in breaking through. Just like that, the team was divided into 2 teams. One team took a plane to the headquarters to carry out the dreaming steps and investigate the light and shadow stone. The other team had only 5 people, but they were all masters. Through divination, they kept looking for the location of the person. Zhang Ming was strolling around the train station, looking for a train that could take him home directly. Which city do my parents live in? Tipin City. Well, there is only one cross-border train, and we have to wait for several hours. In the supernatural era, fortune-telling scammers seem to be several times more than before. The old men in the square, some of them still wear sunglasses, and the banners behind their chairs have the words fortune-telling written on them. On the table, there are either copper coins or bagua diagrams, tortoise shells, gourds and other things. There are also many more superstitious people than in the past. This is normal. In this era, there are too many things that science cannot explain. People always have to have a spiritual sustenance, so they can only attribute it to the existence of something that does not exist. What's more, some traditional cultures really fit certain idealistic rules and produce unique supernatural effects. In this situation, the government can only turn a blind eye. Some things, as long as they can be secularized, are not a big problem. What's more, even if you want to control you don't have the ability, unless there is a second Comrade Qin Yue in the world, to bring a new wave of dictatorship. Brother, do you want to tell fortunes? Although I am blind, I can see with my mind's eye that there is a black air between your eyebrows, and there may be a small disaster. An old man wearing sunglasses, with a fortune-telling flag of Zodiac next to him, greeted. Zhang Ming laughed and saw at a glance that the old man could see clearly, but pretended to be a blind man. Fortune-telling? Disaster? Then you calculate. What am I going to do? I counted with my fingers and thought you were going to buy a mobile phone. Awesome. Zhang Ming raised a thumb. The direction he was heading was a mobile phone mall. Wasn't it for looking at mobile phones? Zhang Ming turned and left, leaving Zhao complaining behind him. Brother, I calculated everything correctly. Why don't you take care of my business? It's really hard to live without a mobile phone these days. You can't go online or to make calls. With 1,250 yuan in my pocket, it should be enough in theory, but I can only buy a very rubbish mobile phone. The quality of electronic products in this era is slightly worse than that of the old era, but the price is more expensive, because they are often mixed with some bullshit supernatural factors, coral stones that can speed up metabolism, aquamarine that can calm emotions, etc. The proportion of ingredients is extremely small. Maybe there's only one coral stone in 10,000 machines, but it is enough to deceive consumers. As a programmer in the old era, Zhang Ming has a little obsessive-compulsive disorder when buying 3C products. He likes to buy the ones with high-cost performance, which can be purchased in one go and not replaced for several years. However, at this moment, the pure physical faction and the products with full materials have been completely eliminated. Without the supernatural gimmick, the products can't be sold at all. Is there no such thing as a normal mobile phone without supernatural gimmicks? Pure physics. Zhang Ming, a pure human, deeply felt the crush of supernatural technology on the physical world. Consumers always vote with their feet. Rumors such as mobile phone radiation can cause cancer have been circulating for hundreds of years and are still circulating. If humans had not developed physical technology first, perhaps the technology tree would have deviated like the snake people, resulting in the failure of traditional physical technology to develop at all. It's uncomfortable. I can only buy a small piece of garbage for more than 1,000 yuan. Zhang Ming selected for a long time and found that he really couldn't bring himself to buy garbage. He could only give up temporarily and return to Zhao Daxon's stall. Daxon, do you have any good mobile phones without those fancy gimmicks? Without supernatural elements? If there are supernatural elements, the mobile phone may break faster, right? What? Zhao Daxon, the fortune teller, was stunned. He was a great immortal. When did he start selling mobile phones part-time? But you asked the right person. There is nothing we don't know about this land. Young man, you know it very well. You want to buy that kind of mobile phone? Of course, no problem. You can give me a little bit. I'll show you a way. It's not much, 50 yuan will be enough. However, at this time, Zhao Daxon felt a subtle murderous aura. 3 men and 2 women surrounded his stall at some point, and their faces were extremely serious. Is it Mr. Zhang? Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment and did not make any reply. The speed of this investigation is really amazing. Seeing that the other party did not reply, a low and hoarse male voice issued a warning. You are under arrest. Don't move. It was as if the actual murderous intent increased violently. Zhao Daxon shuddered and almost collapsed on the ground. At this time, he found that the alarm in the square sounded, and the militia team began to evacuate the crowd on a large scale. This situation would only occur in emergency and special circumstances. Zhao Daxon's face turned pale and sweated profusely. Could it be that the fraud I committed when I was young was exposed? There is no need to make such a big show, right? At this time, Zhao Daxon found that the man in front of the stall spoke. Daxon, without an ID card, can I get a phone number? If I buy a mobile phone but can't access the internet, it's useless. How much does it cost to make a fake ID? Zhao Daxon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly realized that the young man in front of him was a super criminal who didn't even have an identity, and he was also a mental patient. The other 5 were here to arrest him. At this moment, Zhang Ming was in a state of joy like an old father. His divination ability was indeed magical. He found him out of the crowd. Humans have such high-end combat power, which can indeed reduce a lot of safety hazards. Of course, surrendering is not his style. But it is too shameless to bully the weak. Zhang Ming calculated in his mind and decided to use only about 2,000 combat power and disable 2 magical powers at the same time. After all, Lao Wang, the strongest among the Earthlings, has a combat power of about 4,000, and 2,000 is just the level of human cutting-edge combat power. I'll just see how powerful you are. It's not possible that I can't beat you with 2,000 combat power, right? By the way, I might as well disable the King Kong enlightening abilities, otherwise I will be recognized in an instant. It happened in a flash. In a flash. The big man behind him found that Zhang Ming had his back to him and was still worrying about ID card, phone number. Suddenly, he swung his right hand. This time, the move was extremely fast, and golden light flashed on his arm. It was the King Kong that Zhang Ming was most familiar with. Although the ability of King Kong is complicated to practice and requires extremely high qualifications, it has both offensive and defensive capabilities and has extremely high defensive capabilities. This time, if he was caught, he would be pressed to the ground with a grappling hand and could not break free. Zhang Ming had his back to the enemy and did not expect the opponent to suddenly attack. With an attribute value of 2,000, he really couldn't avoid it. He could only jump forward and jump directly onto Zhao Daxon's stall. With a light snap, the table was smashed into powder. Zhao Daxon trembled all over when he saw this scene. His heart suddenly turned cold. The flying wood fragments scratched his skin and hurt. He wailed, "My stall." He also mixed in the rivers and lakes when he was young, and he could see at a glance that these people were simply fighting gods. The term Abnormal Investigation Bureau appeared in his mind. And the young man he was chatting with was Lao Zhang. P.S. That's all for today's update. It's a new month, please give me some monthly votes. The monthly votes at the beginning of the month are more important, so please give me some votes for my frequent updates. Chapter 359, Earthlings are too weak to lie down. The battle soon became intense. The big man missed the first blow, and then the second palm suddenly attacked. The whistling wind, with a golden glow, brought a stinging feeling to the skin all over the body. Zhang Ming immediately saw that the other party seemed to have concerns, fearing that the aftermath of the battle would kill Zhao Daxun, and the other party seemed to want to capture him alive, and did not want to kill him. So during this gap, he dodged left and right, laughing, "I advise you to do your best and don't lie down by yourself." At this time, the only onlooker, Zhao Daxun, was finally picked up by a woman wearing sunglasses and thrown into the nearest flower bed. Then, 5 people surrounded one person. Zhao Daxun swallowed his saliva. He was also a cunning person. He instinctively wanted to pick up his mobile phone to take pictures. But after thinking carefully, no matter how powerful the supercriminal is, he can't beat the 5 masters of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Even if he took a video, he would only offend people for nothing. In the end, he could only forget it. "I'll take the video first." At this moment, under the siege of 5 people, Zhang Ming also felt a little pressure. Except for the big man who was in close combat, the other 4 people all had the ability to attack from a distance. For example, one of them released a long golden whip. Zhang Ming didn't know what this long whip was, but it was obvious that after being caught by the whip, it was impossible to break free with a physique of 2,000 points. Another person took a short flute and blew it gently. A sharp and unimaginable sound, like a flying needle, pierced into his mind. This is a powerful sound wave attack that can attack the spirit. Well, it naturally didn't have much effect on Zhang Ming. His mental resistance was like a vast ocean. The few flying needles that flew in just set off a little wave in the vast ocean. In addition, there is a soul-fixing attack, which is somewhat similar to the soul-fixing gun obtained at the beginning, which can make the soul trance. That is, the attack from the woman holding the crystal ball. Even Zhang Ming's extraordinary soul power felt a little uncomfortable. There are also lightning weapons that can remotely spray lightning and paralyze people's muscles. With so many miscellaneous abilities, in a short time, Lao Zhang, who tied his hands and feet, actually encountered dangers and was almost beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. It is obvious that this is a team with professional cooperation, specially used to capture supercriminals, even if it is more than enough to deal with criminals who are 1 level stronger than themselves. What's more hateful is that Ms. Hulu is still quietly teasing herself. "Okay, although you are having fun, I have to remind you that you only have about 50% of your health now, only 48%, 46%. After being mentally attacked, your ability value should drop a little more. When your health value is 0, you should surrender and be thrown into the sky prison. I am looking forward to the scene of you being tortured by the electric chair." Zhang Ming always feels that he is an evil big devil, being attacked by the warrior expedition team, and even his assistant has been bewitched by the warrior. Perhaps, this is the final destination of every demon king. Fortunately, the demon king has fought countless monsters with strange abilities throughout his life. Even in the first few seconds, Zhang Ming thought about various countermeasures. When his own abilities are disabled, the best means of attack is entering the dream. No matter which race, it is very rare to completely break through the 3 limits of human beings, especially the mental level, which is extremely difficult. Therefore, entering the dream as a means of mental attack, which will not hurt people, is the best at present. At the beginning of the battle, he slowly seeded the spirit. After a few minutes, it was ready. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed. The first thing to deal with was the big man who used King Kong in front of him. If he didn't deal with this melee guy, he could only be attacked remotely by the other 4 people, and he was infinitely passive. The next second, Zhang Ming changed his moves. He seemed to stagger as if he was exhausted and deliberately sold a flaw. The big man saw the opportunity coming, his face condensed, and his big hand flashing with golden light suddenly grabbed forward. The distance between the 2 sides quickly closed. Zhang Ming stretched out his finger, and combined it with an acquired ability that he had not used for more than 100 years, Indestructible, intending to break through the opponent with a point. Although King Kong is strong, he is not invincible. Under the ability of Indestructible, this finger quickly turned into green jade color, like a diamond drill, pointing directly at the opponent's Lao Guang acupoint. The sturdy man was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and immediately turned his palm into a fist and smashed forward. After a short period of fighting, he also understood that the opponent was by no means a mediocre hand. Even if he was hit by such a punch, he would not be beaten to death. He did not hold back and used almost 100% of his strength. But he did not expect that the next moment, Zhang Ming once again turned his finger into palm and quickly pushed his punch away. Then he used the ability of indestructible again, and the green jade finger wanted to point at the Urgian acupoint on the back of his hand. This person seems to know King Kong very well. The sturdy man was shocked. The strength of King Kong's ability lies in its all-round protection without dead angles and its ability to resist mental attacks. However, facing an attack that breaks through the surface with a point, if the strength of the King Kong is not high, it will be easily shattered. Of course, in order to prevent the King Kong from being shattered, more defensive means have been born, such as intensity transfer, which reduces the defense of other places and only strengthens one place, or mental burst, which consumes a lot of mental power to strengthen a certain place. This is also the reason why the King Kong is complicated. Since he has not yet broken through the spiritual bottleneck, mental burst cannot be practiced, and he can only use intensity transfer. Zhang Ming smiled slightly, seeing that the opponent's strength was transferred. He did not confront the opponent head-on. He retracted his right hand abruptly, and suddenly made a finger-snapping action. With a whoosh, the spiritual seed that had been created for a long time was ejected. The big man had a bad sixth sense in his heart. Although he could not see the spiritual seed with his naked eyes, he more or less guessed that he had been deceived. He hurriedly wanted to stop the intensity transfer, but it was too late, as if something had drilled into his mind from his eyes. For a while, his mind went blank, as if the whole world was dark, and a cloud of dark mist kept growing in front of his eyes. The indescribable sleepiness began to interfere with his consciousness. He wanted to activate the King Kong again, but his eyelids were like lead and he could no longer open them. There was no way. He only had 200 points of mental power. As long as the King Kong was broken, he really couldn't stop the dreaming technique with 2000 combat power. Whether it was the Zhuanwu visualization method or other methods, the effect was too slow. After all, he was in battle now. He knew that he was tricked, mobilized all the muscles in his body, and roared with all his strength, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Lao Zhang punched hard and hit the opponent's heart. Of course, this was fake. How could he kill the human elite? It seems that the human warriors still need to practice, and there is still a distance to defeat the devil. Bishan was knocked down. It seemed that it was only a second, and the strongest man of the Polaris team, Bishan, fell down. Incredible fear appeared in the five-man team. Bishan, born in a bitter cold land, was the champion of the elite fighting competition 30 years ago. He was known as a mountain-like peacemaker, a man who never falls, and the flag-bearer of the golden generation. How could he be inexplicably killed here? Although Bishan is not the captain, he is the core of the team. As soon as he fell, the entire tactic was immediately cracked. The fortune teller Saya realized that something unexpected had happened, and her head was buzzing. In just 1 second, she made the most cruel but correct choice, retreat, but it was obvious that not all team members were as calm and cool as her. Another female team member in the team, who was holding a flute and emitting sonic attacks, saw Bishan's heart being attacked, and her eyes immediately turned red. She roared, "Bishan, it's still a miserable couple." Zhang Ming was happy in his heart. This demon king likes to beat pelicans with a stick. No, to beat up couples with a stick. He sprinted and jumped in front of the female team member. Obviously, after seeing Bishan fall, the female team member lost her mind and actually abandoned her agility ability and wanted to fight back. Zhang Ming naturally didn't give in. He swung his palm, and his palm quickly turned into the color of jade, as hard as steel. Indestructible. In fact, indestructible is just a common physical ability, and there is nothing particularly brilliant about it. Zhang Ming did control it within the combat power range of 2000 attributes. But the gap between combat experience and realm level cannot be measured by numbers. Facts have proved that people like Bishan, who have powerful fighting skills and can compete with Zhang Ming, are indeed quite rare. Snap! This palm directly broke the opponent's right arm. Zhang Ming heard a crisp click sound, and the humerus of the opponent's right arm seemed to be broken by indestructible. He could not help but secretly exclaim, "This is too bad." With a flick of his finger, a dream seed bounced onto the other person's forehead, causing the girl who burst into tears in pain to fall into a dream, and then deliberately slapped her head, pretending to smash her entire head. This action actually took less than a second, and killed another grandmaster in seconds. As the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, the fortune teller was also a little confused. She bit her lip. The cold and cruel killing intent combined with reality gave her an illusion that it was not real. 2 grandmasters were actually killed by a super criminal. This is no longer a criminal, but no, not just 2, but 3. Lam Feng, the third one, was about to be knocked down. Retreat! Retreat! The fortune teller yelled and fled into the distance. Zhang Ming once again knocked down the thinner man, snapped a hand knife, hit him on the neck, and hypnotized him with a dream seed. This guy has fallen into a dream, and is still mumbling about Lam Feng? Zhang Ming always feels that he has discovered the truth of some extraordinary love triangle. The last 2 people left are running for their lives. It must be said that in the face of a strong enemy, running away in 2 directions is indeed the right choice. Although abandoning companions is a bit shameless, staying behind will only give a few more heads. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. If you expect to explode your small universe, you can solve the strong enemy, and the final result is more likely to be one more corpse. After hesitating for another second, these 2 guys ran away very fast. Zhang Ming's current physical value is 2,000 points. In this big city, the terrain is complicated. If you don't chase for a while, you really can't catch up. But if you chase them, the noise caused in such a downtown area will be too big. It's troublesome, or I can only chase them by teleportation. I can only scratch my scalp and forget it for the time being. He carried the 2 unconscious men and 1 woman to Zhao Jackson. Hey, brother, please take care of these people. Don't let the homeless pick up their bodies. They are not ordinary people. And this girl, I accidentally broke her bones. She has a blood coagulation and regeneration physique. Don't move around. It shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Jackson, who was hiding in the flower bed, was terrified. His eyes were like being clamped by pliers, and he dared not move. Where the hell did this god fall from? Even if he wanted to move, he didn't dare. He asked tremblingly, "They are not dead? If they are dead, I can't take responsibility." "Who are you?" "I was sleeping soundly," Zhang Ming laughed. "Let them send stronger guys next time. These young people are not up to the task, only this one called Bishan is good. The other 2 are really not good enough." When Bishan fell, they either ran away immediately or continued to fight. As a result, 2 people ran away and 2 people fought. Would these 2 be killed in seconds? Let them send stronger ones. Zhao Jackson's eyes blurred and found that the person in front of him disappeared in front of the camera. He even forgot that his mobile phone was recording. He just opened his mouth and didn't close it for a long time. After such a big fuss, Zhang Ming couldn't stroll around leisurely. He sighed and said, "Communication with the authorities is so troublesome. Whether it is positive communication or negative communication, it is like poking a hornet's nest. If you hit the small ones, the old ones will definitely come." Just when the train came, I went home. He could only jump on a high-speed train to his hometown, and then wondered in his heart how to strengthen a wave of earthlings. The young people are really lacking in experience, especially the experience of fighting life and death. If this team fights against the elite troops of the same combat power on the Honggang side, there is a high probability that they will be defeated. This fact made Lao Zhang, who was lying flat, a little annoyed. He couldn't help but want to do sit-ups to teach those noobs a lesson. "Damn, why are you so noobs? You are so noobs that I can't stand it." Then he began to teach the rebellious gourd monster a lesson. The gourd immediately argued, "In theory, the lower your blood volume, the lower your attribute value will be. But you didn't make the corresponding settings, and the blood bar of a master with 2,000 attributes should not be so thick. If you are attacked by the mind, you will show signs of trance, coma, nausea, and retching. Moreover, your dreaming technique is a high-level mental ability, which comes from the world hunter. Use high-level mental ability to deal with it. Don't rub me." The gourd monster was still being stubborn. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh at her. He grabbed the traitor and started kneading him like noodles. "I only used 2 abilities. Indestructibility is a yellow-level ability learned from animals. Humans have similar versions, although the dream entering technique is a bit weird. It's the same if you use mental abilities. If you have to disable all abilities, you will definitely not be able to win. Objective strength is the basis for exerting subjective initiative. If my combat power is only 5, I don't even need to fight. I can only lie on the ground and complain. Ah, I'm going to die." The gourd was amused by him and hummed, "What do you think of their performance? Don't poke me with your finger. It's okay to fight with the wind in your favor, but not so good against the wind. Maybe it's because this group of people are so strong that they have come all the way smoothly. After all, There are really no powerful enemies on Earth, and I think the diversity of Earthlings' abilities seems to be higher than that of Honggang people. Zhang Ming has also done relative training with Honggang people. Those bearded people are generally thick-skinned and tough, and they major in 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements. Because 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements is so strong, as long as the physique is hammered to 3,000, it can immediately be forged to 6,000. With 6,000 points of physique, what else do you need? Combined with their rune weapons, a hammer will smash down, and all the Vajra and indestructible will be smashed to pieces. Of course, from the perspective of species, the diversity of Honggang people's innate abilities is also mostly physical abilities. Humans are similar to Yanjiao people. 1 in 10 people have innate abilities, and all kinds of abilities exist. However, the reason why humans are better than Yanjiao people is that they have formed a specific system for mutual learning of abilities. As long as you pay a little money, you can get guidance from experts. Even abilities at the level of civilization backgrounds such as King Kong can be learned online. As long as you show excellent talent, the government is willing to invest. The difference at the institutional level means that the speed of human progress is much higher than that of Yanjiao people. The speed of the train gradually increased, and the wind force continued to increase. The wind force of a high-speed train can reach level 10. Although Zhang Ming can easily withstand level 10 wind force, he does not want to suffer for no reason, especially this trip, which may be more than 2,000 kilometers and take 7 or 8 hours. So after a shameless begging, he simply hid in the guard space, touched the ship he was most familiar with, and dreamed of the spring and autumn period. He was simulating in his dream. If he did not use the dream entering technique and only relied on an ordinary ability indestructible, could he defeat the 5-person team just now? Can he defeat the Honggang people? The Polaris team suffered heavy casualties, 2 people escaped, and 3 people were seriously injured. It is said that Lao Zhang is really back. A piece of gossip appeared inside the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, and it caused a huge uproar in just 1 hour. A large number of people were urgently summoned, and even the supercomputers of various academies of science were urgently requisitioned to start analyzing the surveillance videos of multiple cities. Because the Polaris team is almost the strongest team that the Abnormal Investigation Bureau can currently dispatch. It doesn't even need to be one of, it is the strongest team. The remaining national masters who have broken through the 3 limits of human beings are only 18 people on the entire Earth, and the Abnormal Investigation Bureau has no way to dispatch them at will. 3 grandmasters were seriously injured in a battle, which is even more shocking. You know, these people are elites who have emerged from billions of people in recent decades. As long as time passes, there is a high probability that they will break through the 3 limits of human beings and become national masters. It is really incredible to be suddenly seriously injured by a super criminal. It's Lao Zhang again. No matter what happens, Lao Zhang is back. The stock of Lao Zhang is back has been used too much, and everyone is somewhat immune to it. Is Lao Wang okay? I think he should be okay, but isn't Lao Wang a grassroots committee member in Yunhei City? How could he possibly go to Huangjing City? Similar discussions appeared in various working groups. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, and similar gossip has always been the most heatedly discussed. The staff of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau are exposed to first-hand information, and the news is absolutely reliable. Everyone has a gossip heart, as long as it is not spread out, and a few discussions in private are not considered leaks. The strongest man on Earth, Lao Wang, created a super gossip 30 years ago. He suddenly said that he was not worthy of being an official, and ran to be a grassroots cadre. He didn't care about other things, he just wanted to be a grassroots. The gossip 30 years ago has been circulated to the present. This grassroots cadre Lao Wang is really too fierce, which makes countless people frightened. Now a supermaster of the national level has emerged and overturned the Polaris team. This gossip news is no weaker than the original Lao Wang is not worthy, and I don't know which one is so leisurely and elegant. Polaris team, almost beaten to death, how is it possible? The most terrified are Jin Kexun, Shi Dongpeng and other 20 Marine police who went to the Abnormal Investigation Bureau for investigation. They are still waiting to test the dream seeds in the light and Shadowstone and are waiting anxiously. As a result, all of a sudden, the gossip came, and everyone looked at each other in shock and speechless. These marine workers who have been running in the ocean for a long time and are known for their thick nerves never thought that they just rescued a distressed, unknown person, and almost killed the high-end combat power of the Earth. You are so powerful, how could you fall into the water? Jin Cakesun's face trembled a few times, and he smiled bitterly. Damn, I'm a little suspicious now. All of us have been hypnotized. Since he is a great master of the spiritual system, wouldn't it be easy to hypnotize us? But what about this light and shadow stone? Is it really a gift for us? Or is it some special tool? Hey, it's a blessing, not a disaster, and it's a disaster that can't be avoided. No matter how much, start testing, various conspiracy theories grew in his mind. Some of them really can't escape. Whether they like it or not, they must accept the dream seed. This is for the safety of all mankind. Chapter 360, Abnormal Investigation Bureau Supreme Council. Soon, under the guidance of a group of staff, they came to a core room. The wall was made of special protective materials and felt metallic. In the middle of the room, there was an ancient mirror named Kunai Mirror. At the moment when the earth fell into the sea of demons, some strange and complex innate wonders were born. Like Wang Fuman's drifting bottle, Coke that makes people laugh to death after drinking it, statues that make people grow 3 heads, and so on. This kind of innate wonder is extremely rare and can only be born at the moment when the earth fell into the sea of demons. With the current human ability, it is impossible to mass produce it. Even in civilized trade, this kind of innate wonder can be sold at a very high price. And this ancient mirror Kunai mirror is an innate wonder that was born at the beginning, and its ability is copy. Of course, ordinary matter cannot be copied. It can only copy information, such as a person's dreams, memories, and things like dream seeds, which can be copied and reused. This is definitely a good thing at a level of civilization. However, the copying ability of the ancient mirror also has its flaws. On the one hand, the copied information will be slightly blurred and not as clear as the original. On the other hand, it can only copy one copy of the information. That is, when copying new information, the old information must be deleted. The original copy was a dream carefully constructed by a dream master, with various real monsters in it, which could provide practical training for the members of the investigation team. Now that the dream has been deleted, the dream construction master will have to be invited back, which will be a great loss. But there is no way. With such a big thing happening, the Abnormal Investigation Bureau made up its mind as quickly as possible. This dream seed is made for you, and only you can use it. So you must remember the content of the dream, and give us feedback after waking up, with a detailed description. Do you understand? I understand. Jin Cakesun swallowed his saliva. How is the Polaris team? This is not something you should care about, the researcher in a white coat said with a serious face. Okay, let's get started. On an airplane, the 5 members of the Polaris team were silent, and 3 of them were snoring, and no one dared to wake them up. The other 2 were full of thoughts. In the last seat, there sat a fearful Zhao Jackson. As a witness from the first perspective, Zhao Jackson was naturally invited to board the plane, and his mobile phone was confiscated. He had never seen so many big shots in his life. He wanted to use his eloquence to curry favor with them, but he was afraid that the blonde girl would spit on him. No matter from which angle, the lady holding the crystal ball looked very bad. Unforeseen disaster, Zhao Jackson cursed in his heart. At this moment, a sleeper on the plane woke up. It was the strongest person in the team, Bishan. Bishan rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and stretched involuntarily. He actually had a very leisurely dream. Shuawang was at the end of the bustling city, looking for a touch of tranquility, boating on the lake, 3 or 5 good friends, a pot of old wine, family company, singing and meeting friends. Then, he returned drunk and fell asleep leisurely. When he woke up, he found himself on a plane. It seemed that there was no dream more leisurely than this. So when he woke up from his sleep, he was in a daze for a few seconds, and finally found himself back to reality, and then he remembered the scene when he was hit in the battle. You woke up, Bishan said immediately. In the end, what happened? The fortune teller said with a complicated look. This may be the first failure of our team. We must summarize it well. Alice, I now seriously suspect that it was an old guy who was visiting incognito and deliberately teasing us to give us a blow. After all, we seem to have never failed. Did you have any interesting dreams? You seem to sleep well. Bishan is not a person who is good at speaking. Although he is the strongest in the team, he cannot be the captain because he is not good at communication. He recalled for a while and sighed. I just dreamed that I was relaxing by the lake, a very relaxing dream. It seems that the other party is really playing a trick on us. How are the 2 of them? They are not in big trouble. Lamfeng's arm is broken and should recover within a week. But after they go back, some of them will suffer. They will have to write a lot of self-criticisms. The blonde lady threw her phone away with a sad face. Bishan took the phone and saw the video taken by Zhao Jackson. From a third-person perspective, you can find that their final performance is indeed not very good. But this is also normal. Who made Bishan never fall down in the past? Being knocked down by someone all of a sudden, and having a pleasant dream, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Being a bad student is the original sin. If you lose, you lose. There is no need to find an excuse. The fortune teller said, "This person's ability combination is very strange. A physical ability seems ordinary, just a traditional ability to enhance the body." "What do you think?" Bishan nodded. "It is indeed just an ordinary ability to make the body strong, but it is really used to perfection and guarded perfectly. Even if I increase the King Kong to 3,000 units, I still can't take him down. His current standard strength unit is actually only 2,000. If he wants to increase it to 3,000, he will have to practice hard for decades." The fortune teller nodded and sighed. "The other spiritual ability he uses can make people fall directly into dreams. This is a very strong means of control. I think that the dream masters we know don't have the corresponding combat skills. Physique and perception complement each other. Under normal circumstances, if perception does not break through, the physique will rise to 400 to 600, and there will be muscle and coordination, and it will not be able to continue to rise. Only by breaking through the two bottlenecks can we spiral upward and make continuous progress. However, the spiritual attribute has taken a different approach and is unique. It can cultivate its abilities alone. Within 3,000 spiritual points, it will not be restricted by the body. On the other hand, spiritual abilities are really mysterious. Even though humans have developed for more than 100 years, they can only be described as difficult to take a step forward. Most spiritual abilities are innate, but they cannot be taught or promoted, and their value is really limited. It was not until 40 years ago that a great master named Zhang Yunlong ignited the fire of the soul and forcibly broke through the spiritual level without any innate spiritual ability, and forcibly created his own abilities, opening up a new field for all mankind. Zhang Yunlong believes that the human body is closely related to the soul. Of course, when the physical body reaches 2,000 to 3,000, the soul has grown to the extent that it can ignite the fire of the soul. Therefore, this can be used to forcibly break through the spiritual level. The so-called fire of the soul is actually the distracting thoughts in the mind. Humans have various emotional changes at all times, and igniting their own distracting thoughts can generate tremendous power. Even after igniting the fire of the soul, secondary abilities such as lightning, flames, and frost can be generated, and the distracting thoughts in the heart will become extremely rare. Zhang Yunlong's creation filled the gap in the human world, and therefore won the New Era Progress Award. He has blazed a brand new trail. Of course, this creation is still far from enough for humans. How many people can reach 2,000 to 3,000 points of physical strength? Moreover, the fire of the soul cannot be ignited at will. When it comes to matters involving the soul, it must be taught by the teacher and practiced for a long time. Otherwise, if normal emotions are also ignited, it will only become an idiot. Among the spiritual abilities that can be generally learned at present, the first one is still the Vajra technique taught by the great ancestor Zhang, which is high in difficulty, high in benefits, and reaches the limit of the spirit. But the practice of Vajra can only rely on talent and the last wish of the blue crystal man, which is really difficult. The second is the fire of the soul, which is medium to high in difficulty, with unknown benefits, and no one knows what the upper limit is. However, the ancestor Zhang Yunlong is still alive, and every step forward he takes is the limit of human advancement. The third is the opportunistic spiritual firewall. Find a dream master to help build a spiritual firewall. The defense ability of the spiritual firewall is consistent with the level of the dream master. It can't help with cultivation, nor can it break through the spiritual bottleneck. But no matter what, it is a good thing to have a spiritual defense ability. A natural dream-related ability person will be registered by the government soon and focused on training. Are you suspecting that it is Mr. Zhang? He doesn't seem to have the ability to dream, Bishan said with some doubts, and you know that Mr. Zhang's personality is that of a very serious person. He shouldn't have this kind of leisure and elegance. Not entirely. Mr. Zhang, a genius who specializes in studying the soul, suddenly created a dream ability. It's not impossible. The possibility of a supermaster suddenly popping up is not impossible. But no matter how you think about it, You can only look for it among the 18 national scholars. In fact, there are more than 18, a total of 19. It can't be Lao Zhang, right? Bishan suddenly said, and then knocked out Zhao Jackson, who was eavesdropping with a knife. But, if it's that person, it's too unbelievable. The girl named Lan Feng woke up from her dream, listened to their conversation, and joined the topic. Isn't there a rumor that that person has derealization and died? True or false? Who knows? Even the top leaders can't figure out the situation. Except for Lao Wang. The news about him was revealed by Lao Wang, and Lao Wang, you know. Some people are more taboo about Lao Wang and are more repulsive to him, Bishan said. Well, actually I can understand Lao Wang's mentality. People like him who practice Vajra can't tolerate all kinds of petty tricks. Okay, don't talk about this. The blonde lady quickly stopped Bishan's nonsense. After all, there are surveillance cameras in the cabin, and talking nonsense may result in confinement. Lam Feng said unwillingly, but if it was that person, he would have broken my arm. I am still his fanatical fan, Beisham said unhappily, because you are too weak. Just like a glass bottle, it will break at the touch. Have you seen the video? After he found that he broke your arm with a palm, he was stunned for a while. He might be lamenting why this woman is so weak. I didn't use my ability to resist it even though I hide her. Lan Feng's face turned red. After holding it in for a long time, he couldn't refute. I am not specialized in physical training, I am specialized in sonic attack, okay? And it may not be that person. Why are you so sure? Donghua City Headquarters, Abnormal Investigation Bureau. The highest meeting was held urgently within half an hour. On the four walls of the office, the projectors started to start, and the projected light outlined the figures with only outlines in the room. In just a few seconds, the room was full of people. This is holographic image projection technology, using VR devices to conduct long-distance meetings. Among the crowd, some had serious faces, and their straight bodies were as tall as green pines, with a military style. Some had just woken up and looked sleepy, with messy hair, and some had learned the truth in advance, and were counting their fingers with a depressed look. What's the matter, Lao Zhuang? It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you called me up for a meeting. I'm very tired, the man with messy hair stretched and complained. Everyone, please watch this video. The Abnormal Investigation Bureau, as a behemoth, can call on countless elites. With a large number of people, there are many unruly people, and naturally there needs to be a senior leader who is respected and can calm the situation. Zhang Yunlong, the pioneer of the Fire of the Heart Road, is the best commander at present. This middle-aged man from the last century, with a capable look and bright eyes, has become the best successor since Lao Wang resigned. An unidentified super expert defeated the Polaris team. This person's identity is unknown, his ability combination is strange, and his appearance seems to be hidden. Can you identify who this is from the video? There are actually only 6 national warriors who have broken through the 3 limits of human beings who attended the meeting. The other 12 people are either on duty in the Sea of Demons, or they do not accept the leadership of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. As long as they do not commit crimes, there is no good way, or like Lao Wang, they do not want to participate in government affairs. In short, the appearance of the term Polaris team immediately made the people attending the meeting nervous. Whether they were cynical or sleepy, they all returned to their seriousness and listened with their ears perked up. The cause of the incident is like this. Zhang Yanlong told the current investigation information. First, the Coast Guard on the edge of the town rescued a survivor in distress. This step is normal. The world is so big that people fall into the sea and drown every day. But the next step became strange. The survivor told an interesting story about a Sea of Demons, which was related to fish farming. It turned out that this interesting story was the core secret that humans were about to complete. The survivor also left a light in Shadowstone, which may have recorded some information, which is still being deciphered. From the current situation, the information in the light and Shadowstone can make people have an immersive dream, experience the steps of breakthrough in the dream, and increase the success rate of breakthrough. This technology is indeed a top secret, and it is the kind that has been successful, a dream master said, but everyone's body structure is slightly different, and the way of breakthrough is also quite different. We have to help them tailor it. This project is really too large, and it may not help an S-level breakthrough in 3 to 5 years, unless it is a dream master who specializes in physical training, has a very high attainment in various tricks to break through bottlenecks, and has a very high perception ability. This is possible, however, human energy is limited. The profession of Dream Master specializes in spiritual training. Every day's work is very busy. While helping people build spiritual firewalls, they slowly improve their own spiritual power. If you want to cultivate your physique and perception at the same time, you really need extraordinary talent. How can ordinary people take so many paths at the same time? What happened next was even more bizarre. The Polaris team thought that this person might be suspicious of some kind, so they went to chase him, but they were beaten up. The person was fine, but the scene was a little embarrassing. The appearance of the term blue era immediately made the room fall into silence. Because the water was too deep, several national scholars remained silent, saying that they wanted to stay out of it and did not want to participate in this quagmire. Mr. Zhang, we will not participate in anything related to the blue era. Please forgive us. A black-haired man with a slight accent rubbed his temple with his fingers. We can cooperate with other things, but as long as the blue era does not appear again, we will not participate anymore. You are just guessing. The blue era will never appear again. Those who don't want to participate can leave the meeting. Zhang Yanlong's eyes flashed with fire. However, human politics is so helpless. There are two most difficult things in the world. The first is to put the money in your pocket into my pocket. The second is to put my thinking into your brain. Even the highest commander of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, or even the Speaker of the United Government, could not easily mobilize everyone. 3 national masters withdrew from the meeting, and the other 3 stayed. There are only 18 people in total. Where did the national masters who can enter dreams, fight, change forms, and become invisible come from? There are only 2 answers. The first possibility is that Lao Zhang is really back. Whether Lao Zhang is dead, where he sailed to, and what his abilities are have always been an unsolved mystery. His influence is so great that everyone present has learned human breathing skills, which is equivalent to being his students. Even this influence radiates to the snake civilization next door. The snake people are so polite, largely because of Zhang Ming's existence. And the existence of Lao Zhang's fitness diary, including the red phantom that appeared more than half a month ago, seems to prove this point. No matter how you think about it, it feels strange. Zhang Ming is back. Why doesn't Wang Fumin know? Lao Wang shouldn't have known about this in advance. It's normal for humans and the snake civilization to hold the grand welcome ceremony together, right? Moreover, the various abilities shown in the video are different from the King Kong, lightning alienation, and power bursts that Zhang Ming often uses. Of course, he doesn't need to use any particularly troublesome abilities to tease the younger generation. The second possibility is that perhaps an individual from a certain civilization has lurked in. It is even possible that a world hunter with a special nature has parasitized humans, causing some mutations. Some world hunters are indeed intelligent. Like the woven shadow decades ago, which killed billions of people, that world hunter has wisdom, and its core ability is weaving. It eats a person and weaves a shadow with low intelligence and almost similar appearance. This ability is indeed extremely terrifying. Humans have tried their best, and with the help of nuclear weapons, they barely defeated this terrifying creature. It took so many years to slowly recover. Therefore, if a person of unknown identity suddenly ran in, it would be impossible not to pay attention. Sir Thor, Mr. Sun, please accompany me. If the 3 of us cannot take it, we can only use nuclear weapons in the city. Zhang Yanlong was silent for a moment and said, of course, if it is Mr. Zhang, it would be even better. I understand. The white-haired man named Thor has the ability to launch lightning remotely. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun, named Sun Minghan, has the magical ability of shadow control, which can turn his own shadow into a rope to bind the enemy. The 3 national masters joined forces, which is already the peak combat force that the Abnormal Investigation Bureau can dispatch. Even if you look at the whole world, almost no one can resist it, even Lao Wang can't escape. But they still feel unsafe. After discussing for a while, they took out some innate strange objects and items purchased from other civilizations. One of the strange objects is called Lucky Coin, which has the purpose of divination. If it is positive, it means that your life will be safe within today. If it is negative, it means that there is a high probability of death. But this lucky coin has some cracks after being used many times, and no one knows how many times it will break. Another item is a creation of the snake civilization, called the Eye of the Soul, which can see the soul of life. Items that can see the soul are really rare, and can tell whether the creature is human or not. Of course, the number of times this thing can be used is still limited, and you have to go to the snake people to buy it again after it is used up. Civilization diplomacy is no small matter. If it is not a last resort, the Abnormal Investigation Bureau really doesn't want to use this thing. After preparing this, Zhang Yunlong, Thor, and Sun Minghan began to apply for the call of satellite weapons. At present, human satellite weapons are mainly lasers, and lasers have not yet fully matured. The energy attenuation in the air is very severe, the power is limited, and the energy consumption is huge. Therefore, every time a super strong laser is used, it is necessary to buy the eyeball of a certain creature from the snake civilization. After using it once, the eyeball will be scrapped. P.S. Extra chapter for the leader celebrating the progress of superconductors. Today is 12,000 words, and this plot is almost over. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 361. I'm back. But now they can't care so much. As the top fighting force on Earth, the three of them must win this battle. Laser is a light-speed weapon with a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. Once it is aimed, there is no possibility of evasion. I hope this weapon will not be used, otherwise the price will be too high. Zhang Yunlong sighed in his heart, thinking that this preparation is indeed sufficient. Once the laser weapon is used, the foundation will be reduced a little, and the funding problem next year will be troublesome. The United Government must find some excuses to cut spending. Can't you fight for more? We are a big family here. Even the subordinates need funds to take the train. How can we do things without money? Sun Minghan picked up a whip and said. His real ability is shadow control, but he is good at using whip-like weapons to paralyze the enemy. The Bureau of Anomalous Investigation is already big enough. If it gets bigger, won't it become a coalition government? Besides, if an organization gets too big, it's bound to get Parkinson's syndrome. I always feel that these people below are just a bunch of pigs-brained people. They want to do everything themselves, but how much can one person do? Zhang Yunlong pointed to his brain. If it weren't for providing fuel for the fire of the soul, do you think I want to sit in this position? Now the daily troubles are endless, but they are the best fuel for the fire of the soul. Your method is quite mysterious. I'm kind of thinking about switching to the fire of the soul. The old white man Thor on the other side, my current innate talent, the power of thunder and lightning, seems to have come to an end, and I can no longer make any progress. If I can switch to the fire of the soul, maybe there will be another turn. Zhang Yunlong laughed. There is a sequence in learning, and there is specialization in skills. If you are willing to switch to the fire of the soul, I will naturally teach you everything I know. Let's go meet that mysterious man. After we find the person, we should use courtesy before force, and don't rush into it. As a top genius who can create his own unique skills and stand out from billions of people, Zhang Yunlong naturally has extraordinary innate talents. Good and bad are interdependent. This talent has helped him get through a lot of difficult times. Therefore, he is also a top divination master. Unprecedented smoothness. The West, Tupin City. Zhang Yunlong was stunned and sweating. Isn't this Lao Zhang's hometown? I always feel that he just stood there and deliberately asked us to do divination. I'll tell you, objective strength is the basis for exerting subjective initiative. You still don't believe it? Zhang Ming beat up Ms. Hulu in his dream, which was refreshing. Although Ms. Hulu's mouth was not very honest, she kept saying human, let you know my learning ability, but the actual operation was a mess. Give her a master with 2,000 attributes, indestructible and dream-entering ability. That really can't beat the 5 grandmasters together, and they were beaten up in minutes. In particular, these 5 grandmasters were all under the control of Zhang Ming. This dream cricket fight lasted for several hours, simulating combat situations under various conditions, and ended with Zhang Ming deliberately letting her win. Demgord stayed there motionless, and Zhang Ming couldn't help but flick her fingers. Why don't you say a word? She said faintly. Alice, I always feel that I am a little vain, not as simple as before, obviously a rookie in fighting, but still looking forward to victory, and even a little happy after being deliberately let go. Is this considered that kind of deep human flavor? This is not just human flavor, it is a common problem of intelligent creatures all over the world. If there is no desire to win, in the process of survival, you will soon be eliminated, Zhang Ming said meaningfully. This is not a fight. According to human terms, this is called a cordial and friendly conversation to enhance mutual understanding and fully exchange opinions. Well, we should reach our destination, right? Time to get off the bus. Let you see my hometown. Someone is fortune-telling our information. Let them do the divination anyway. There's no harm anyway. Zhang Ming woke up from his dream and yawned. The speed of the train was slowly decreasing. Finally, it stopped at a slightly old train station. Taiping East Station, here we are. This was where my parents lived. Long ago, during the earthquake period, Taiping City, located inland, was the most livable and safest place, with coal and steel deposits. For a long time, the administrative center of Daksha was here, and its function was no different from that of the capital. However, as time passed, 100 years later, Taiping City was not a major transportation hub after all, and there were no special supernatural resources. The situation on the earth was slowly stabilizing, and it would naturally fall back to its rightful place. The administrative center of Daksha had long been moved to a larger city. Economic development is the most important thing in human civilization. Compared with objective laws, administrative power is really not worth mentioning. Zhang Ming, wearing an invisible cloak, followed the crowd out of the train and experienced this ancient city full of the sense of the passage of time. The infrastructure built in the past, such as train stations, roads, and railways, also look a bit old, and the walls are stained with a layer of tea color, but fortunately these buildings can still be used. The plane trees on the roadside grow wantonly, blocking out the sun and bringing a touch of coolness in the midsummer. Here you can even find buildings from 150 years ago, some air raid shelters designed to avoid disasters, as well as earthquake-resistant buildings, canals, dams, artificial lakes, etc. left by the original Surin project. In the past, there was a city called Beiping, which was our cultural and political capital, Zhang Ming explained, but now, Beiping has long been submerged by the sea, and only a few small islands in the Taihang Mountains remain. The traces of the old times are really getting fewer and fewer, but it's also normal. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. There should be some cultural capitals preserved. I will take you to see them when the time comes. In fact, this is not my real hometown either, but for me, my hometown is where my family is. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The sun gradually moved westward, stretching the shadow obliquely. Zhang Ming walked slowly on the road home, as if he was going home from school one day, carrying his heavy school bag. Occasionally, men and women full of youthful atmosphere would pass by the roadside, laughing and chatting about interesting things around them. The university that once moved here did not move with it, so Taiping slowly became a city with education as its main industry. Even during the summer vacation, there are still many students who do not leave school. However, the days of dancing lightly and flying freely are indeed far away. No matter how shameless Zhang Ming is, he can't go back to his student days. He took off his invisible cloak and changed into his original appearance. He found that he had forgotten the way home, or rather, he didn't know where his home was. "Excuse me, where's the largest cemetery here?" Zhang Ming asked an old man who was playing chess on the roadside. "It's the mountain in front, maybe more than 10 miles away. Take bus number 122 to get there." "Thank you." More than 10 miles is nothing for Zhang Ming's speed. It's not the season for worshipping and sweeping tombs, so there are not many people in the cemetery. Zhang Ming bought a bunch of white chrysanthemums and soon found the graves of his relatives. Looking at the familiar words on them, memories of the past came flooding back. Withered flowers, withered leaves, under the torrent of time, some things seem to have never happened. There is no afterlife in the world, but people always hope for an afterlife to comfort their fear of death. Zhang Ming placed the flowers in front of the grave and whispered, "Dad, Mom, I'm back, I'm doing well now, and I should be happy in the future." Zhang Ming felt that he was not good at expressing himself. Even if he had thousands of words to say, he couldn't say a word at this moment. Everything was stuck in his throat and swallowed into his stomach. A lot of stories happened, and I met a lot of interesting friends. He mourned for a few minutes, took a deep breath, and then smiled and introduced his friends, including Miss Hulu who was floating beside him. "This is a little girl who likes role-playing. She should accompany me for a long time." He kept chattering for half an hour and turned away. Even though he had many ways to find the so-called home, such as asking a local for directions, or buying a map or something. But he didn't want others to know that he didn't even know where his home was. The complicated mood was like the weather in summer, changing at any time. With a light boom, a thunderstorm suddenly came, and Zhang Ming was caught off guard and was soaked by the heavy rain. So he simply walked in the rain, sighing. "I wanted to walk back slowly from the southeast, but the human government was chasing me. Once I got involved with the government, I lost my leisure and elegance. It seems good now, people always accept reality." He could only rely on his own spiritual sense and wander around the city, going wherever he wanted. As the heavy rain fell, pedestrians on the road took shelter from the rain, and the puddles on the streets looked like transparent mirrors. The lights of the street lamps shone with a pale yellow light on the rainy day. Suddenly, two children, a boy and a girl, jumped off the bus, laughing and welcoming the heavy rain. The boy was just an ordinary boy, a little older, about 10 years old, and still had a childlike age. The girl was just an ordinary girl, 7 or 8 years old, with a pair of ponytails unique to that age, a dazzling white complexion, and a pair of exquisite black leather shoes on her feet. Her right foot stepped into the puddles and then retracted. After a while, she took off her precious little leather shoes and stepped on the water barefoot. The boy sighed and cursed something, then held the umbrella for her and walked on the side of the road. But soon he could not resist the temptation of stepping on the water, so he also took off his shoes and started to trample vigorously, forgetting his mother's warning. Chapter 362 A little gift from my sister. The rain formed a sparkling stream on the street. The boy and the girl were like little rabbits crossing the river. In the heavy rain, they screamed happily and laughed, and at the same time, their clothes were soaked. In the jumping footsteps, Zhang Ming seemed to recall some things in the past. His soul drifted far away a long time ago. The thunder also faded away in an instant, and the back in the rain was illuminated by the setting sun. He couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears on his face, but just walked forward. Miss Lulu hummed a very familiar tune, with a little sadness. On the high green hills, daylilies bloom. Pick one and give it to me, little girl. I don't know how long I walked. The rain stopped and the sky cleared. Zhang Ming quickened his pace. He saw the ginkgo tree. It must be the ginkgo tree planted by his sister. The ginkgo leaves in the wind were like countless green butterflies flying in the sky under the setting sun. Those leaves were welcoming him home. The string that had been tense in his heart suddenly relaxed. Zhang Ming hugged the tree, sat next to it on the lawn, and didn't care that the lawn was soaked with rain. He realized that this was the home he had been looking for, and nothing was more real than this moment. Perhaps this moment was a good moment. The sadness of the past had long been lost, and now what was produced was a kind of quiet confusion and a faint relief. The flowing water, the flying birds, the journey, it seemed that everything had come to an end. The only choice he had was to accept this new family member and listen to Miss Hulu's crisp voice. If one day, the thoughts go far away, pick a petal to make wings and fly against the wind. If one day, understand sadness, think about it, and you will have a good dream. Zhang Ming's keen intuition suddenly realized that something seemed to be buried under the ginkgo tree. He quickly reached out and dug the mud. After digging about 50 centimeters, he found a golden little turtle pendant at the root of the ginkgo tree. It seemed to be made of gold, and the turtle had a hollow belly that could be opened like a drawer. Inside was a letter written in gold foil. Hey, Zhang Ming, this is the gift I left behind. Are you surprised? Unexpected? Are you a little touched? You are so strong, you should be able to find this thing that has been buried for who knows how long, right? Are you surprised? This thing is pure gold, very expensive, tens of thousands of dollars. But it doesn't matter, I still have some private money. If you are surprised by this gift, I will be very satisfied. Brother, welcome home. I have given birth to 2 children and completed the task of continuing the family line. Lu Tuiyu doesn't care about the right to give the surname, so both of his children are named Zhang. He is such a good man. I have never met such a good man in my life. If the Zhang family becomes extinct, don't blame the descendants for being incompetent. Things can change over time. If the descendants don't live up to expectations and lose the family property, you will care too much? After all, I don't care much, and old Lu doesn't care either. We don't have a throne to inherit, so who cares what they do? When you come back, I don't know how many generations of distant relatives will come to visit. If you don't like them, just ignore them. It's okay, look at how noble our spiritual realm is. As a human being, just be happy. Don't care so much, and don't be bound by past concepts. I have always thought that if everyone can think things through like us, human beings may be more harmonious. It's a pity that most people can't figure it out. The world is so helpless. You should also be more open-minded. There's really nothing perfect in the world, that's it, there's nothing much to say. Oh, by the way, don't live in the past. I think you should set a bigger goal, such as training more masters for the people on Earth, or doing something else meaningful. You know, my husband and I often discuss you. If we were as powerful as you, what should we do? Lu Tuiyu laughed and slapped the table hard. He said loudly, "It must be to change the world and eliminate all unfairness." Then I laughed, mocking him for being so naive. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. I patted the table and said that if I were so strong, I would definitely become the world's richest man, the ultimate producer, exploiting others every day and turning everyone into cattle and horses. That would be another kind of fairness. Then he scolded me for being uncultured, and the noisy day passed just like that. Okay, these are some of my personal thoughts. Anyway, I think you are so strong, you still have to find something to do. We will be happy in another world. I wish you a smile, happiness every day, and live your own little life. This little turtle pendant is for your future wife. Just say it's a small gift from your sister-in-law. I hope she likes it." Thunderstorms fell again in the sky. Zhang Ming was immersed in the little surprise given by his sister and didn't notice that the rain fell again. There are always so many surprises in the world. It's really annoying that his sister actually advised him not to lie down. If it was someone else, it would be fine, but now. Could it be that his big bucket restaurant collapsed before it even opened? Zhang Ming wiped his eyes and fell into some special troubles. "Uncle, uncle," a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and a black umbrella was handed over. It was a boy's voice, and he seemed a little confused. "Why are you digging mud in front of my house? Can you go dig somewhere else? Walk out of this community. There is a rescue station 1 kilometer north. You can get free food and water. This umbrella is for you." "Huh? Why do you look a bit like me and my father?" The boy with a student-like atmosphere widened his eyes and raised his voice. Looking at the homeless man who looked a bit crazy in front of him, the boy was stunned for a moment. Zhang Ming turned his head and saw that this guy looked very similar to himself, and he was also stunned for a while. Then he saw the girl who was peeking out of the window, who looked very similar to his sister. At this moment, he deeply felt and realized that it was the power from genes. Life is just a carrier of genes. Things in the world are like the wind and the dog. Life will eventually wither, but genes will last forever in the world in another form. Why humans value blood inheritances because of the power of genes. This pair of ordinary siblings, as if he and his sister have lost their abilities, are living a peaceful life here. Fate is spinning like a gyroscope, and after spinning around, it returns to the starting point. The homeless man who is suspected to be a relative was invited into the house. The male owner of this house is called Zhang Chenhao, 23 years old. A senior student. His sister is Zhang Yuyu, 20 years old, a freshman. The reason why these two young people dared to invite the relative who was digging mud and looked very similar to dead home was because there were 2 guests at home, a full of 4 people, and there should be no problem with safety, right? What's more, the neighbor next door is an S-level master who runs a martial arts gym. They usually get along very well. Even if there are gangsters, just scream loudly and the master will rush in, so there is no need to worry about anything. When Zhang Ming saw the 2 guests, he had to sigh at the smallness of the earth and the wonder of fate. It turned out to be the 2 brothers and sisters of the Lin family. However, because he had changed back to his original appearance, the 2 siblings of the Lin family did not recognize him at first. Instead, they were curious and puzzled. "Xiaoyu, is he a relative of yours? He looks like your brother." "I don't know who it is, maybe a distant relative." "Alice, you are so wet in the rain. Come with me and change your clothes." The little girl who looked very much like her sister took a mop and mopped the water clean. After so many years, there are so many distant relatives. In fact, most of them don't get to know each other much. But their family is a bit famous, and relatives will come to visit from time to time. "Uncle, are you related to us? What's your name?" Zhang Chenhao was still a little wary and hid his right hand in his trouser pocket. There was a security alarm device inside. As long as the button is pressed, the police will be called directly. "I think so," Zhang Ming nodded. "You may not believe me, but my name is Zhang Ming, and you are my sister's direct descendants. So we are relatives. I'd like to borrow your shower room." "Oh, I guess that we are relatives. Then change into my clothes first. It's easy to catch a cold if you get wet." "What are you doing in Tianping? If you want to go to the cemetery, I'll take you there." Zhang Chenhao nodded and habitually said something polite. "I just came here to see my old home. If it's convenient, stay overnight. If it's not convenient, forget it. I can stay in a hotel by myself." Zhang Ming took a piece of clothing and went into the bathroom. Then, in the next second, Zhang Chenhao seemed to think of something. He looked like he had seen a ghost, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. He said his name was Zhang Ming. Zhang Chenhao kept muttering fuck, 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 fuck in his heart, and sat down on the sofa tremblingly, his mind in a mess. What the hell? Seeing that her brother was not in a good mood, his younger sister Zhang Yuyu kicked him quickly. Why do you look so dead? My classmate finally came here, and you want to take in distant relatives? We are almost out of room. Zhang Chenhao leaned back on the sofa, tapped his phone with trembling hands, and opened the encyclopedia page of Zhang Ming. He said, his name is Zhang Ming, the respectful title in the world, Lao Zhang. The younger sister's face turned pale, and at this moment, she felt that the pressure of the whole world was pressing on her. Then she also sat on the sofa, not daring to move. The two were like mice seeing a cat, no, a tiger. In addition to being stunned, their brains stopped working. Chapter 363. A backer more exaggerated than Mount Everest. Are you a liar? Grandpa or uncle finally came home. Isn't it a liar who wants to cheat money? Call the police quickly, brother, the police should be able to prove his identity, Zhang Yuyu said blankly. Lao Zhang is the name on the internet. After all, Zhang Ming is the oldest person alive since the old times. With such a great achievement, it seems a bit disrespectful to call him by his name, but you can't call him Zhang Dashan, Zhang Day, Zhang Daneng or Zhang Daddy. These names make people so embarrassed that their toes can deduct a 3-bedroom apartment. Over time, Lao Zhang on the internet only refers to Zhang Ming. There is also a strange legend in their family. The grandpa, grandfather or uncle seems to be wandering in the sea of demons, and sooner or later he will return to his hometown. Their generation didn't take it too seriously. After all, life has to be created by oneself. You can't wait for someone you have never seen and only lives in textbooks all day long, right? But now why should I call the police? What if it's true? Zhang Chenhao's fists were shaking, and crazy ideas burst into his mind. He was wondering if he was mentally ill. At the same time, the two siblings of the Lin family were also discussing the uncle who had just come in, and the small gourd ornament that seemed to be hanging on his belt. Can't it be the uncle we are looking for? Lin Yuyu squinted his eyes and glanced at the two siblings sitting upright, realizing that the atmosphere was becoming inexplicably weird. Or maybe this kind of gourd ornament is a popular style for middle-aged people? I haven't heard of this popular style. Lin Fangzhang had a blank expression on his face, and his mind was still thinking about his kingfish. Then, Lin Yui ran to Zhang Yuyu and patted her. Are you having a parent-teacher meeting? Why are you so serious? Zhang Yui nodded stiffly like a robot. We are indeed having a parent-teacher meeting, and the content of this parent-teacher meeting is indeed a little scary. If you must know, we can only scare you to death. My ancestor seems to be back, Zhang Yuyu said stiffly. I don't even know what to call him. I'm so anxious. There's only one old Zhang on the internet. Lin Yuyu and Lin Fangzhang were also scared to death. They were pale and sat there like good babies, with their hands and feet placed, not daring to move. The four people began to rank according to seniority. The chaotic relationship made them fall into a long silence. Zhang Ming took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Seeing the four people sitting at the dining table like robots, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Is this welcome ceremony so grand? Is there a speech to be made? How do you prove it? You are the lady or what? We can't just believe whatever you say, Zhang Chenhao asked stumblingly with a red face, and was so anxious, even though he was not the kind of person who stuttered. Zhang Ming was stunned by the question, his eyes widened. How can I prove that I am myself? This is a classic problem in the world. I don't even have an ID card. Who can prove it for me? Should I call Lao Wang? So he took a look at the nervous Lin siblings, and suddenly had an idea. He adjusted his facial muscles and changed his appearance. Now you know me, little girl and boy of the Lin family? You picked me up from the sea of demons. Can you prove it? I've told you the secret of the kingfish. Could it be someone other than Lao Zhang? Who else could it be? As a result, the four young men were frightened by his behavior of changing his appearance in front of them and broke out in cold sweats. It took them a long time to recover. It was obvious that this was a special ability to adjust one's appearance. They were still a little suspicious. If you can change your appearance, isn't it easy to be a liar? Lin Fangzhang suddenly said, actually, I still believe it a little. Mr. Zhang, but why do you need to be rescued? You can swim back to the coastline by yourself, it's only this short distance. Why did you run away from the police station? Zhang Ming shamelessly gave a very strange explanation, because I don't want to contact the authorities. You have to know that once you contact the officials, it's like sticky candy, you can't get rid of it, and you can't hit them directly. They use the righteousness to recruit me, which is very annoying. However, the young people actually nodded seriously and accepted it easily, because they were unwilling to contact the government departments unless they had no choice, which was really annoying. But obviously, this proof was not enough. Suddenly, Zhang Ming noticed that the small gourd hanging on his waist vibrated twice. He reached out and touched it, and touched a family photo and letters that had been exchanged. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the gourd was smart and could always solve problems at critical moments. Look, this is a family photo we took a long time ago. I used software to Photoshop my image. This is your wife or great-grandmother, that is, my sister. Do you look a bit like you? This is my mother, my father, and this is my little niece. Forget about yours. The generations are so confusing. Is there a family tree? Yes, there is. It seems to be true. I know this photo. I have seen it. The old photos were stained with the color of tea, washed away by all the dross, and brought a sense of the passing of time. They were like red maple leaves, full of stories from the past. The young people were excited about the photo. The evidence was so strong that they had to believe it. The mysterious legend actually came true today. So much so that for a while, they began to sit there like robots again, motionless. The weight of the elders was so great that they were almost suffocating. Even the most powerful people dared not speak at this moment. What should I do? Forget it, you guys talk first. Where is the kitchen? Since you took me in, I'll cook a meal. Zhang Ming also saw that the young people seemed to have a generation gap with him, so he could only shake his head. You guys chat slowly. I'll cook a good meal. Zhang Ming suddenly felt that he had found the past he wanted to find, and it was time to face a brand new future. This is indeed a good season. Even if it is pouring rain, the insects and wildcats hidden under the flowers, plants and trees are still waiting for the rain to pass and the days of vitality. Perhaps human civilization should be like this. One more person, one less person, the sun will always rise again. Although this peaceful life can't last too long, a car drove in outside the community, and it seemed that there were several extremely powerful people sitting on it, which should be the strongest level on the earth. I have to admit that the mobility of humans is quite good. He was discovered as soon as he arrived. It is highly likely that the strongest force that can be commanded at the moment was dispatched. In this era full of big data surveillance, as long as humans are willing to spend the cost, various means of surveillance, divination, and fortune-telling have emerged, and it is difficult to hide. Unless he keeps changing his appearance, or finds a border area to hide his identity and works himself to death, there is a possibility of not being discovered. But it doesn't matter, cooking is important. Unconsciously, a brisk smile appeared on Zhang Ming's face. After Zhang Ming left, the rusty atmosphere like a robot slowly eased. Zhang Shenhao picked up a glass of water, gulped several mouthfuls, and slowly calmed down. Bullshit. He glanced at his silly sister with a hot head. Zhang Yuyu was giving a silly and stupid smile, but suddenly her face turned serious. Why are you looking at me? Are you asking your great-grandfather to cook? And why don't you go and help? Do you want to enjoy the fruits of his labor? You can go, but he is your great-grandfather. I am so scared, I really don't dare to go in. I don't dare either. In the end, Lin Fangxiang, who is the most taciturn, unable to integrate into the group, and who only thought about kingfish, had to go into the kitchen to help. You say, will our family have a lot of money? A bigger house? From now on, I can live like a princess. Zhang Yuyu held her face. I don't need to work hard now. Come on, no matter how rich your ancestors are, what does it have to do with you? You don't even dare to say a word, nor say hello. What kind of princess are you? Dreaming. Zhang Shenhao's ideology and morality are really upright, as if he inherited Lu Tui's spray character, and he criticized his sister with disgust, and his words were particularly sharp. Even if you live a life like a princess, it's not your own ability, so you're superior to others. Why? You're just a parasite in society. Zhang Yuyu's face flushed with anger. She felt a little aggrieved. She had a backer as high as the sky, even more exaggerated than Mount Everest, but she was not allowed to fantasize about it. If she fantasized about it, she would become a parasite in society. No wonder you still can't find a girlfriend, you idiot. Then there was laughter in the kitchen, and Lin Fangxiang's surprised howl was faintly heard. So that's it, the kingfish is actually a kind of squid. It's as big as a mountain. Many fish like to eat its shit. This is a surprise of satisfying curiosity. Although this surprise is a bit weird. The discussion outside the kitchen gradually became lively. Lin Yu on the other side couldn't get a word in, so he ran into the kitchen to help and listen to interesting stories. The two siblings were still arguing, discussing things like bakers. Chapter 364 Everyone is a guest. To be honest, the fate of these two siblings is not bad in this era. When their direct ancestors went out to work, they were killed by the weaving shadow. No one could have expected the world hunters to kill people. In that era, too many people died. But their parents are still alive. They are engaged in some kind of scientific research in Yunhei City. It is really a big city. The business is busy and they can't come back once a year. However, Yunhei City is a place where you can make a lot of money. The annual salary may add up to 1 million. At least it is above the middle class and lives a comfortable life. So the brother and sister stayed in this small city. Anyway, they are all college age and can take care of themselves. They were excitedly discussing whether to call their parents or something, but they were stopped by Zhang Ming. He didn't want to create a scene where a lot of relatives met with the ancestors. The rain was pouring down. Hearing that the brother and sister were not orphans, Zhang Ming was in a very good mood. While introducing the interesting stories that happened during the journey, he asked Ms. Hulu to help take out the crayfish stored on the moon. Look at me performing a magic trick, whoosh! A lobster appeared in his hand. These lobsters were crystal clear, each as thick as an arm, as if they were carved from crystal. Very cute. This was a magical creature he encountered in a certain sea area during his journey. The meat was delicious and provided quite a lot of attribute points. The most important thing was that the meat was mild and ordinary people could eat a few bites. This kind of food is not common. So at that time, Zhang Ming paused for a while and asked Dr. Xiaobei to study whether it could be domesticated artificially. The final result was naturally a failure, so he simply captured a large group of about 100,000, all of which were frozen and stored on the moon. Is this a mutant lobster? So beautiful. There are so many beautiful species, or in other words, beauty and strength are often proportional, Zhang Ming explained. If something strikes the soul with elegance, no need to say more, just run away. Help me remove the shrimp thread first, put on gloves and this knife. The shell is very sharp, don't stab yourself. Oh, I know. The two brothers and sisters of the Lin family grew up by the sea, and they were quite good at these housework. Soon, the shrimp threads of these lobsters were all removed and their backs were opened. Give me that bottle of white wine, marinate it for a while to remove the fishy smell. Then, Zhang Ming took out the ancestral, secret sauce recipe from the Honggang people. The color is brown-red, with a layer of chili oil floating on it. As soon as it was taken out, a unique hot and spicy aroma came out. The sauce is well made, fresh and spicy, and the sauce is unique and delicious. It is simply the best seasoning for cooking lobsters. This scene was captured by a high-definition camera of a high-altitude drone. How is the investigation result? In a house hundreds of meters away, the people of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau are ready. 3 of the top masters on the Earth and a dozen staff members are using various monitoring methods to monitor everything in the house. The situation seems to be developing in a very strange direction, forcing everyone to be more cautious. This person looks exactly like Zhang Ming. This person's body is full of souls. It seems that there are thousands of souls stacked together. It meets the characteristics of the world hunter and soul mutation. The information detected by the soul eye made all the witnesses' scalps numb. Looking at the picture, the scene of countless souls crowded in one place really makes people have intensive phobia. However, the current location of this person is in the ancestral house left by Zhang Ming's parents. And the current appearance can't help but make people full of reverie. Which situation it is, no one can really determine. And the scene in the surveillance is getting weirder and weirder. He's cooking? Just cooking. On the screen, they saw crystal clear lobsters, which were simply rinsed in boiling water, as if there was a mist of spiritual energy surrounding the entire room. Then, after applying sauce, they were wrapped in tin foil and placed in the fire stove to grill on a small charcoal fire. The Lin family brothers and sisters inside could not help but spit wildly when they smelled the fragrance. Hot sweat broke out on their foreheads. Every cell in their bodies was urging them to eat that bite of lobster, so that the brothers and sisters had to endure it bitterly. In the entire monitoring room, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the observation of the eye of the soul, it was actually possible to see the spirit in the air that was like flowing water. The so-called ingredients naturally have different grades. The snake civilization next door, who called themselves gourmets, has done a lot of research on this. They divided the ingredients into 3 levels: dragon, tiger, and fish. Things like mutant rice and mutant eggs are basically considered fish grade, which can change the physical fitness of ordinary people. As long as the output is large enough, it can be regarded as a good thing of civilization. Tiger grade ingredients are basically things that can be shown off in civilized banquets. Tiger grade ingredients are often the freshest piece of flesh and blood on a powerful creature. More than 90% of the races, as long as they are not purely herbivorous species, will think it is a delicacy. Anyway, when receiving foreign guests, cooking tiger grade ingredients is probably right. Of course, because the energy contained in it is too high, ordinary people cannot eat it. Once eaten, there will be some unexpected risks. As for the highest dragon grade ingredients, the spirits in them are all suitable for biological absorption. Not only is it extremely delicious, but it also contains extremely high energy. Even creatures with ordinary physiques can enjoy it and improve their physical fitness, and there is no unexpected risk. This is the best ingredient. Everyone can enjoy it. 99% of the races will think it is a supreme delicacy. Even herbivorous animals will make an exception and eat a few bites. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. There will always be 1% of races that are unique. Their taste system is different from other creatures. They like to eat rotten food and other things, but they don't like normal food. This world is so magical. However, dragon-level ingredients are too rare. Even the snake people, a civilization with unique biotechnology, still cannot raise them artificially. They can only take risks and go to the sea of demons to fish. As for when you can encounter it, you can only say that it depends on luck. Anyway, there seems to be no such ingredient in the sea area within 10 years, and there is no need to fish for it farther away. Comrade Zhang Yanlong, who is in the lead, couldn't help thinking, I don't know what level of ingredient this crayfish is, and what it tastes like. Well, if it's really Zhang Ming, it's not surprising. He began to think that Zhang Ming was really back. The story of that old Zhang has always been a mysterious legend. What is that person's ability? How strong is he? And what strange things he has? There is too little information at present. Even Comrade Wang Fumin doesn't know much. Each call communication time is actually only a few hours, and there is not much to talk about. If it's really him, he shouldn't let his relatives be blown up alive, right? The white man Thor also licked his dry lips. I don't know how strong he is. He was a superhuman who could scare the snake people and change their ideas. 100 years have passed, and some kind of qualitative change may have occurred again. If I challenged him, how many seconds can I last? Zhang Yanlong hurriedly said, don't be impulsive. If he is really a superhuman, beating you to death is no different from killing a chicken, or call aloud Wang. Ask him if Zhang Ming is back. Hey, Lao Wang's relationship with us is not very good and he can't get here for a while, I think. Except that the soul is a little strange. Other external manifestations seem to be quite normal. Lao Zhang may be like Lao Wang, not very willing to contact the human government. I remember that the superhuman is most likely a mental patient with a little mutation in the soul, which seems normal. Lao Wang once said that he had derealization disorder. Has he survived it now? Listening to the remarks of the two adjutants, Zhang Yanlong frowned slightly, and couldn't help but get a little excited. This matter is too strange, and the influence is too great, so they have to be cautious. But now they are stuck here, neither advancing nor retreating. They have to at least figure out who this guy is, right? A civilization with extraordinary people has a big trouble, that is, they have to handle personal relationships well. How to say it? Everyone has a different temper, and you can't expect every extraordinary person with some mental problems to be a saint. The contradiction between personal interests and collective interests is an eternal topic. The highest combat power of civilization is not a robot, and you can send it as you want, especially when this person is likely to have an unknown mental illness. Therefore, how to handle the relationship is a huge problem. Zhang Ming hummed a little song, wrapped it in tin foil, and grilled the lobster, and the white aroma filled the whole room. At this time, Zhang Chenhao and Zhang Yuai also wanted to help. There were 5 people squeezed in the kitchen, which was too crowded. He simply drove everyone else out. Hey, when can I enjoy the food? Little Gar jumped out quickly. She was really bored listening to the group of people chatting. You have to ask yourself, what kind of meat do you want to eat when you are a Gar tree? Can I chat with them? I like to listen to some new stories and tell some stories. I like to talk to young people, of course, as long as they are not afraid of you, it's not a big problem. Zhang Ming glanced at the drone that flashed across the sky, and asked Ms. Gore to help take out a piece of monster meat and chop it into small pieces. It seems that there are uninvited guests. Forget it. I am in a good mood today. Everyone who comes is a guest. I will make one for you too. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Captain Pelican appears on TV. This piece of monster meat is hard as steel. In fact, the meat of many super life forms is like this. When they evolve into powerful bodies, the toughness of their muscle fibers is far beyond that of normal life forms, just like steel bars. This also makes them taste not very good. But in more than 100 years of exploration, Zhang Ming has also found his own unique cooking method. First, release the current for an electrotherapy. The purpose is to decompose the coarse fibers that are impossible to chew. Then use the pervasive golden light of King Kong to soften it further. Finally, take out a bottle of coarse salt ore, sprinkle it on the meat, and beat and knead it hard. This is coarse salt from the three-tailed monkey world, which contains some special supernatural elements. You can actually taste a bold and free feeling from it with the tip of your tongue. Rare. At the beginning, only several thousand tons were dug. I have never been willing to use it. Zhang Ming was very happy, then let the first batch of customers taste my craftsmanship. The signboard of the big rice bucket canteen will be a hit. The rain gradually stopped. Everyone in the Abnormal Investigation Bureau was so anxious about such a big thing that they scratched their heads and ears. Director Wang Fuman's phone number can't be reached. I asked his colleagues, and even his leaders don't know where he went. Old Wang, I don't know where he went, and I can't contact him. Looking at the whole earth, Old Wang is really a magical person. When he was a grassroots cadre, he couldn't be contacted after work. He caught a criminal every now and then and became an honorary citizen. As for who the criminal is, I'm sorry, it's probably an official. The most important thing is that no one can control him. Zhang Yanlong scratched his scalp. Privately, he thought that the existence of a magical person like Old Wang was quite interesting. It even triggered a trend of strong people living in seclusion. After all, there are actually many people like Old Wang. He couldn't help but sigh and looked at the screen. Forget it if Old Wang can't come. Let's get ready and go later. At this moment, Zhang Ming was cooking another dish. The salt and pepper floating on the surface of the meat slices were like stars dotted in the sky. Under the stir-frying of the spatula, they flashed a mouth-watering color. It just so happened that the eye of the soul was still activated, and everything was seen very clearly. At least it's tiger-grade food, but the energy contained is so strong that it's unheard of. Could it be extraordinary life? Several people looked at each other in bewilderment. Even the gourmet civilization Snake Civilization might not know what extraordinary life tastes like. Humans, it's even more impossible to know. Unconsciously, Zhang Yanlong had an idea in his mind. I don't know what the flesh and blood of extraordinary monsters taste like. Maybe eating a bite can help me live a few more years? After another 10 minutes, the charcoal grilled lobsters were also finished. The original crystal-like creatures turned into plump and fat things with a hint of yellow. After being coated with a layer of orange-red sauce, it made people drool. Zhang Yanlong suddenly understood why the younger generation likes to watch various videos of food bloggers. Because it's really stress-relieving. The delicious food with all the colors and fragrance. Just a beautiful color, just looking at it is equivalent to eating it. Looking again, the man had cooked 8 large lobsters in total, and there were only 5 people in the house, including 4 young people and Lao Zhang. Clearly, it was an invitation. Inviting the 3 of them. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yanlong said, "Let's go. Since he has already discovered us, we have to go through all the hardships." Old Zhang, are you going to get a free meal? Aren't you afraid? Sun Minghan, who has the ability to control shadows, couldn't help but ask, and his identity has not been confirmed yet. What if the meal is poisonous? Zhang Yanlong showed a serious face. Let's go and see first. Just say we are from the street office, and we are here to express our condolences to their family. Is that okay? Of course, you can wait outside the door, and I can go alone. That's fine. Unconsciously, the highest official of the United Government, the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, swallowed his saliva. His innate ability good and bad are interdependent of Hong Fu induction is urging him to go get a free meal. The dish is cooked by extraordinary life, he must taste it. You guys should be careful here. I can eat the lobsters for both of you, that's fine. What a pity, there are only 100,000 lobsters, the quantity is limited, once you eat them, there will be no more. Food like this that can increase the attributes of ordinary people is really rare. I seem to have only encountered 7 or 8 kinds in all these years. Including the fruit of the Garden of Eden, there are no more than 10 kinds. As for this piece of meat, there are only a dozen strange creatures from the yellow sand world, and once you eat them, there will be no more. Zhang Ming smiled and simply fried a few vegetables. When he took these big lobsters out, the young people were watching TV in the living room. There seemed to be a lot of major news these days. The International Environmental Investigation Bureau and environmentalists have arrested a group of poachers in the primeval forests of the western continent. The population engaged in the relevant interest chain upstream and downstream has reached tens of thousands. It's so disgusting, this group of people. Zhang Chenhao couldn't help blushing and cursing. The primeval forests in the West are a 1,000-year project to enhance the foundation of the Earth's world, or even a 10,000-year project. This big project, every student has learned in textbooks, the forest can constantly attract alien species from the Sea of Demons, the survival of the fittest. These friendly alien species can slowly improve the natural environment of the Earth. After thousands of years, the number of mutants, including the number of supernatural materials, will increase significantly, and ordinary civilians will also benefit from it. Even the will of the Earth will be strengthened, producing more sources of the world every year. But this project needs to last too long. Civilizations like the Snakeman civilization and the Honggang civilization have lasted for thousands of years to obtain a steady stream of harvests. Humans have only cultivated the primeval forest for less than 100 years, and it is far from reaching the point of flowering and bearing fruit. However, those poachers don't care about the interests of human civilization, they only want to satisfy their own personal snobbery. So they are also the object of hatred for many people. As a result, the picture on the TV turned, and the voice of the pelican sister appeared on the TV, and the quack quack sound was particularly crisp. Captain Pelican is on TV. Zhang Ming was shocked and almost dropped the plate in his hand. The host's voice seemed to be somewhat joyful. Environmental enthusiasts, on the border of the Caspian Sea in the western forest, a super bird with super high IQ was found. It seems to be able to understand human language. This is the first time we have found an intelligent species on Earth that can communicate with humans. The investigation team named it Huahua. The pelican's sister roared with a gah sound, her eyes sharp, and she was very dissatisfied with the name Huahua. The appearance of Huahua means that the Human Forest Environmental Protection Project has been initially verified. In the future, there will be more powerful species from the Demon Sea coming to live on Earth and enhance the foundation of the world. The Earth is not only the Earth of the human race, but also the common home of all life. Protecting the Earth means protecting people. Gaga. The pelican's sister was angry and punched and kicked the host. You are Huahua, and your whole family is Huahua. The young people in front of the TV were stunned, fearing that the host would be eaten by the ferocious bird. But Zhang Ming was not worried. Although the pelican captain was arrogant and irritable, he could still distinguish between good and bad people. Moreover, the forest was protected by the old man Bai Zhen. Bai Zhen's combat power was at the level of a superhuman. As long as the thieves did not have nuclear weapons, there would be no problem. Zhang Ming put the plate on the table and introduced, the big bird on TV was brought in by me. It is not called Huahua, but Captain. As long as you call it Captain, it will immediately be kind and meet most of your requirements. It is actually very powerful, with a physical value of at least 2,000. Ordinary poachers can't do anything to it. 2,000. Everyone took a breath of cold air. The great master next door only had 200, and a bird had 2,000? Wouldn't it be able to eat 10 great masters in one bite? Let's eat first and chat while eating. In fact, I brought a lot of companions with me. They are living in the big forest. Maybe one day they will be found by humans and appear on TV. This remark aroused great interest in everyone. Are there any fish? Kingfish, I guess there must be turtles. Has that little white turtle grown to the size of a house? No, it's still very small. By the time it grows to the size of a house, I might be old and dead. Just then, the security door was knocked several times. I'll go open the door. Zhang Chenhao quickly put down the remote control and stood up. I'll go. They should be looking for me. Zhang Ming opened the door casually. 3 men in uniforms holding briefcases stood outside the door. 2 of them were yellow-skinned, and the other was a white man with golden hair. All 3 looked nervous. So he couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Zhang Ming really didn't know who these guys were. Zhang Yanlong, Sun Minghan, and Thor stood outside the door, feeling a long-lost sense of nervousness in their hearts. They seemed to have returned to their childhood, facing a strict class teacher. Every word they said to the class teacher consumed a lot of courage. Even though he had made 1,000 preparations in his heart, Zhang Yanlong could only bite the bullet and said, "Director of the street office, my last name is Zhang. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang? Just returned from the Sea of Demons? Why didn't you tell me?" Zhang Ming frowned. "Can you not be so blunt? I just came home on the first day and haven't even had my first meal yet, and you're here to recruit me." Chapter 366, Great-Grandfather's Uncle. However, given Zhang Ming's personality, he was recognized and could only nod his head in agreement. "Yes, it's me. What's the matter? In this day and age, do I have to inform the government when I return home? I don't have to report to the government for everything, do I?" Zhang Yanlong was shocked. He seemed to be unwelcome. This was also normal. After all, they came in a hurry to disturb other people's gatherings and were considered uninvited guests. He quickly took out a file bag from his briefcase. Fight? Fight or fart? They were fully prepared. No, of course you don't have to report to the government when you go home, we just sent you 2 ID cards. And this bank card, it's the bonuses of various awards issued by the government for a long time in the past, the equity and dividends issued by various companies, etc. Of course, the handover of equity may be a bit troublesome, because many companies have gone bankrupt, and some companies have been acquired, etc. At that time, you have to go to the designated notary office and find a lawyer to handle the procedures. Zhang Ming took the bag of information and sighed. How much bonus is in the card? Over the years, the bonuses, stock dividends, big and small, may add up to 600 million. In fact, there were originally more, but 30 years ago, the unrest in the small country led to a financial crisis, and many banks went bankrupt. So your wealth has shrunk a lot. This is normal. After all, there are very few century-old companies. It is impossible for them to do nothing and their wealth will increase instead. But there are still 600 million. Zhang Ming naturally knows the prices of this era. Life is so helpless. I wanted to play life well, but you suddenly gave me so much money, which is equivalent to the difficulty of playing games suddenly dropping, and the official production team took the initiative to cheat and adjust the numbers. Then what am I going to play? Boring. But it's a waste not to pick up the free garbage. Zhang Ming took the file bag. Please come in. You 3 haven't had dinner yet? If you have anything to say, let's finish it together during dinner. You are too polite. Zhang Yanlong and the other 2 are not young anymore. After experiencing so many things, they are as thick-skinned as a city wall. They took off their shoes one by one and walked into the house. Seeing the 2 people behind followed in, Zhang Yanlong was stunned for a moment. For the sake of being conservative, shouldn't you wait outside? What if you are poisoned? Sun Minghan winked at him. This is a treat from His Excellency the Extraordinary, and the dishes are cooked with the flesh and blood of extraordinary creatures. If I don't get familiar with him now, when will I get his turn? Moreover, when Zhang Ming announced the human breathing technique through the mirage, they were all ordinary people. It was not excessive to call him teacher. What's wrong with eating for free? Only the guy named Thor was not born at that time. He had only learned the story from textbooks. When he smelled the aroma of the dishes, his eyes widened and he uttered oh sounds. It smells so spicy, absolutely beautiful. This bold guy was obviously not as cautious as the 2 old men. He asked directly, Mr. Zhang, why can you detect that your soul has a great abnormality through the soul eye? It's as if it is made up of a pile of souls. As soon as this was said, the other 2 people's muscles tightened up. This is the biggest question in their hearts. As long as this question is solved, they will no longer have any doubts. Zhang Ming was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that humans have such a device to detect souls. However, he has never told a high-level human civilization about the matter of the demon god time and space worm. There are many things that humans do not have corresponding cognition. So, he slightly adjusted the soul clone covered in the eyes and heart. Now you guys take a look again? I can't tell you the specific reason. Just think of it as me practicing a superpower related to the soul. Just like that, I have adjusted my soul. The drone in the distance quickly began the corresponding exploration. On the large screen at the back, countless dense white dots that represent soul clones floated to both sides of the body, revealing a pure human soul. The strength of that soul simply exceeded the numerical range that could be monitored. It might be more than 100 times that of an ordinary person. After all, the eye of the soul is just an eyeball peeled off from a certain creature. It is impossible to see everything clearly. The red light in the eyeball and the heart is indeed invisible. After discovering this truth, many staff members in the room fell into silent ecstasy. Their professional qualities made them still sit in their seats and work seriously, but their psychological activities were extremely rich. These people present were elites who had access to high-level secrets and deeply understood the terrifying influence of an extraordinary person. Confirmed, it's a human soul, Lao Zhang, it's really back to Earth? In the first minute, someone called the United Government, the Executive Council Department, and the current Supreme Council Chairman, Mr. Liu Yi. After hearing the news, he jumped directly from the sofa. He had to consider whether to announce this worthy celebration to all mankind, or, according to Zhang Ming's own preferences, to be a little low-key. Let's stabilize it first. At the 10th minute, the general stationed in the Sea of Demons learned about this and became excited. They wanted to fly back to meet the extraordinary master. In the end, they decided to reward their soldiers with a banquet. Of course, they were asked to keep the secret strictly. At the 20th minute, the Archon of the Snake Civilization was informed of this. They began to prepare corresponding gifts happily. Sooner or later, they would be able to visit. However, the snakes became troubled again. Private relationships are private relationships, and civilization interests are civilization interests. The two can be separated. What gifts do they have that can impress an extraordinary master? It seems that there is none. At the 30th minute, the distant Honggang civilization was also informed of this through the communicator. Ha, I knew Mr. Zhang wouldn't die so easily. It's a good time to come back now, not too late. A bearded man laughed on the screen, and then his expression changed. However, respected human diplomats, please take care of yourself. The matter we talked about earlier is really important. Please say something good in front of him. The disaster in the community of the neighboring world is spreading rapidly. From the current situation, the disaster is very strange and may be unheard of. It will really affect our community in this world. We must develop as soon as possible and do our best. There are less than 100 years left, human friends. We are even preparing for space transfer. The humans were originally very happy, but they were made gloomy by the Honggang people. Facing a terrible disaster that can destroy a community, even 10,000 extraordinary people can't resist it. They really have no bottom in their hearts, and can only sigh in despair. Survival in this world is really too difficult. The lobster meat is full of red oil, and the white and tender shrimp meat is very elastic. It is spicy and fragrant when put into the mouth, and soon you will sweat profusely. But the delicious taste was like eating the Jade Emperor's peach feast, and I couldn't stop eating. The four young men were a little confused after eating 2 bites, and they showed symptoms similar to being drunk. They were confused and couldn't sit still. Zhang Ming waved his hand. If you feel full, you can't eat more, otherwise it will be harmful. Grandpa, I'm so full now. Zhang Yui was dizzy and said frustratedly, but I only ate 1 bite. Such a big shrimp, will it still taste good if I eat it again tomorrow? It must be not as delicious as the first time. You should be content. You can't eat this plate of monster meat, otherwise it may expand and explode like a balloon. Then, several people began to rank the generations excitedly. In theory, these 2 juniors are the daughter of the sister's son of the daughter of the son of the son of the son, daughter. This relationship is really too complicated. Zhang Ming was confused. How should the generations be ranked? It can't be ranked. Finally, Zhang Ming could only ask the omnipotent Ms. Hulu to introduce them to this most magical, smartest and most adorable little friend. In front of outsiders, Ms. Hulu was naturally serious, not making jokes or role-playing. It's very simple. They are the grandsons of your nephews and great-great-grandsons, and the granddaughters of your nephews and great-great-grandsons. In the current human language, the most condensed noun is that you are their great-great-grandfather's uncle. The specific reasoning process is as follows. The father of the mother is the great-great-grandfather, and the brother of the father's mother is the uncle. In summary, You are their great-great-grandfather's uncle. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, and the hat of great-great-grandfather's uncle was put on his head. This is too fucking weird. But the facts seem to be true, and he can't refute it. Halfway through the conversation, the young people fell down, and one by one, like drunken little animals, they lay on the table. Zhang Ming picked them up one by one and put them in the room. Girls and girls are in the same room, and boys are in the same room. These young people are not very strong, and they must sleep to digest these foods that are beneficial to the body and soul. As for the three uninvited guests, they looked at Ms. Gord nervously. What is this? An intelligent creature? An intelligent creature in the shape of a gourd is really unheard of. Well, it's not hard to understand. After all, there are tens of thousands of intelligent creatures in the Demon Sea, and humans only know less than 1/10,000th of them. Ms. Gord, is the bird on TV your partner? Hello. Yes, it's called Pelican. You can call it Captain or Bird King. It's our little partner, he really answered. Chapter 367, whatever you want to say, just tell me all at once. Three of you, please have your meal. You're welcome, Zhang Ming greeted them because they had paid for the meal. Then I'd rather obey you than be respectful. Zhang Yanlong took a deep breath, peeled the shrimp shell, and gently put it into his mouth. The soft and elastic taste immediately filled every taste bud, and he didn't even want to waste the sauce. After just one bite, he felt his body become a little lighter, as if there was a burning flame burning in his chest. Food that is good for the soul is incredible, you can't buy it with worldly money. If it can be cultivated, how powerful will humans be? He looked at his two colleagues again, who were also addicted to the food and couldn't extricate themselves, without even a little vigilance. Or rather, even if they were vigilant, it would be meaningless. Don't look at this lobster, it's only as big as an arm, but it has the ability to attack the soul. Zhang Ming seemed to see their thoughts. If I didn't have a little ability to defend the soul, I would have been bitten to death by ants. So don't think about breeding it, humans don't have that ability. The three of them were stunned for a moment, looking at the big lobster in their hands. How has Lao Wang been doing these years? I deliberately kept it a secret from him and came to Earth, Zhang Ming asked casually. He, well, lives a very cool life. I'm a little envious of him. His little life is very cool. Zhang Yanlong reported everything in detail, like an excellent student. More than 30 years ago, due to some kind of stimulation, he suddenly resigned from his job, caused a lot of trouble, and many people died. But as long as he doesn't make the same mistake again, everyone will have to accept it. You know, the coalition government cannot fall down at the moment, it can only reform itself and find ways to innovate. Otherwise, once the broken window effect occurs, there will be anti-government people everywhere, and the society will be in chaos. Once the society is in chaos, mankind will be doomed. There are still many people in this world who hope that human society can become a better place. Let's put it this way, if possible, who wouldn't want it? Zhang Ming was stunned. What he said was true. He couldn't help but wave his hand. He couldn't deny Lao Wang's approach, and he was too lazy to get involved in these things. Then if you have anything else to talk to me about, tell me all at once. Zhang Yanlong pondered for a moment, took out a bottle of mayote that he had treasured for 100 years, and poured it for everyone. First of all, the first big thing is that there is an invitation letter from Honggang civilization. The matter about the destruction of the community in the neighboring world and the spread of the disaster is very important. It is related to the life and death crisis of mankind. It may affect us within 100 years, so we must prepare for the next 50 years. Zhang Ming nodded. Isn't that still 50 years? Okay, I'll go then. But can you develop faster means of transportation? It's too slow to drive a ship slowly. Hasn't technology developed in so many years? Zhang Yanlong swallowed his saliva. Heavy industry has naturally developed a little. In addition to ships, only nuclear-powered aerospace aircraft carriers can reach the ideal speed. The speed of 2,500 kilometers per hour is 50 times that of a ship. It can reach its destination in 1 or 2 years. Oh, this is really good news. Zhang Yanlong rubbed his hands, but the aerospace plane needs a large-capacity space wonder as a foundation, otherwise it can't carry too much supplies. Think about it, civilized trade, you have to carry a lot of trade materials. All kinds of machines must be at least 100,000 tons, or even 1,000,000 tons. Our planes, a few thousand tons is incredible. There must be at least 5,000 or 6,000 people negotiating talents, various survival resources, and the requirements for space wonders are very large. It must be a space of about 2 kilometers in radius, right? Zhang Ming frowned slightly. His moon can carry a lot of supplies, but it can't be inhabited for a long time. The gourd monster can carry a lot of supplies and can also be inhabited for a long time. But obviously, she doesn't want others to live in it, and Zhang Ming won't force her. Who wants to crazily stuff things into the body of a personal secretary? Okay, there's no rush anyway. If I can think of a way, I'll tell you. Zhang Yanlong was delighted, and secretly glanced at the gourd again. As long as the space container can be solved, the initial version of the unique means of transportation will come out, right? That's a unique means of transportation that everyone is looking forward to. What else do you have to say? Tell me all at once. Does that world full of yellow sand have anti-entropy technology? The human leaders are very concerned about this. That is the highest level of bargaining chip for civilized trade. Zhang Ming shook his head and explained, I don't know if it is anti-entropy technology. There is no way to bring back the things there. I just killed some monsters. The meat you eat is the monster meat of that world. It seems to be very beneficial to the soul. It's quite good stuff, and I don't think that the current human beings can handle that thing. They will just go crazy collectively. Zhang Yanlong and others sighed immediately, but since they had never obtained it before, they naturally didn't have much expectation, and soon cheered up again. They had too many questions to ask. Zhang Ming took a sip of wine. He was in a good mood today, so he chatted casually. Anything else? At this time, the white man Thor spoke. I want to know how strong you are. What realm have you reached? After a long silence, Zhang Ming explained, well, it's not easy to explain. Let me put it this way. If you use strong idealistic rules, it won't take much effort to deal with ordinary spiritual limiters. If you don't use strong rules, I don't know who will win. After all, I don't know your abilities and I dare not guarantee it. Some abilities are really hard to guard against. You are too modest. Thor was a little happy in his heart. Lao Wang, who had been the #1 person on Earth for more than 100 years, finally changed his position. Zhang Ming released a flexible purple electric current from his fingertips. As soon as this current appeared, it swam in the air like a small purple dragon. The tail of this small purple dragon was still able to swim flexibly in the air after it left his fingertips. After a while, there were more and more small electric dragons in the air, and one of them even lay on Thor's head. The blond man felt the terrifying energy level of the little purple dragon, and his hair stood up slightly. You know, his code name is Thor. As a supermaster with innate lightning ability, he immediately noticed the vastness and depth of this purple electric dragon. The energy contained in it may be more than 3 times that of the lightning he stimulated. With just a slight explosion, it can blow his head apart. The most important thing is that these electric dragons have a subtle spirituality. With spirituality, they can identify the enemy based on their subconscious, and he has been training for so long but still electrocutes his teammates. This alone is a world of difference. As a result, in the next moment, the little electric dragon suddenly turned red. The blond man's sixth sense suddenly gave a crazy warning, and he realized that this ability seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. If he could resist it at the beginning, it is now irresistible and can easily kill him. Zhang Yanlong looked at the terrifying lightning circling in the air and quickly tried to smooth things over. There will be plenty of time to consult Mr. Zhang in the future. Why rush now? Let's eat first, Mr. Zhang, I wonder how strong you are among the extraordinary people. Zhang Ming slowly retracted the flying lightning dragon in the air, and sat in silence for a moment. Without a contest, the outcome is still unknown. If we really fight, it depends on who is willing to pay a higher price, who is the hunter and who is the prey, who goes first and who goes second. So every extraordinary person should hide the rules they master and don't let others know. This is not because he is modest, but because he has never fought. He really doesn't know the answer to this question. In general, extraordinary people are much stronger than extraordinary monsters. Because extraordinary people have civilization as a backing, they can pay a higher price. As for the rules I master, you may have guessed that it is a kind of enhanced ability, so I won't say much. The three looked at each other. According to previous information, the strong rules controlled by Zhang Ming are an increase in ability. It is quite simple and crude. Now they have personally verified it, and after actually contacting it, they found that it is indeed extremely terrifying. Ms. Hulu, please help explain it. I will go to cook some more dishes. Zhang Ming himself is a big eater. He has not eaten enough these days. He finally had a good meal, So of course he wanted to eat enough, so he asked Ms. Hulu to spit out a full 20 kilograms of monster meat. This scene made the other three people stunned. Is this little gourd really a space magic weapon? A spirit? The voice sounds like a girl's voice, and it's a bit nice. It is worthy of being a transcendent. If you do different things, you don't even need a human wife. Hello everyone, you can call me Hulu, and I will explain these questions. Simply put, after mastering the strong idealistic rules, as long as you are willing to pay the price, you can improve infinitely. So simply competing in numerical combat power has lost its meaning. The competition should be the price, and the specific ability to hide yourself. I can give you a simple example. If someone has mastered the strong idealistic rule of sword drawing, he can slowly nurture the sword that has not been unsheathed over time. The longer the nurturing time, the higher the power of the unsheathed sword. Therefore, as time goes by, his combat effectiveness can be continuously improved until it far exceeds the normal level. In addition, he can often reduce the nurturing time by paying a price of life, sanity, or other costs. This is the strong idealistic rule. This is also one of the reasons why we believe that extraordinary wars are extremely dangerous. Both sides often kill with one blow, and no one is sure of winning. Chapter 368. Isn't this too much? The three people from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau looked at each other in bewilderment. There was actually such a saying. If you don't have enough knowledge, you really have no way to explore it. According to this statement, the extraordinary people are indeed crushed by the spiritual limit people in terms of life level. Others can improve infinitely, but the spiritual limit people can no longer improve after practicing to the limit. Isn't it crushed? Zhang Yanlong swallowed his saliva. From the current conversation, Lao Zhang is still very friendly. He began to feel more and more fortunate that humans have an extraordinary person, and he also understood why other civilizations value it so much. Of course, if you meet extraordinary people from other civilizations, you must respect them. After all, these extraordinary people have to pay a price as soon as they take action. With huge sunk costs, once they take action, they will definitely see blood. Hulu said again, mastering the strong idealistic rules varies from person to person and cannot be simply copied. In general, the difficulty of control will be reduced by breaking. What is breaking? That is, the rule defects. For example, if the sword drawing technique I just mentioned adds a rule defect, and it can only be activated when the enemy is within 3 meters, then mastering it will become easier and simpler. Zhang Yanlong couldn't help but ask, but this defect is too big. If it can only be activated within 3 meters, wouldn't a long-range attack be able to grind a superhuman to death? I'm just making a simple analogy, so you must never let your opponent know the rule defects. In addition, there can be multiple breaks. In addition to being activated at 3 meters, it can also be activated only against male creatures, can only be activated when the temperature exceeds 30 degrees, or requires dancing and completing a certain ritual. And so on and so forth. The more imperfect the rules are, the easier it is to control. The rules of superhuman monsters are often imperfect, so they are slightly weaker than superhumans. Of course, as time goes by, these rules can be gradually improved to reduce defects. This is also the reason why superhumans are often stronger than naturally born superhuman monsters. With civilization as support, they can bear a higher price and have fewer defects. So that's it. Thank you for your answer. Zhang Yanlong and others took a deep breath. Broken, indeed learned. This method is really too important. As outstanding talents who have stood out from billions or even tens of billions of people, they still have a little ambition. With a big backer in their own tribe and a lifespan of 1,000 years, who doesn't want to go further? After being praised, Hulu swayed in a good mood. As for the flaws in the rules controlled by Zhang Ming? Of course not. Old Zhang only needs to pay his life to use various magical powers at will, which is already the best result. However, Ms. Hulu will not rashly say this. She is very smart to know what to say and what not to say. Ms. Hulu, which civilization are you from? What is your relationship with Mr. Zhang? Thor couldn't help but ask with some gossip. I come from the Hulu civilization. Our civilization is different from yours. We are not social animals. We don't need to live in groups. All the tribesmen don't know each other. I am the youngest among them and the one with the best personality. She was still a little narcissistic, and then began to change the subject. Excuse me, is there anything else you want to ask? The three of them were stunned. What kind of civilization is this? Primitive society, solitary animals? Can civilization develop without communicating with each other? Do you know the principle of the generation of that light and shadow stone? It is the light and shadow stone that helps the breakthrough. I know, because I made it. The specific principle is this, Hulu roughly explained it, and the three of them were stunned, because the amount of work involved was equivalent to 100 Dream Masters working together for a year. Why does this gourd know so much? Can she reveal more information? Or how about you talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights? We are all ears. As the leaders of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, they deeply understand the importance of information. Decades ago, in the war with the woven shadow, humans were defeated at the beginning. Even with nuclear bombs, they could not resist the super-high reproductive capacity and ubiquitous penetration ability. In the end, humans discovered the weakness of the woven shadow. It was actually afraid of black dog blood. Don't ask why it's black dog blood, it's just so weird. So there are many times when missing a key piece of information is the difference between life and death. And letting another intelligent creature enter one's own world is actually quite risky, unless it is the kind that is absolutely trusted. Of course, due to Zhang Ming's face, they can't ask directly. Anyway, just pretend that it's nothing. So what do you think of human civilization? Faced with this question, Hulu suddenly didn't know how to answer. According to Zhang Ming, humans are just a shitty civilization, not very good. But she couldn't say it. I introduced her to increase species diversity. Did you see the pelican on TV? I introduced it. At this moment, Zhang Ming came out of the kitchen with a plate of sliced monster meat in his hand, and a special barbecue device. He was going to grill the meat on the spot. The muscle fibers of this monster are very hard, and the teeth are not good, and they can't chew it. You mean hua? A week ago, it caused a sensation. Such a powerful bird, it turned out to be brought in by you. No wonder, I was wondering how such a powerful bird could suddenly appear. Zhang Yanlong suddenly realized, thinking to himself, if this kind of bird can leave bloodline, it would be a great result. In just a few decades, maybe humans can eat bird eggs. Not only that, I also brought in a turtle, a stone, and a goat. They will all improve the environment of the earth. I will take you to see them when the time comes, but don't disturb their lives easily. Understood, understood. Old Zhuang nodded quickly. Is there anything else important? Zhang Ming was not in a hurry, grilling the meat slices. The salt-baked tender meat slices, with crispy cartilage, tasted great, and the meat was distinct. Zhang Yanlong remembered the pile of work and immediately said, we would like to invite you to visit the unique technology of the Earth and the Ice Crystal Tree represented by Gaia Consciousness. As a high-authority person of Gaia Consciousness, Old Zhang can communicate with Gaia Consciousness and enable more functions. At least the ability of long-distance communication. This most basic ability must be activated in a way. Otherwise, human civilization cannot create a civilization communicator and dare not sail long distances. As for the research of unique technology, Zhang Ming is actually not very useful. Of course, as a person with high authority, he can actually make Gaia Consciousness produce more snowflakes by consuming the source of the world. It's just that there is not much need now. Naturally produced, one piece every 20 years is enough. Okay, this matter is really important. I will go there when I have time, Zhang Ming thought to himself, just treat it as a trip. Anyway, it won't take too much energy. What else? The Polaris team wants to visit you and apologize to you. After all, they attacked you without any evidence. If you don't mind, Zhang Ming sneered in his heart, what an apology. It's clear that he was asked to train this group of young people, but the Earthlings are really bad. The new generation of young people in the peaceful era lack practical experience. He didn't agree or object, and fell into hesitation. After all, he even trained the Honggang people, so it doesn't seem to be a big deal to train the Earthlings, right? The one called Bishan seems to be pretty good. The other 4 are a little bit weaker, but their abilities are quite unique. Bishan is a high-quality talent in recent decades, haha. It's a good thing that every generation has talented people. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows. Don't get me wrong, I can only say that Bishan is pretty good, but not high quality. Zhang Yanlong quickly changed the subject. The new human research team wants to measure your physical data. That is, use machines to measure various physical indicators, draw some blood, etc. Don't worry, we will never conduct cloning experiments, nor will we give you a few children for no reason. It seems reasonable? After all, it doesn't take much effort. The moment Zhang Ming returned to Earth, he was mentally prepared. The New World Ability Research Bureau wants to discuss with you the fundamental origin of ability and the future direction of progress. Especially mental abilities, as you know, are extremely lacking at present, and too many people are stuck at the mental level. As a top master, you may bring us new inspiration. It seems reasonable? The snake civilization wants to invite you to visit their civilization, exchange some matters, and prepare for future trade activities. How does it feel reasonable? The Illusion Laboratory wants you to see the various innate wonders produced on the earth and study the principles. By the way, isn't this a bit too much? Zhang Ming was sweating profusely after hearing this, and his eyes gradually became unfriendly. I know that contacting the official is like falling into a quagmire, making me become a wish demon without paying the price. Zhang Yanlong swallowed his saliva, and his scalp was numb when he was looked at by that look. He also knew that he was talking a lot, which gave people a bad impression, but he had to complete his task, right? If he didn't say it, who would say it? The other two colleagues who were eating all the time and didn't say anything? It can only be said that it's hard to be a leader. It's hard to be a leader. He bit the bullet and took out a yellow book as thick as a dictionary from his briefcase, which was filled with various invitations. There may be hundreds of them. What technology companies, luxury companies, energy groups, etc., all want to seek cooperation. Chapter 369, Lao Wang, how have you been recently? Zhang Ming recalled that during his journey in the Sea of Demons, he often received letters from politicians from various countries. He opened one of the letters in silence. Dear Zhang, I am the great commander of the great western country, Aoguanshan by Zhanhua. I am extremely happy to hear that you have returned, interspersed with hundreds of words of nonsense. Sincerely invite you to the great western country's Aozai historical courtyard to accept a fortune. If you are willing, we will give you a manor, which is a beautiful place. We are grateful for the equity of the Wells Fargo Foundation. This is a letter that has been written a long time ago, right? However, money in the secular world is really meaningless. Zhang Ming feels that he can spend the 600 million yuan on hand forever. Zhang Yanlong swallowed his saliva and said, it is my task to convey the invitations from major multinational companies and politicians from various countries. I am really sorry. If you are interested, you can take a look. If you don't have time, forget it and ignore it. Anyway, I am just completing a task. You know, the work of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau also needs the support of various local countries. I can only do this, please forgive me. Zhang Ming felt a little funny. Aren't you the director of the street department? How come you have become the Abnormal Investigation Bureau? Zhang Yanlong said with a stiff face, but these things of human civilization are a little bit important, haha. Of course, it depends on your mood. Anyway, if you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, it's okay. Just like Lao Wang, no one dares to force him. Sun Minghan and Thor next to him kept eating, and their whole bodies were hot and their mouths were dry. It's really hard to be a leader. Fortunately, they are not leaders, otherwise they can awkwardly buckle a 3-bedroom apartment with their big toes. But in the end, Zhang Ming didn't say much, just sighed and put the stack of things aside. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm too lazy to do these now. What do you think of my meal? It's delicious, and you can even taste the flavors from afar, Zhang Yanlong praised, and he meant it sincerely. As far as I know, the stronger the monster meat, the tougher it is and the harder it is to bite. It melts in your mouth like this, and it is indeed quite delicious. Moreover, he felt that his soul power had increased a little bit. Even his mental power had increased as well. This ingredient is definitely what the snake civilization calls a dragon-level ingredient, and it is even a natural treasure that exceeds the dragon-level level. Zhang Ming asked again, how much do you think is appropriate for this meal? Of course, this meal is my treat. I'm just asking casually, how much are you willing to pay? Zhang Yanlong was silent for a while. To be honest, Mr. Zhang, if they knew your true identity, no one would dare to come to eat. Who would dare to let you cook in person? Do you really think you are a chef? If they don't know, well, unless you hypnotize every guest, they can't not know. Zhang Ming rubbed his temples in annoyance, as if what he said was right. The Big Rice Bucket restaurant has not even opened yet, but it has closed down just like that? No one dares to come to eat? Am I such a devil? Half an hour later, the 3 people from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau left with reluctance. It was not the best result. But it was not bad either. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, with a sense of relief as if they had escaped from a prison. This meal is worth it. It is worth 3 years of hard training. Although it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, they were still anxious to go back to digest the food and attend the meeting. Lao Zhang is really back. not the random stalks on the internet. This is definitely a matter of great influence. But it is obvious that Zhang Ming is only willing to help in a limited way, not to help without a bottom line, and does not want to join the government. This is a very troublesome thing. Of course, the work can be done slowly, so there is no rush. So the three of them discussed it and felt that this trip was a complete success, and they were satisfied. In fact, we can do Miss Hulu's work. I think Miss Hulu is approachable and easier to talk to, Zhang Yanlong said suddenly, but he didn't dare. Because he had just divined that Miss Gord might have some entangled and inexplicable relationship with Zhang Ming. Maybe there won't be such delicious dishes next time. If you eat it every day, maybe your strength will soar. Sun Minghan was a little regretful. Thor was also a little regretful. It's a pity that I dare not compete with him. I don't know what his extraordinary ability is. It would be great if I could see it with my own eyes. Extraordinary abilities have to pay a price, so you don't have to worry about it. I heard that the lifespan of many extraordinary people is not long. Once they run around and serve civilization, they will not live long. That's true. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to do it either. After discussing for a while, the few of them found a few beautiful female workers and asked them to be responsible for the docking with Zhang Ming. It's still not beautiful enough. Is there any 18-year-old, watery, and beautiful girl who looks like a beauty in the world at first glance? Thor muttered beside him. Get out, don't make trouble. Zhang Yanlong frowned, feeling that it was still not safe enough. He decided to recruit the two siblings of the Lin family and the two siblings of the old Zhang family, and simply let acquaintances make the contact. Only then did he feel that the matter was reliable. After completing this work, the three of them boarded the plane back to the headquarters with some concerns. On the other hand, after having a full meal and a good drink, old Zhang, after cleaning up the dishes, looked at the moonlight in the sky, and felt a sense of tranquility and comfort from the bottom of his heart. He planned to stay here with his juniors for one night. Then, he would buy a house in the suburbs and live alone. Although the identity of the elder is useful and there is no problem staying for a day or two, the two juniors are always uncomfortable staying here for a long time. Who likes to live with elders? Although Zhang Ming feels that he is quite young in mentality, the generation gap in identity still exists. He is not the kind of person who is willing to be disliked for no reason. He casually picked up a book from a book room, the Zhang family genealogy. This genealogy has been compiled since the generation of Zhang Ming's grandfather. With so many generations, there are more than 2,000 distant relatives still alive? Of course, his name, Zhang, must be the focus of introduction, with a lot of words written about it, more than 50 pages. Zhang Ming took a few glances and found that there were some unfounded things written in it, including his kindergarten grades and elementary school grades, all of which had been beautified. He could only sigh and let it go. History's really a little girl who can be dressed up by anyone. Are my grades so good? Humans are profit-driven creatures. The reason why the family tree is so complicated is actually because Zhang Ming's identity as a relative is more or less useful. Although the government cannot provide any welfare benefits to distant relatives, the identity of a relative does have some hidden benefits, which makes others look up to him and bully him less. It is easier to promote him as a cadre, or to be released if he is caught by the police station. As time goes by, the number of relatives will explode exponentially. In a few hundred years, it may exceed 10,000. Zhang Ming is too lazy to maintain these things, and he is not interested in having children and forming the so-called clan. Clan is an obstacle to the development of all mankind. One of the reasons for the demise of dynasties is that the Qing dynasty had too many royal relatives. There were hundreds of thousands or millions of noble children, all of whom were royal relatives. Who would do the work? Thinking of this, Zhang Ming thought of Lao Wang and Wang Fumin's clan again, and couldn't help but make a phone call with great interest. So many years have passed, and I don't know what Lao Wang is doing, and whether Li Xianfeng is alive. Since he is on Earth, he doesn't need to pay for calls to connect with others using Gaia consciousness. There's even an extra map that can find the approximate location of these people. Zhang Ming quickly opened the Gaia space and found that Xiao Bei, Shimima, Baizan, and Pelican were still in the western forest. I haven't seen them for a few days and I still miss them. As for Wang Fumin, he was in Yunhei City on the edge of the Demon Sea and seemed to be moving slowly. He called with great interest. And Wang Fumin quickly answered the phone. Unlike the last communication, Lao Wang was once again full of energy and looked relaxed and peaceful. His brows were relaxed, and he felt more relaxed. Even his gloomy temperament had changed a lot. He wore a dirty suit and looked like an ordinary middle-aged greasy man. "Hey, Lao Wang, long time no see. You're in a good mood today. You don't look so bitter and resentful. I can't recognize you." Zhang Ming observed for a long time and laughed at the first moment. Wang Fumin was naturally very happy to meet old friends, and said with some surprise, "Long time no see. 28 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and you will be on Earth in 2 years, right? If you are faster, you will be in the territory of the snake people? Come back and treat you to drink." Zhang Ming laughed. "Guess where I am now? Have you arrived?" Lao Wang rubbed his hands and became a little nervous. "Why didn't you say so in advance? We two brothers can drink some old wine together. I've been looking forward to it for a long time," Zhang Ming said. "I just got home today and paid homage to my parents and deceased family members. Hey, life is short, time is like running water, it takes away a lot, but we have to accept it, right?" Wang Fumin was silent for a while, and agreed, "Yes, hey, you know, every Qingming festival, I have to pay homage to my parents, my wife, and my dead daughter. When that resentful daughter was alive, I wanted to scold her every day, but now that she's dead, I miss her a lot. After all, she was very cute when she was a child." What he said was true, sad and a little funny. Then the grandchildren began to die, and the younger generation also died, so I am still alone. Descendants have their own blessings, flowers bloom and leaves scatter, whether they live a good or bad life depends on their own abilities. Don't worry too much. Unless they are seriously ill, find a way to cover them, and don't worry too much about other things, Zhang Ming said with emotion. "You are really open-minded." Chapter 370 Give me the aerospace aircraft carrier. Wang Fumin's face became serious. "It's not that I can let it go, it's because this is a social issue that must be considered. A strong man, as long as he's alive, will inevitably create a family. The strong will not die, the family will not be broken up, and the social resources needed will naturally increase. It is normal for the strong to obtain more resources, and it is also allowed by society. But the existence of the family and the exponential population expansion must be guarded against, because by then they will all be relatives." Okay. What you said does make sense." Zhang Ming stopped talking quickly, not wanting to talk about such a complicated topic. "Anyway, you have killed my relatives, you have committed crimes. As long as they really break the law, I will not have any objection." Talking about this, Lao Wang smiled. "The brother and sister who live in your parents' house look a lot like you, just like you without any superpowers and mediocre qualifications. I have also visited them. They are a pair of brother and sister with good character. They study hard, take exams, and go to college. My old brother Lu Tuiyu really made the right choice. It is precisely because of his choice that their family has always been peaceful." Zhang Ming shook his head. "I won't care too much about the two siblings. But since we are destined to be together, I can give them some invisible help, such as knowledge inheritance, forging technology, whatever they want to learn, I can teach them. It's meaningless to give them things beyond their own ability." That's indeed the best choice. Wang Fumin felt from the bottom of his heart that passing on knowledge to make the lives of future generations better was an excellent choice. Old Zhang added, "I wandered around these days and found that human beings have changed a lot, but not as much as I imagined." Zhang Ming considered himself an optimist. Although he cursed the rescue team every day in the Sea of Demons, he was generally optimistic. In comparison, old Wang was quite pessimistic. "But what have you figured out? Why has your mental outlook changed so much?" "I have done some things that I think are meaningful, and I have felt a meaning of life. I am promoting a social rule. The blessings of the strong will be halved after 3 generations, and cut off after 5 generations. Wang Fumin smiled bitterly, not knowing how to explain. After 5 generations, life and death can no longer be interfered with. 1 generation is 30 years, and 5 generations is 120 to 150 years. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, and said unhappily, "It's harder than climbing to the sky. You have studied hard for 10 years, how can you compare with the accumulation of 5 generations of others? This is the driving force of human progress. If you lose the driving force, how can mankind progress?" Old Wang said, "Ahem, it is mainly to constrain the internal group of people outside the system. Who will take care of them? Blue Age?" "So you guessed it." Old Wang sighed, and didn't keep him in suspense. "Now I have figured it out. Many times, progress must be paid for, whether it is for individuals or civilizations. Of course, I hid it very well, and the top human leaders also cooperated accordingly. There are still many forces today that support this rule. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, but this matter is like the East Factory of the Ming dynasty, which made people panic and suspicious of each other. It can't last long. What's more, how do you know if there are any traitors in the team you lead? Yes, so after that incident, Blue Era basically disappeared, leaving only a legend. Lao Wang laughed. I am now a grassroots member of the Discipline Supervision Committee, and my current job is to arrest people. If you see any bad phenomena, give me a call and I will help you arrest people immediately. Lao Wang was in high spirits. He really did not retire, and found the right direction, arresting people. Zhang Ming shook his head, indicating that he was not interested in talking about this topic that he could never talk about clearly in his lifetime. Anyway, he doesn't have children, and he doesn't know whether he has the right to mate. These things have nothing to do with him. What do you think of humans? Wang Fuman asked. Generally speaking, it's okay. There's room for improvement. Maybe I love the house and the people in it, and the ones I met along the way are quite warm. It's just that the high-end combat power is a bit mediocre, and there are many things lacking, Lao Wang said calmly. Then help out, Lao Zhang. You have lived too long, you must do something. Tomorrow, tomorrow on a weekday, I will have time to drink with you and talk about life ideals. Zhang Ming was a little hesitant. He was wailing in his heart that his dream of Big Eater restaurant was gradually fading away. Why is life so unfree? Even if his restaurant is opened, there will be no customers, and he will definitely not have time to cook. It seems that the true meaning of life is really to do sit-ups continuously. Where is Li Xianfeng? Is he alive? I don't know where Li Xianfeng is. He hasn't found me yet. Zhang Ming hung up the phone and rubbed his old arms and legs. He breathed a sigh of relief. He came to the rooftop on the top floor, moved a recliner, and sat down leisurely. The night after the rain was particularly cool with a slight breeze. The crescent moon was hanging high on the branches of the ginkgo tree, looming. In the square far away, a great master was teaching a child how to control his luck, and from time to time there was a silver bell-like laughter. Children don't know anything, they just play. As for the things Zhuang Yanlong said, they were nothing. After 159 years of difficult journey, all these things at hand were just trivial matters, without any pressure at all. Since there was no one around, Zhang Ming simply had a seizure that he hadn't had for a long time. He pointed his 5 fingers to the sky, made a dying expression, and grabbed the sky hard, and began to nag like an old man. Beige sweater, my biggest wish in this life has not been realized yet. Who can help me realize it? I'm already on Earth. It's time for a beautiful girl to help realize it. Ms. Hulu knew that this guy was going crazy with her, and she immediately became interested, and said faintly, okay, there are 2 beautiful girls in this house now. One is your relative Zhang Yuyu, and the other is Lin Yuyu, who is not related to you by blood. Do you need me to hypnotize them, put on beige sweaters, and come to your room? Zhang Mingai nodded righteously. Sure, okay, can't I? Oh, Hulu thought he had heard it wrong. I said, sure. As long as you dare to hypnotize me, I dare to bury my head in the beige sweater. Men are a really single-minded species. And they always like young girls. Anyway, you hypnotized me, it has nothing to do with me. Miss Hulu was shocked. This guy is really immoral. From a personal moral level, she found that she could not communicate with this moral abyss. And this topic was also hers that became perverted first, so she could only say that she was asking for trouble. So after thinking for a while, the runes on the surface began to shine, and the shining runes were used to disguise the appearance of human facial features. Look, this Hulu is really beautiful, with a sweet temperament, especially the pair of eyes, no more, no less, just 2. And the nose is also very strange, right in the middle of the face. And the mouth, no more, no less, just 1. And the head, not crooked or tilted, just growing on the neck, and the nostrils, no more, no less, also 2. The waist feature is very obvious, no more, no less, just 1. Blush, favorability +1. Zhang Ming laughed and almost fainted. It's really not human at all. It sounds like a feeling of the uncanny valley. Will I be scared to death by you? She said. Actually, it's almost soon. In 1 year, the little wish you are looking forward to will come true. Human, don't think I'm kidding. Then I will customize a girl who perfectly suits your personal preferences. The gourd painting style changed, and set in an indescribable happy tone. But if it is nurtured for another 40 to 50 years, you will be able to get a space storage prop of an aerospace aircraft carrier. So which one do you choose? What? Old Zhang looked at her suspiciously. How did an aerospace aircraft carrier suddenly come? The fruit of the tree of the Garden of Eden can be transformed into most objects. The complexity of transforming into a human female is not low, especially for the catgirl and vampire types that you may like. In order to optimize the bone structure, muscle structure and neuron structure, it is not a simple calculation when did I want a catgirl and a vampire, but in comparison, the space reserve props of the aerospace aircraft carrier are more complicated, involving supernatural elements, and it is expected to take 40 to 50 years. Isn't the gourd where my body is located a space prop? Of course, the new space gourd may be smaller. I declare in advance that I have been nurturing the first big gourd for a long time. You may have to wait for a while before the second gourd matures. What are you going to choose? You can only choose one. Zhang Ming was sweating profusely. What the hell? Why do you sound a little happy? I want them all. Isn't it okay? Not in a short time. So that, how long can it live? Miss Hulu said faintly. Are you referring to the clone after transformation? Normally, the lifespan of a normal human is 100 years, and the shelf life of a fresh one is about 10 years. The shelf life of an unfresh one is about 20 years, and finally it will be old and yellow. The aptitude for cultivation is likely to be quite average. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. Why does it sound like a commodity? And with such a short lifespan, it seems meaningless. So he said righteously, then let's get an aerospace carrier. You know, men love Gundam until death. Really? You want an aerospace carrier? No girls. Hulu was a little angry. She had designed the image for so long, and suddenly an aerospace carrier competitor appeared, and began to bewitch with a tone that seemed to be devilish. Don't think that the shelf life of 10 years is short, but you will definitely have a good time, as long as something happens, the corresponding material appears in your mind, and it can happen infinitely in dreams. In this case, do you still want an aerospace aircraft carrier? Zhang Ming stared at her with strange eyes and said unhappily, I married a wife for a few years, and then I had to watch her grow old, get sick and die. After my wife died, I entertained myself alone and recalled the past in my dreams. That makes me sick in the brain. Why don't you learn from Lao Wang? Don't you? Give me an aerospace aircraft carrier. Chapter 371. The Stone Mama Lion opens his mouth. But, don't you want to see the image I designed? Miss Hulu, who was defeated by the aerospace aircraft carrier, asked unwillingly. On the one hand, you entered my dream, so I can see it, right? Zhang Ming said seriously. On the other hand, I overheard your conversation and felt deep malice. One day in the past, Miss Hulu once asked what kind of personality Lao Zhang liked. After sufficient consideration, Lord Shinma seriously suggested, there's an old saying in human beings that eyes are the windows to the soul. Those eyes that look through the autumn water are the most attractive. So, eyes, the bigger the better, the more the better. It's best if the whole head is eyes. The stone screamed crazily, scaring Hulu. On the other side, old man Bai Zem made a serious suggestion. I just saw a line from an ancient human poem. There's a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. So, it's best to have only one leg, or to say, the kind that can stand on one leg. Humans should like standing on one leg very much. Pelican, ga. The kind with a big mouth, ga. The bigger the mouth, the better. It sounds like it makes sense. Xiao Bai, who had no right to speak, suddenly felt a chill. Facing these strange partners, Zhang Ming, who was behind the baffle, felt his scalp tingling. The three key words head full of eyes, standing on one leg, and big mouth almost made him dizzy. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm just teasing them. Hulu was a little unconfident after what he said, and his tone softened a little. Okay, I'll make you a space storage device for an aerospace aircraft carrier. Wait, Zhang Ming suddenly made a look of sudden enlightenment. So that's it, I understand. You also want to participate in my dream. You can combine it at will if you have the materials, but there are many existing materials that we haven't tried yet. For example, I still have a girlfriend, and I have done some things. These materials, I have them. Why don't I combine them at will? Hulu found that there were signs of riots in the moral abyss and started to run away. Sorry, that exceeded my mental tolerance threshold. I haven't grown up yet. Before Zhang Ming could react, she had already slipped to the edge of the balcony. Zhang Ming sat on the diaoyote and wailed confidently, it seems that if I want to catch you, I still can't save the life consumed by activating the Eye of Time and Space. My life? It seems that I will be tortured to death by you guys soon. As a moral model, Hulu was reluctant to let Zhang Ming consume the life he consumed through his magical powers. He was caught directly while he was stunned. Even before Zhang Ming used any magical powers, he just jumped forward and caught her by the balcony. I will give you the storage props for the aerospace aircraft carrier, Miss Hulu said tremblingly. Can I go to bask in the moonlight? A dark light appeared in Zhang Ming's eyes. Ha, I caught an aerospace aircraft carrier. Actually, I don't want an aircraft carrier. After thinking about it carefully, I still want a beige sweater. No. For the sake of all mankind, you must need an aircraft carrier. At 4 o'clock the next morning, he woke up refreshed. Zhang Ming first breathed the first breath of purple air in the morning, like all young people in the human world. He also checked the younger generations who were still asleep. They might have to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. As for that crayfish, it might take a month to eat. Then, out of boredom, he went to the real estate agency and bought a small villa with a yard built by the lake, which was well decorated and could be moved in with just a suitcase. So this is my new home, Zhang Ming sighed slightly. The housing prices in this era are not as abnormal as in the past, but the villas with yards by the lake are still quite expensive. He easily got something that he never thought of when he was young. This is the good thing about the human world. As long as there is enough money, many things are very convenient. Even Lao Zhang himself feels this way. It seems that money does have a special magic. As for the ginkgo tree planted by his sister, he will not transplant it rashly. When the ginkgo fruit is ripe in autumn, some seeds will be sown and new trees will grow. The United Government seems to have sent someone to study his personality and specially gave him 2 ID cards, one of which is the real identity. The other ID card is named Zhang Ming, a popular name for passers-by, and the age is a fake 35 years old. This fake identity can be used more time, so that he doesn't shock passers-by wherever he goes. It's too embarrassing to pretend to be slapped in the face when buying a house. This arrangement is quite comfortable. With an ID card, it is very convenient to buy a house, a mobile phone, a phone number, etc. After spending half a day buying all kinds of furniture, Zhang Ming returned to the small villa. Zhang Ming remembered the business and started to make phone calls through Gaia consciousness. This time he called his friends. She mama, are you still alive? Were you killed by poachers? Soon, the bitch came online. It turned out to be Zhang mama. Haha, my grandson has completed the key step of test tube turtle eggs. Soon my Xuanwu clan will occupy the human world. You will accept the command of my Xuanwu. She mama was very happy. I haven't heard the voice of this bitch for a few days, and it is still a little friendly. Okay, you command human civilization, and every family must raise a turtle. Okay, that's naturally great. She mama was very happy. As a result, the next second, it seemed to hear what Xiaobei said, and it cursed. What? The experiment failed. It's all because of you who called and caused us to fail, Nima. It's none of my business. The blue veins on Zhang Ming's forehead jumped a few times. But his tone could not help but become respectful. Master Shimama, the high level of human civilization has heard of the great achievements of His Excellency Xuanwu, and wants to worship you as a teacher to absorb the essence of Xuanwu breathing technique. I wonder what Master Shimama's intention is. Human breathing technique has been modified until now, and its efficiency has basically reached its peak. In the absence of a tortoise shell, how can it go further? Only Master Shimama can do it himself and explain the authentic Xuanwu breathing technique in detail. Even Zhang Ming can't do this. After all, he doesn't have a tortoise shell and he doesn't understand many things. Haha, not so good. Even if they worship Xuanwu crazily, do I have to teach them? It's none of my business. This stinky stone was indeed a little smart when it should be smart. He actually didn't agree, knowing that this matter was extremely troublesome and could not be done in 1 or 2 years. So what do you want? Name a price, and we brothers won't talk nonsense, Zhang Ming said in a bad tone. After a while, the stone made his own price. My grandson is not yet an adult, and his essence has leaked too much, which is not conducive to his cultivation, but it's not a big problem if he leaks a few times. Let humans use test tube turtle egg technology to cultivate 100 million turtle eggs with Xuanwu blood. This emperor will personally teach the orthodox breathing technique. Zhang Ming was confused. What kind of technology is test tube turtle egg technology? And 100 million turtles is too exaggerated. You raise so many turtles, you don't really want to attack human civilization, right? Will it work? Shimama saw Lao Zhang's distorted expression and knew that he was a little too much. He bounced a little and made the deal on his own. Speaking of which, since this guy took the quantity route, he has started to get obsessed. It feels that the past self was an idiot. The elite route is so difficult, why must it be stubborn? It should have taken the quantity route a long time ago. Can you feed 100 million turtles? Zhang Ming tried to bargain for the cattle and horses of the human scientific research team. It's none of my business. The fittest survive and the unfit are eliminated. I will train the most elite turtles. As for the others, I don't care whether they live or die, but humans cannot deliberately breed them for meat. I am a descendant of Zuanwu, not a pig in a pigsty, that's natural. Zhang Ming can't just watch the turtles become vegetables on the chopping board. Then it's a deal? I'll help you talk to you, but I can't guarantee whether humans will agree. If they don't agree, then 1 billion eggs. If they don't agree, the price will rise to 10 billion. They need me for something, Stinky Stone shouted arrogantly. Zhang Ming could already imagine the scene of this bitch torturing the scientific researchers crazily. However, isn't a big thing solved? What troubles humans have is none of my business. Then, he called Old Man Baiza again. Because this guy is very large and has a very high strength, Gaia's consciousness has a very high degree of cognition of him. Even before the call was made, a holographic image of an old sheep head appeared in the blue interface. The old sheep head is eating grass happily. The huge sheep head skull was chewing the dewy grass in the sun, its huge mouth opening and closing, unable to stop. In the canyon on the other side, a large group of beautiful creatures like white deer picked up plants like dogtail grass and stuffed them into the mouth of the old sheep head as big as a mountain, just like offering sacrifices to their ancestors. And its mouth is like a black hole, no matter how much it swallows, it can eat it all. This scene is a little weird. Mr. Baizen, Mr. Baizen. Are you there? Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. When Baizel heard the voice, he immediately swallowed a last mouthful of grass and pretended to be gentle and elegant. Zhang Ming didn't know why a skull sheep had needed to maintain its perfect image. It was just eating grass, so it didn't matter if someone saw it, right? Then, its spirit connected to Gaia's consciousness. Is this Gaia's consciousness space? It's an interesting ability. Mr. Zhang, have you found your hometown? Zhang Ming said, yes, I found it. Although my family has passed away, their descendants are living well, so I feel relieved. How are you here? Are you happy? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Li Xianfeng's Third Life. Baizer was silent for a while and replied, it feels good. I can feel the power of the earth veins here, and I don't need to sleep to restore my spirit, it's just that it will take some time to awaken the animals. You see, I can already command them to do things. After some time, these little guys may be smarter, descendants of Lu Shu, right? I saw them, very interesting creatures. The old sheep had kindly comforted him a few words. The death of family members is indeed painful. But people live this life, come alone, and go alone. You should be more open-minded. All my descendants are dead. But watching the younger generations of old friends grow up is also a different kind of fun. After the younger generations die, there will be younger generations, and there will be endless descendants. Zhang Ming accepted its kindness and laughed. It seems that every race, as long as the lifespan is different, will have similar social phenomena. He added, actually, I called here because I have something to ask you. The human side wants to explore the nature of superpowers, especially spiritual abilities, which humans are really lacking. As a species with a strong innate soul, you should know a lot of knowledge that humans don't know. It would be great if we could communicate and learn from each other, Baiza said with interest. If you don't mind that the knowledge I have is outdated, it's fine. I also want to see if the human race has any special potential. The old sheephead didn't put forward all kinds of bullshit conditions like the stinky stone. After all, it wanted to understand human culture and wanted to get more communication. What's more, this guy is a chatty person. Staying with a group of animals that can't talk for a long time will always feel boring. Wherever you go, you will make friends. In the Sea of Demons, in order to resist external erosion, it had to sleep all day long, but on Earth, it was protected by the world and it was awake a lot of the time. Zhang Ming was excited. I'll bring people here in a few days, okay? Zhang Ming was relieved after solving two very troublesome long-term tasks at once. Having a group of powerful partners can really share a lot of pressure. As for Xiao Bei, he should be tortured by the stinky stones, so forget it for the time being. Wait until Xiao Bei is free, then invite it to teach humans. It is much more proficient in fish farming and aquatic knowledge than Zhang Ming. Even the experience of sister pelican in the world for so many years can be taught. Pelicans are powerful people at the level of national masters. There are only 18 national masters in the human world, and they are all very busy. Only the pelican national masters can spare time to fight with them every day. It turns out that there must be a teacher among three people. After Zhang Ming prepared various exploitation plans, his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Zhang, don't need to work too hard, I can still lie down. In fact, the partner who can share the pressure the most is Miss Gord, who is multitasking, highly efficient in learning, and very smart. However, Zhang Ming can't let her go. Don't ask why, the answer is that she is a personal assistant and cannot be transferred. Captain of the aerospace aircraft carrier, your dream of a large restaurant and hotel is ruined, starting to struggle again. It's not about struggle. When people are in the world, they are always helpless. Look, I have spent 84 years in the abyss to train a large number of Honggang soldiers. It must be at least 84 years to face my compatriots. Zhang Ming shook his head and said, as for opening a restaurant, Alice, it always feels like an unattainable dream. If a plain life really comes, it will feel too plain. Humans are such a contradictory species. Zhang Ming suddenly found that he still had a lot of things that he had not handed over to humans. For example, the vast amount of ore on the moon. It's useless for him to keep it himself. It's also a waste to forge iron every day. We must rely on the collective strength to make use of these precious minerals. Of course, he will not give it directly, at least he has to hand it over to someone he can trust, otherwise it will cause huge social problems. For example, the specific coordinates of the yellow sand world. With this coordinate, even if he doesn't dig a time-space tunnel, he can find the world by driving a ship and dig out the suspected anti-entropy technology inside. Of course, this is a big project. If you drive a ship, it may take 60 years to go back and forth. The research project inside is too difficult. Earthlings really don't have the ability to do it. After wandering for 150 years, Lao Zhang really doesn't want to wander for a while. He wants to slow down a little. There is also the world stone that can assist the Vajra practice, which is also a top-notch good thing. And this is really too much, but it's not because I have a noble character. Everything is for my own benefit. I have to use my own way. Well, enhancing human civilization is also good for you. At present, human civilization provides the most space-time tidal energy. The more history humans are affected, the faster they develop under your influence, and the stronger the tidal energy they provide. As for the ability to dig space-time tunnels, it may also require a lot of space-time tidal energy. Relying on life alone may not be enough. After all, that is the core ability of the space-time worm. Zhang Ming nodded. Over the years, he has accumulated 40 sources, most of which are provided by human civilization. The sources provided by Honggang Man and the three-tailed monkey world have almost disappeared. As for the turtles in the Xuanwu world, although they are still grateful to him, their progress is too small and there is not much change, so they can't provide time and space tidal energy. Therefore, they can only start from the human side with drastic measures. Although human civilization has various troubles and complexities, there is also great room for improvement. If 10 sources can be reached in a year, that would be Zhang Ming's reasonable expectation. Yes, why would I think of opening a restaurant? Zhang Ming always feels like a chameleon, with a different idea every day. He grabbed the gourd monster, rubbed his hands together, and started playing a role-playing game. Aaron Space Carrier, you must have secretly harmed me. I may have a split personality now, switching one personality every day. It's my fault that you have a split personality, and it's also my fault that the beige sweater turned into an Aaron Space aircraft carrier. Anyway, everything is my fault. If you want to return to normal, give me the little turtle pendant. When I am in a good mood, I will consider it and cure your mental illness. Who am I? Who am I? Where should I go? What should I do? Every time I wake up, I will have this question. Everything that happened in the past is like the moon in the well, which makes people feel a sense of illusion. This life is an unprecedented peaceful and prosperous era, and everything is booming. Humans have not really fought for 60 or 70 years, and the goods brought by civilized trade are gradually infiltrating into the people. Especially the supplies of the snake people, the eggs of the golden ape chicken, the special MSG, etc. Although the price is high, ordinary people can eat them occasionally. The rune technology production line from the Honggang people has also gradually infiltrated into the people. Every household uses a rune gas stove that will not break down for 100 years. Rune steel making furnaces, rune boilers, etc. have also appeared in the factory. Don't ask why they are all furnaces, just ask that Honggang people are best at designing these things. The former New Century defense line has begun to become old and aging. Time is slowly smoothing out the traces of the past. The only thing that remains unchanged is that human civilization will always be that human civilization. For example, a red banner was hung on the building, with a line of big characters on it, "Warmly celebrate the 184th birthday of Zhang Ming, the founder of human breathing technique. Humanity has entered the supernatural era for 160 years. Adhere to the scientific development concept and build a harmonious new Yuanshan." The whole world celebrates and wishes human civilization more prosperity. When the young man saw the big red banner, he felt absurd and surprised. He always felt that he had never seen such a scene before. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance, he took a deep breath. Ancient memories came to his mind, making him unable to tell whether he was Li Xianfang or his new identity in this life. Forget it, no matter what, I should still be me. Li Xianfang took a deep breath. A new life naturally has a new family environment. This life is quite lucky. He was reborn into the family of an S-level master. He received good training since childhood and even naturally awakened the ability of super thinking. His qualifications are also better than those in the previous 2 lives. He has reached the B-level standard at the age of 22. Although it can't be compared with those civilization-level geniuses who are 1 in a billion, it is still 1 in 100. If you work hard, you can still have hope of reaching the S-level. As for the Grandmaster, you can only rely on the wheel of fate. Li Xianfang didn't expect much to improve his strength. After so many years, he had long understood that the gap in talent was often not compensated by hard work. If you idiots don't work hard, you may become pariahs in the future. The times have given you a chance. Don't think that Shudras don't exist in the new era. Now I tell you, Shudras will always exist. His cheap father was cursing his students madly. But when he saw his son, he showed a kind smile and a mouthful of yellow teeth. He was 94 years old. This youngest son was the best, with excellent academic performance and a smart mind. He was also the one he valued most. If he could inherit the dojo in the future, he would have no regrets in his life. "Dad, I want to travel," Li Xianfeng said. Reincarnation is naturally emotional. The past is over, and a new life should start again. Of course, of course. The old man never thought that his youngest son would never come back after this trip, so inheriting the so-called dojo naturally became his delusion. Chapter 373 I am the founder of Yuanggui Group, Li Xianfeng. Rumbling train carried Li Xianfeng to a remote city in a small marginal country. What he saw and heard along the way was that it was more prosperous than before, but if he looked carefully, it seemed that there was no particularly big change. Compared with the era of Qin Yui's suppression, the changes in human beings are indeed smaller. Oh, it's not that there are no changes. More than 30 years ago, a shocking event happened. The Blue Age came out of nowhere and slightly bent the social atmosphere of monopoly by the strong. But the deviation of history cannot be reversed by a few strong men. Li Xianfeng has always believed in a point of view: as long as human technology develops and keeps progressing, the upward road is unobstructed, and internal contradictions can always be covered up by development. Of course, this is just covering up, not solving. It's not easy to keep making progress. Not long after, he found an ordinary small house that had not been inhabited for a long time and even had no interior decoration. It contained part of his property left over from his previous life, and also paved the way for this life. With a light click, the key opened the door of the room. The feeling of time passing came to him. The room was full of spider webs. Dust was flying in the fragmented light, jumping with the unique symbols of life. Li Xianfeng sighed lightly, walked into a room, and after his trembling fingers pressed the button, the door of the basement opened with a boom. His heart beat along with it, and he was excited as never before. This was because his body was too young, and there would be some instinctive adrenaline surge. It's great to be young. I got the money that my father couldn't make in his lifetime. There were several large boxes in the basement, a box of gold and precious objects, with a total value of about 600 million, which could be used as his initial startup capital. In addition, there was half a piece of snowflake, emitting a faint white mist. The gift that old comrade Qin Yue gave him was only the last half piece. Once this thing is used up, with his current status, it is impossible to get the next piece. After Li Xianfeng's excitement, he took 2 deep breaths. He knew that the snowflake was not as simple as absolute zero, but also had a more complex nature seal. Why are there so few supernatural phenomena on Earth? To a large extent, this is caused by the nature of the seal. So, in this life, I have fully developed the nature of snowflakes, which can be regarded as a complete merit. Of course, I can't take all of these properties. At most, I can only take 1/3. In case something unexpected happens in this life and I die suddenly, I can still leave something for the next life. His young body and active mind, as well as his new ability super thinking in this life, make him as confident as a young man. But before starting a business, he wanted to know what happened to the fruits of his labor in his previous life. The news Yuanggui Group has entered the bankruptcy reorganization stage due to debt problems appeared on the mobile phone screen. This happened 20 years ago, which made Li Xianfeng sigh in his heart. A multinational company like Yuanggui Group with a unique technology will also gradually come to the end of its life. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Wealth is something outside of the body, so it is not as painful as imagined. As for Lao Wang, he left an astonishing legacy and deliberately did not make a will. Did he want to see what Lao Wang would do? Wang Fumin is a fragile person, an ordinary person with a conscience. After all, Lao Wang is not a man of the times like Qin Yue. Whether he can help himself in the next life is still an unknown. Li Xianfeng doesn't know whether Lao Wang will change. Therefore, he can only use his inheritance to test it a little. He searched Lao Wang's name again, but it was blocked by the government. It seems that something extraordinary happened in the middle. Only in some small forums in the underworld can one vaguely speculate that something happened a long time ago, but whether it is true or not, few people can tell clearly. Li Xianfeng dialed Lao Wang's number with great interest, but unfortunately, the call could not be dialed. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service, even the phone number has changed. Well, I remember that he has a private phone number. Let me think about it. He kept his eyes closed and thought for a long time before he found the phone number that he had never dialed from the memories of his first life. At this time, Li Xianfeng vaguely discovered that he seemed unable to reincarnate infinitely. Because his memory is limited, he will gradually forget the precious memories of the past, and eventually forget his past self completely. Whether I am me or not, this is a philosophical problem. In his third life, he does not need to consider this question for the time being, especially after awakening the super thinking. His thinking is more sensitive and he can remember more things. But no matter what, he still needs an anchor in reality to solidify the existence of I. Those old friends who can live for a long, long time, and the ideals and beliefs of the past are naturally the best anchors. Hello? Hello, Wang Fumin's familiar voice sounded, and he seemed a little impatient. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am the account manager of Yuanggui Group. Li Xianfeng deliberately made a joke, although Yuanggui Group has been closed for decades. Wang Fumin's voice became louder. What account manager? I don't buy a house, I don't buy insurance, and I don't want any health products. That's it, don't call me anymore. Are you tired of 10 calls a day? Beep beep. The phone was hung up. Li Xianfeng laughed immediately. It seems that the most powerful person on Earth is suffering from the bombardment of junk ads. So he called again, only to find that he had been blocked. A minute later, the other party seemed to have noticed something and called again. Who are you from Yuanggui Group? Who are you? Yuanggui Group has gone bankrupt. Did you know that? I am the founder of Yuanggui Group, Li Xianfeng. In front of his old friend, Li Xianfeng felt inexplicably relaxed. What? It turns out that it's you who is alive. Congratulations, you are in your third life. Wang Fumin seemed shocked and laughed. Sorry, I thought you were selling real estate. It took me several seconds to remember what Yuanggui Group is. It's really an old name, Li Xianfeng said. Why do you feel that you are not that surprised? Old Wang said heartlessly. Surprised? There's still a little bit, but you, Li Xianfeng, will jump out of the bushes sooner or later. Isn't this a fact? Now that Lao Zhang has jumped out of the bushes, what do you think I am surprised about, no matter where you are? Come to Tipanchang before 7 o'clock in the evening and you can still have a good meal. If you are too late, There will be nothing to eat. Where are you? Do you have money? Book a plane ticket quickly. If you don't have money, I will pay for you. Hurry up." Instead, Li Xianfeng was stunned. Lao Zhang is back? Yes, think about it carefully. Lao Zhang, after so many years, should be back. He couldn't help but smile, as if he had found a second anchor from the real world. As long as these anchors do not disappear, I will not disappear. The young man left the small villa, his heart beating vigorously, and he had a strange premonition that his third life might be an interesting golden age. Chapter 374 Meeting Old Friends. It was exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Li Xianfeng arrived at Tipanchang by plane. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the white clouds wandering in the sky red, and also set them with orange and yellow lace. After a while, the clouds turned into a sunset glow like roses. At the exit, he saw Lao Wang, who was wearing sunglasses and waiting, and couldn't help but greet him. "Hey, Lao Wang, you haven't changed at all. You really look like a truck driver." Wang Fuman was stunned for a moment. "Every time we meet, I say this. I have lived for thousands of years, so of course I haven't changed much in decades, but your change is really big." Li Xianfeng nodded. "Don't say it, I also felt a little strange at first, but over time, I got used to it." The young man's lips are a bit thick, his skin is brown, and his hair is black and shiny, as if he is the race of the third brother next door. Only his eyes are bright and exude a wisdom that surpasses his peers. Li Xianfeng is a random reincarnation, and it is possible to be reincarnated into any corner of the earth. Besides, there is no such thing as race in this era. After all, even snake people and Honggang people have come out of the sea of demons. Humans still divide races internally. If you tell others about it, other races will laugh at you. Old Wang looked at him for a long time and laughed. "By the way, what is your name in this life?" "In this life, my name is Wang Zhexong Baolegao Karmchan Gandhi." Li Xianfeng showed his ID card and pretended to be very serious. "You can call me Wang Zhexong Gandhi." Old Wang glanced at it and touched his nose immediately. "What kind of shitty name is this? Wang Zhexong?" So I became a somewhat philosophical name in this life. However, I'm used to calling you Li Xianfeng. Get in the car and take you to Lao Zhang's house." Wang Fuman patted the shoulder of the young man who was only 23 years old, almost patting Li Xianfeng, who had just come back to life, to death. He drove the car and came to Zhang Ming's newly bought small villa. Surrounded by the lake, with birds singing and flowers blooming, this environment is quite good. Zhang Ming was cooking in the kitchen. When he heard the sound of a car engine, he ran out of the kitchen. He was also startled when he saw Li Xianfeng's thick lips. However, he was not as frightened as Lao Wang. After all, Zhang Ming was hanging out with demons and ghosts every day, and he regarded the demon as his wife and the turtle as his friend. What's wrong with Li Xianfeng changing his appearance? Maybe he will be even more weird in his next life. "Lao Zhang, you are really back. You are exactly the same as the photo in the textbook, almost unchanged." Li Xianfeng couldn't help but burst into tears. "You were broadcasting every day, and finally you are back. After so many years, most of the people at that time are gone, and even I died twice. Damn, I finally didn't live up to so much effort." The intellectual couldn't help but burst out with a swear word. Distant memories are like old photos, stained with the color of tea. When he was in elementary school, Wang Zhexong Gandhi, he also studied the corresponding courses. At that time, his memory had not yet awakened, and he had a sense of admiration when he learned the corresponding content. Children are like this. When they are young, they are particularly easy to be inspired. After hearing his description, Zhang Ming could not help but complain. "Worship? There is no need. We are all old people of that era and we all know what happened." I complained every day overseas, blaming the heavens and the earth, cursing the non-existent rescue team. I even cursed the Jade Emperor. If this scene spreads, I might be killed immediately. You, Li Xianfeng, comforted me on the radio every day, saying that the rescue team was being organized, and asked me to wait. I really waited for a long time, and then I cursed every day, wishing I could pick up a stone from the ground and smash you all to death. The rescue team is really being organized. After going out to sea, the boat capsized, and they escaped back. Li Xianfeng's voice became louder. "Do you know how difficult it was in those days when we didn't know any information? The most elite soldiers died immediately when they encountered monsters. What can we do?" He was determined not to take the blame, and he couldn't take it. Then, the three of them laughed at the same time. and the strangeness caused by the passage of time quietly dissipated. The old friends were particularly surprised to meet each other, and soon they had a feeling that this is how we should get along. Old Zhang returned to the kitchen and continued to cook, humming a little tune, and pricked up his ears to listen to the two of them chatting. The two guests were watching TV in the living room, chatting casually, as if they had been together for many, many years. It can't be said that they have really been together for many, many years. There are really few old friends who have walked together in the old times. Although there was a period of time when political opinions were somewhat inconsistent, and even a subtle relationship breakdown occurred. Although both of them had intersections with Qin Yue. But now, everything has been resolved. Facing Qin, a person who has passed away for many years and has received mixed reviews, the two still have a deep and complicated emotion. A large part of the foundation of everything now comes from the world that Lao Qin mixed up. It is an improved compromise product that everyone can accept. But it is not the end of history. Perhaps there will never be a perfect mechanism that can end history. After all, politics itself is the art of compromise. In the end, I still have to go to Lao Qin's grave and burn a stick of incense, Lao Wang sighed. Although there are various drawbacks, at least the power of mankind is still integrated. Then, the two talked about the strange ability of reincarnation. Li Xianfeng sighed. I have a feeling that if the number of reincarnations increases, there will be a loss similar to the mystery of the womb, and there will be no way to recover the memory. According to the Buddhist and Taoist teachings, 9 is the limit, and the maximum number of reincarnations may be 9. He naturally spent a lot of energy and studied his own abilities carefully. However, it is obvious that there should be no other reincarnation on the entire earth with the same ability as him. It is difficult to draw a conclusion. That being said, if you live for 100 years in one life, the total of 9 lives is only 900 years. Wang Fuman shook his head. Such a complicated mechanism is not even as long as the normal lifespan of a national scholar, but if you practice diligently, you can live longer. You can't force yourself to live a long life, but you should spend every life with your heart. Moreover, being able to enjoy the joy of youth is not something that a long life can compare to. That's true. I'm not even 200 years old yet, but I always feel that my mental age is old. Old Wang spread his hands. How is your aptitude? Li Xianfeng took a sip of tea and said contentedly, I'm lucky in this life. My aptitude for breathing techniques is considered average, much better than in the previous 2 lives. I'm no longer a rubbish. I also have an innate talent, super thinking. I don't know if I will have this talent in the next life. Super thinking, as the name suggests, makes the brain more flexible and useful, and the mind more focused. It is a not too rare mental ability. The probability of its birth is about 1 in 100,000. After awakening the super thinking, as long as you don't indulge yourself, it's still easy to get into a top university. Of course, super thinking can't grow through training, nor can it help break through the spiritual bottleneck. It is an auxiliary type of ability. For academic research, it is definitely a very outstanding talent. Hearing this, Zhang Ming, who was busy in the kitchen, had a strange doubt in his heart. Reincarnation is an extremely rare ability that has not been introduced by so many civilizations. In theory, it shouldn't be just reincarnation a few times, and then because the mystery in the womb can't wake up a memory and lose the self. It's so simple. If every generation is garbage, then what's the point? Are there really so many people who can change their fate? For most mediocre people, even if you are given 100 chances, you will still be an ordinary person in the end. So he turned his head, activated the eye of time and space and glanced at it. The red light overflowed from his eyes. At first glance, Li Xianfeng's soul is normal, more than 1 level weaker than Lao Wang next door. But I always feel that there is something strange. So he simply recorded the data and threw it to his personal assistant, Air and Space Carrier. Please calculate whether his soul is abnormal. Air and Space Carrier was a little crazy about this new title, and reluctantly said, this work is very tiring. Air and Space Carrier was tortured by the captain last night, and the CPU is paralyzed, so it can't complete this work. Zhang Ming was stunned. Obviously you are also very happy to play, and suddenly the CPU exploded. You can't blame me. Air and Space Carrier has entered the salted fish mode. Please Captain, please entertain yourself in the future. She does have this peculiar problem. Because the threshold of happiness is too low, she will often be happy all day long for a small thing. But because of this, if the mental stimulation is too great, it may trigger another special mechanism. She will store these happiness values and keep them for delayed satisfaction. Before they are consumed, no more happiness values are needed. Commonly known as the salted fish mode. Although there are no side effects after salted fish, you will be lazy for many days, do nothing, and don't say a word. The response speed is like an old computer. If she didn't have this problem, and Zhang Ming wasn't a role model, after all these years together, he would have caught her and played more interesting games with her. There was no other way. Facing Miss Hulu, who had become a lazy person, he could only comfort her in a kind voice. Then let's do this. I'll buy you a computer and a cell phone. From now on, you can surf the internet, play games, and watch TV every day. If you want 100 times of happiness, I'll buy you 100 computers. I'll buy the house next door and let you use it as an internet cafe. Chapter 375, Lao Zhang, you should be a scientist. Hearing that Zhang Ming wanted to give a gift, the air and space carrier immediately became excited and said in a playful tone, "Beep, beep." With the unlimited financial support provided by the captain, the CPU system has been upgraded. Because it is the first time that the captain has given a gift, the air and space carrier has enabled the overclocking function and will definitely complete the target on time and in quantity. Beep beep. It is estimated that the result will be available within an hour. White mist emerged from the surface of the gourd. Zhang Ming didn't understand whether she was joking or really overclocking. Don't force yourself to work, there's no rush anyway. Beep beep. She imitated the sound of a computer running. Zhang Ming had no choice but to feel that Miss Gourd's mental problems were even bigger than his. At this moment, old Wang chuckled twice, feeling sincerely happy that his old friend had been reborn into a good family. So, are you still going to be a scientist in this life? That's good too. It's always good to have your own goal. Li Xianfeng took out half a snowflake and pointed to his brain. The knowledge from the previous life is still accumulated in my mind, but my brain has become younger, my thinking is more active, and I have a new ability. It's a pity not to be a scientist. You have to know that most scientists have made the most outstanding achievements in their lives when they were young. When you get older, your thinking will become rigid, but learning also takes time. In this era, a doctoral graduate is 30 years old, and to become a professor you have to be 40 or 50 at the latest, and your thinking is not so active anymore. So in this life, being able to take the unique technology one step further is my ultimate goal. Li Xianfeng's eyes sparkled. Of course, I have to make money. I have to be a capitalist first and control my own money, which is the most comfortable. If I rely on the government and take the university route, I might end up with nothing. Old Wang, think of a way to help convert 200 million gold and rare items into money. He is indeed a very smart man. After 2 lives of experience, he has a deep understanding of the operation of human society and has learned some tricks. Although he is not comparable to Qin Yue, a strong man who came from heaven, since he has succeeded in one life, subsequent success is almost inevitable. He only used 200 million of the 600 million assets left in his previous life. 200 million startup funds are enough. The cold snowflakes made the living room slightly chilly, just like an extremely effective air conditioner. After a while, the room temperature was lowered to 18 degrees Celsius. The living room was still a little chilly. Old Wang glanced at the list of materials and smiled. You are smart. Now there are several rare items that have been verified to be harmful to the human body, and several have been proven to be addictive. They are already contraband. If you sell them, you will be arrested. Zhang Ming heard their conversation and came out with a large pot in one hand and a small pot in the other. He joined the topic. Li Xianfeng, starting a business and making money will also take time and energy. I, Lao Zhang, will help you with the money. I, Lao Zhang, am richer than you can imagine. Really? Did the government give you money for this villa? After hearing this, Lao Wen couldn't help but tease. Besides, don't think about this matter too simply. It's no problem to let the government allocate a few hundred million to you. Asking them to allocate tens of billions or hundreds of billions to you every year can only be said to be embarrassing the government. If a superstar falls from the sky, it might cause God to be angry and people to resent. Who wants government funding? Guess how much money those dignitaries are willing to spend on this meal of mine? Zhang Ming snorted twice, and said bluntly, Brother, I cook every day, and it's okay to achieve a small goal every day, right? Forget it. If I have to rely on you to work to make money, I'd better do it myself, Li Xianfeng said quickly. Although he knew that the chances of being treated by a superhuman were extremely rare and the dishes were extremely precious, the rich on Earth couldn't spend 10 small goals on meals every day, right? Li Xianfeng explained, in the past, the research funding of Yuanggui Group was hundreds of billions every year. Even if you make 10 small goals a day, it's just barely enough. I'd better spend a few decades and start a business again, Zhang Ming laughed. After so many years, they are still old friends because of their moral character, which is absolutely acceptable. But he, Zhang, has been in the business for so long. If he can't even support a scientist, he might as well find a piece of tofu and die. Wang Fuman also shook his head. You may not be able to achieve great success in every life. The times are different. Lao Li, you achieved great success in your last life because the Earth was at war and you encountered the opportunity of the times. I believe that you can achieve small success in every life, but it is too difficult to achieve great success every time. Let's eat first, and then talk about starting a business. In the big pot was placed today's main dish, braised sea cow feet. The fat and tender meat was roasted to a crispy golden color, and the fragrant juice wrapped around it, shining a little under the light, and the fragrant aroma came in waves. This thing is like a pig's trotter, soft and rotten in the mouth without residue, fat but not greasy, full of fragrance, and soft but not sticky to the teeth. Of course, this is also an extremely rare ingredient that can improve the physique of ordinary people. He took a bite first, and immediately praised his cooking skills for getting better and better. In another small pot, there were some boiled shells and only some ginger and garlic. It looked unremarkable, but there was a constant stream of white mist, overflowing from the soup, and drilling into people's nostrils. As soon as these two dishes were served, they attracted the attention of the two old friends. When will your Big Eater restaurant open? Have you chosen a place? Lao Wang picked up a shell and put it in his mouth. His eyes narrowed immediately. The meat is white and has a strong salty and fresh taste of seawater. It is sweet and refreshing after biting it. The skirt is smooth and chewy, with a sweet aftertaste and a mineral taste. The most important thing is that it seems to be good for the soul. He didn't pretend and started eating directly. Alice, people are always helpless. People in the government are always thinking about recruiting, so why open a restaurant? If I open a restaurant, those people will either not come in one by one or come in all at once. Zhang Ming glanced at half a snowflake and was quite curious in his heart. He activated the eye of time and space to see what the unique technology of the Earth is. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the appearance of the snowflake was constantly magnified. Under the power of the eye of time and space, every detail was visible at a glance. It's too complicated. It's really too complicated. There are countless psychic circuits in the snowflake. It's like tiny runes, densely packed together to form a whole snowflake. They have different functions and are linked to each other, like a sophisticated machine, and finally form the ability of absolute zero. Because this array pattern is too complicated, Zhang Ming only looked at a small corner, and the endless information almost burst his brain capacity. He quickly stopped observing and recorded the information through the memory library. Instinctively wanted to throw it to the aircraft carrier to process the information, but then he held back. The aircraft carrier seemed to have really exploded its CPU, and it was always emitting white mist there. Don't add more work for the time being. Zhang Ming has seen this kind of array pattern before, the world stone of the blue crystal people, with a large number of runes growing on the surface, most likely born, in line with a certain natural way. Through these runes, the ability of King Kong was born. In addition, if you zoom in on the volcanic rocks in the monkey world, there are similar things. Do you know the symbols on snowflakes? They may conform to some special idealistic rules. They are different from ordinary symbolic marks. Zhang Ming rubbed his sore eyes. Li Xianfeng replied, some symbols can indeed be seen with an electron microscope, but you know, in this era, the phenomenon of idealistic interference has appeared. The more microscopic the physical structure, the harder it is to see clearly, especially at the nanometer level. This thing is actually more complicated than our most sophisticated chips. So most of the structures have not been figured out yet. Speaking of his old profession, Li Xianfeng became excited. While eating shells and feeling hot, he talked incessantly. After so many years of research, I believe that in addition to being able to stimulate ultra-low temperatures, snowflakes also have another ability, sealing. Think about it, at a temperature close to absolute zero, even quantum fluctuations are almost smoothed out. Isn't this a powerful seal? And as long as it is not overused, this snowflake actually has a self-repair function. Isn't it also a natural prototype of a seal? In fact, the reason why supernatural phenomena on Earth are rare is because it is sealed. So in the second half of my previous life, I have been working in this direction, always wanting to figure out the specific principles, and then he died. Zhang Ming laughed. Actually, don't bother, I can see the details of the snowflakes with my naked eyes. The atmosphere, suddenly, was wrong. Li Xianfeng stopped eating, staring at Zhang Ming with his eyes full of astonishment. Do you know how much money I spent and how long I studied to figure out the structure of snowflakes? I even got the eyeballs of some monsters from the snake man next door. I even paid the price of my life after seeing part of the structure inside. You suddenly said that you can see the structure inside. Well, I really can see it. Zhang Ming dipped his finger in water and drew a symbol on the table. The most marks in the snowflakes should be this symbol. Li Xianfeng suddenly felt that he was just a hard-working academic master, but was killed by the academic god. You, Zhang Ming, should do research and discover the truth of the world. Why do you want to fight? Isn't it better for you to do research? What a waste of resources. Zhang Ming felt embarrassed by his stare and said quickly, you can really see it, but it will take some time. I will transmit the information to you through the light and shadow stone when the time comes. If you want to see what's inside, you will consume your lifespan. Don't be too anxious. It won't be that fast. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.